Yeah, Facebook Live is setting up.
Meeting is now streaming live on Facebook.
Sometimes get back, just a minute.
I'm stopping video of all of us, and Tholar Arivalagan is on spotlight now.
Yes, so the video is now on, and also Facebook Live is on. Maybe just a small intro to the conference can be given by Raja Periyar. So
Okay.
Like what's the session going on, or what we are going to start with, like that. Then
okay.
Can be given after the Assyrian join.
Good morning, friends and comrades. I welcome everyone on to this conference, online conference. European Union, Periyar, Ambedkar Comrades Federations have organized a 2-day conference online to carry out Periyar's ideology to the world. Today, we are going to start the program with Nalla Arivalagan's Tamil song, a pep song about social justice and Periyar. And after that, we are going ahead with, once Assyria Veeramani join us, I'm going to give an introductory speech, and then we carry on inviting all our guests who has joined, Mr. Professor Peter Chalk and lots of personalities from Tamil Nadu. So once we have started that one, we carry on discussing about the relevant topics, what we have given to them. So now we're going to start with Thiru Nallakannu avargal's Tamil song.
உலகெல்லாம் தோழர் நல்லா கேக்குதுங்களா? அந்த வால்யூம் போதுமா?
போதும் தோழர்.
உலகெல்லாம் பரவி விரவி செந்தமிழ் தாய்க்கு பெருமை சேர்த்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்ற சான்றோர் பெருமக்கள் அத்தனை பேருக்கும் முதற்கண் எனது வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். உலகெங்கும் பெரியாரை தூக்கி தோள் மீது வைத்துக் கொண்டு விழா கோலம் பூண்டு பெருமை சேர்த்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்ற சான்றோர் பெருமக்கள் ஒவ்வொருவருக்கும் வணக்கத்தையும் உரித்தாக்கிக் கொள்கிறேன். அத்தோடு தமிழ்த்தாயை வணங்கி, அரும்பொனே மணியே என் அன்பே, என் அன்பான அறிவே, என் அறிவில் ஊறும் ஆனந்த வெள்ளமே, என்று என்று பாடினேன் ஆடினேன், நாடி நாடி விரும்பியே கூவினேன், உளறினேன் அலறினேன் மெய் சிலிர்த்து இருகை கூப்பி, விண்மாறி என என் இரு கண்மாறி பெய்யவே சற்று அயர்ந்தேன். யான் இரும்பு நேர் நெஞ்சக கல்வனானாலும் உன்னை இடைவிட்டு நின்றதுண்டோ, என்று நீ அன்று நான் உன் அடிமை அல்லவோ, யாதேனும் அறியாவெறும் துரும்பொனேன் என்னினும் கைவிடுதல் நீதியோ என்று எந்தையும் தாயுமாய் என் சிந்தையில் வீற்றிருக்கின்ற செந்தமிழ் தாயை வணங்கி, இந்த செந்தமிழ் தாயின் புகழை உலகெல்லாம் பறைசாற்றி கொண்டிருக்கின்ற சான்றோர் பெருமக்கள் அத்தனை பேரையும் வணங்கி, தந்தை பெரியாரின் பகுத்தறிவையும் அவர் சார்ந்திருக்கின்ற அறக்கருத்துக்களையும் உலகெல்லாம் பரவ செய்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற அத்தனை பேரையும் வணங்கி, பெரியாரின் அறிவை நிலைநாட்டுவதற்காக பெரியார் பற்றிய சில பாடல்களை உங்கள் முன் வைப்பதற்கு என்னை இணைத்துக் கொண்ட அத்தனை பேருக்கும் வணக்கத்தையும் நன்றியையும் கூறி இப்பொழுது எனது பாடலை முன்வைக்கிறேன். பெரியார் பெரியார் யார் என்பது நாம் எல்லோருக்கும் தெரியும். பெரியார் என்பது அது வெறும் பெயர் அல்ல. பெரியார் என்பது உலகத்தில் இருக்கின்ற அத்தனை மனிதர்களையும் மனிதராக்க வந்த ஒரு மந்திரம். அந்த மந்திரம் பகுத்தறிவு மந்திரம். இந்த பகுத்தறிவு மந்திரத்தை மனிதன் ஒவ்வொருவரும் எவ்வாறு கற்று தேர்ந்தெடுக்கிறான், இத்தனை மனிதர்கள் தேர்ந்தெடுக்கிறார்கள் என்பது நமக்கு தெரியுமா தெரியாதா என்பது தெரியாது. ஆனால் பெரியாரின் பகுத்தறிவை கையில் எடுத்துக்கொண்ட மனிதர்கள் அத்தனை பேரும் மனிதர்களாக வாழ்கிறார்கள் என்பதை மட்டும் நாம் அறிவோம். அந்த வகையில் பெரியார் 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 என்பது வெறும் பெயர் அல்ல, அது ஒரு வேதம். அந்த வேதத்தை படிப்பதற்கு உலகில் உள்ள அத்தனை மனிதர்களும் என்றைக்கு விரைகிறார்களோ அன்றைக்கு மனிதன் ஆறறிவு படித்த மனிதனாக, பகுத்தறிவு பெற்ற மனிதனாக வாழ்வான் என்பது திண்ணம். இப்பொழுது நாம் பெரியாரை பறைசாற்றுவோம். பெரியார் யார் பெரியார்? பெரியார் யார் பெரியார்? அறியார் யார் அறியார்? பெரியார் யார் பெரியார்? அறியார் யார் அறியார்? பகுத்தறிவை தந்த பகலவன் பெரியார், செயற்கரிய செய்த செயலவன் பெரியார். பகுத்தறிவை தந்த பகலவன் பெரியார், செயற்கரிய செய்த செயலவன் பெரியார். முடனை முடக்க வந்த மூதறிஞர் பெரியார், முடனை முடக்க வந்த மூதறிஞர் பெரியார். பொய்யனை பொசுக்க வந்த ஐயன் எங்கள் பெரியார், பொய்யனை பொசுக்க வந்த ஐயன் எங்கள் பெரியார். பெரியார் யார் பெரியார்? பெரியார் யார் பெரியார்? அறியார் யார் அறியார்? பகுத்தறிவை தந்த பகலவன் பெரியார், செயற்கரிய செய்த செயலவன் பெரியார். பகுத்தறிவை தந்த பகலவன் பெரியார், செயற்கரிய செய்த செயலவன் பெரியார். முடனை முடக்க வந்த மூதறிஞர் பெரியார், முடனை முடக்க வந்த மூதறிஞர் பெரியார். பொய்யனை பொசுக்க வந்த ஐயன் எங்கள் பெரியார், பொய்யனை பொசுக்க வந்த ஐயன் எங்கள் பெரியார். பெரியார் யார் பெரியார்? அறியார் யார் அறியார்? அறிவியல் வழி நின்ற ஆசான் எங்கள் பெரியார், அறிவியல் வழி நின்ற ஆசான் எங்கள் பெரியார். அறிவிலி பழி கொன்ற நேசன் எங்கள் பெரியார், அறிவியல் பழி நின்ற ஆசான் எங்கள் பெரியார். அறிவிலி பழி கொன்ற நேசன் எங்கள் பெரியார். மனிதனை மனிதனாய் மதிக்க சொன்ன பெரியார், மனிதனை மனிதனாய் மதிக்க சொன்ன பெரியார். மனமும் அறிவும் காக்க வந்த பெரியார், மனமும் அறிவும் காக்க வந்த பெரியார். பெரியார் யார் பெரியார்? அறியார் யார் அறியார்? பெரியார் யார் பெரியார்? அறியார் யார் அறியார்? அரியணை ஆட்டுவித்து அடங்கான பெரியார், அதை குடி திராவிடத்தை ஆள வைத்த பெரியார். அரியணை ஆட்டுவித்து அடங்காத பெரியார், ஆதி குடி திராவிடத்தை ஆள வைத்த பெரியார். குடுமையோடு நூலரிக்க நூலை தந்த பெரியார், குடுமையோடு நூலரிக்க நூலை தந்த பெரியார். கொடுமைகளை கண்டு நெஞ்சம் கொதித்தெழுந்த பெரியார், கொடுமைகளை கண்டு நெஞ்சம் கொதித்தெழுந்தார் பெரியார். பெரியார் யார் பெரியார்? அறியார் யார் அறியார்? பெரியார் யார் பெரியார்? அறியார் யார் அறியார்? பகுத்தறிவை தந்த பகலவன் பெரியார், செயற்கரிய செய்த செயலவன் பெரியார். பெரியார் யார் பெரியார்? அறியார் யார் அறியார்? ஆரியன் விதைத்து வைத்த சாதிய கொடிய முல்லை, ஆரியன் விதைத்து வைத்த சாதிய கொடிய முல்லை, பேரோடு பிடுங்க வந்த வேளாளன் பெரியார். ஆரியன் விதைத்து வைத்த சாதிய கொடிய முல்லை, ஆரியன் விதைத்து வைத்த சாதிய கொடிய முல்லை, பேரோடு பிடுங்க வந்த வேளாளன் பெரியார் பெரியார். சூத்திரன் வாழ்வினிக்க சூத்திரன் வாழ்வினிக்க சுட சுட பகுத்தறிவை ஆத்திரமாய் கொளுத்தி போட்ட ஞான வெட்டியான் பெரியார். சூத்திரன் வாழ்வினிக்க சுட சுட பகுத்தறிவை ஆத்திரமாய் கொளுத்தி போட்ட ஞான வெட்டியான் பெரியார். ஊமையின் வாய் திறந்து ஊமையின் வாய் திறந்து உண்மையை பேச வைக்க, ஊமையின் வாய் திறந்து உண்மையை பேச வைக்க, வாய்மையின் ஒளி எழுப்பி சங்கூதிய பெரியார். வாய்மையின் ஒளி எழுப்பி சங்கூதிய பெரியார் பெரியார். யார் பெரியார்? அறியார் யார் அறியார்? தீமையின் நாம் வறுத்து தீமையின் நாம் வறுத்து தீண்டாமை கொடுமைக்கு, தீமையின் நாம் வறுத்து தீண்டாமை கொடுமைக்கு தீர்வுகள் கட்ட வந்த தீர்க்கம் எங்கள் பெரியார். தீர்வுகள் கட்ட வந்த தீர்க்கம் எங்கள் பெரியார் பெரியார். யார் பெரியார்? அறியார் யார் அறியார்? பகுத்தறிவை தந்த பகலவன் பெரியார். பகுத்தறிவை தந்த பகலவன் பெரியார். செயற்கரிய செய்த செயலவன் பெரியார். மூடனை முடக்க வந்த முதறிஞர் பெரியார். மூடனை முடக்க வந்த முதறிஞர் பெரியார். பொய்யனை பொசுக்க வந்த ஐயன் எங்கள் பெரியார் பெரியார். யார் பெரியார்? பெரியார். யார் பெரியார்? அறியார் யார் அறியார்? கொஞ்சம் தண்ணி குடிச்சுங்க.
சரி சரி.
பெரியார் என்பது வெறும் பெயர் அல்ல, அது பழுத்து குலுங்கும் ஆலமரம். ஆலமரங்களில் பழங்கள் மட்டும்தான் பழுத்து குலுங்கும். ஆனால் பெரியார் என்கின்ற ஆலமரத்தில் அறிவு பழம் பழுத்து குலுங்கும். அப்படிப்பட்ட அறிவு பழம் பழுத்து குலுங்கும் அந்த ஆலமரத்தை தமிழர் கூட்டம் எங்கெல்லாம் பறந்து விரிந்து கிடக்கிறதோ அத்தனை பறவைகளும் ஒன்று திரண்டு ருசிக்கின்ற தருணம் இது. ருசிப்பதோடு மட்டுமல்லாமல் உலகத்திற்கு ருசி காட்டும் தருணம் இதுதான் என்று நினைக்கிறேன். அந்த வகையில் உலகெங்கும் பரவி கிடக்கிற இந்த தமிழர் கூட்டம் இந்த அறிவு பழத்தை உலகில் உள்ள அத்தனை பறவைகளுக்கும் ருசி காட்டுவதற்கு இது ஒரு தருணமாக கருதுகிறேன். அந்த வகையில் அந்த அறிவு பழத்தை உங்களோடு பகிர்ந்து கொள்வதில் பெருமை கொள்கிறேன். அறிவு பழம் பழுத்த ஆலமரம், அறிவு பழம் பழுத்த ஆலமரம், தந்தை பெரியார் திராவிடத்தின் பெரியவரம், அரியவரம் மிக பெரியவரம். அறிவு பழம் பழுத்த ஆலமரம், தந்தை பெரியார் திராவிடத்தின் பெரியவரம், அரியவரம் மிக பெரியவரம். அறிவு பழம் பழுத்த ஆலமரம், தந்தை பெரியார் திராவிடத்தின் பெரியவரம், அரியவரம் எங்கள் பெரியவரம். பொது உடைமை கருத்தை தாடிதரும், பொது உடைமை கருத்தை தாடிதரும் ஐயன் தாடிதரும், தந்தை பெரியாரின் தடி கூட கோடிவரம், தந்தை பெரியாரின் தடி கூட கோடிவரம். அறிவு பழம் பழுத்த ஆலமரம் தந்தை பெரியார் திராவிடத்தின் பெரியவரம் அரியவரம் மிக பெரியவரம். புத்தியில் ஓத வந்த போதிமரம் ஐயன் புத்தியில் ஓத வந்த போதிமரம் கைலத்தியும் தட்டி பல சேதி தரும். அவர் கைத்தடியும் தட்டி பல சேதி தரும். அறிவுக்குள் அனல் பறக்கும் சோதி மரம் அறிவுக்குள் அனல் பறக்கும் சோதி மரம். அறிஞர் அண்ணா கலைஞர் கண்ட அதிசய தமிழுரம். அறிஞர் அண்ணா கலைஞர் கண்ட அதிசய தமிழுரம். அறிவு பழம் பழுத்த ஆலமரம் தந்தை பெரியார் திராவிடத்தில் பெரியவரம். அறிவு பழம் பழுத்த ஆலமரம். மனமும் அறிவும் மனிதருக்கு வேண்டி மனமும் அறிவும் மனிதருக்கு வேண்டி மானுடம் காக்க வந்த மாமந்திரம். மனமும் அறிவும் மனிதருக்கு வேண்டி மானுடம் காக்க வந்த மாமந்திரம். மனிதனை மனிதன் ஏய்த்து பிழைப்பதை எடுத்து சொல்ல வந்த ஏகாம்பரம். மனிதனை மனிதன் ஏய்த்து பிழைப்பதை எடுத்து சொல்ல வந்த ஏகாம்பரம். அறம் அறிவு பழம் பழுத்த ஆலமரம் தந்தை பெரியார் திராவிடத்தில் பெரியவரம் அரியவரம் மிக பெரியவரம். அறிவு பழம் பழுத்த ஆலமரம். உழைப்பவன் வியர்வையை உறிஞ்சிய நரிகளை உழைப்பவன் வியர்வையை உறிஞ்சிய நரிகளை ஓங்கி அடிக்க வந்த ஒற்றை கரம். ஓங்கி அடிக்க வந்த ஒற்றை கரம். ஆரிய பேய்களை அடித்து விரட்ட வந்த கூறிய வாழறிவு பேழை அறம். ஆரிய பேய்களை அடித்து விரட்ட வந்த கூறிய வாழறிவு பேழை அறம். சாதிய கொடுமைக்கு சாட்டை அடி கொடுக்க சாதிய கொடுமைக்கு சாட்டை அடி கொடுக்க சமயத்தில் எழுந்து நின்ற சாகாவரம். சாதிய கொடுமைக்கு சாட்டை அடி கொடுக்க சமயத்தில் எழுந்து நின்ற சாகாவரம். வேதிய கூட்டங்கள் அடிய ஆட்டத்தை அடக்கி ஒடுக்க வந்த அறிவாயுதம். வேதிய கூட்டங்கள் ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை அடக்கி ஒடுக்க வந்த அறிவாயுதம். அறிவு பழம் பழுத்த ஆலமரம் தந்தை பெரியார் திராவிடத்தில் பெரியவரம் பெரியவரம் மிக பெரியவரம்.
தொடர் மன்னிக்கணும், ஆசிரியர் ஐயாவும் இணைஞ்சிட்டாரு. நம்ம அபிஷியலா தொடங்க போறோம். இடைமறிப்புக்கு மன்னிக்கணும். ஐயா வந்துட்டதுனால நம்ம 1 மணிக்கு தொடங்க வேண்டியதா இருக்கு.
நன்றி தொடர்.
எஸ், லெட்ஸ் ஸ்டார்ட்.
கொஞ்சமா கம்மியா கேட்க மேக்ஸிமம்.
ராஜா தோழர், you can start officially.
Hello.
All right. Good morning, everyone, dear comrades, friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, Auxiliar K. Veeramani sir, to this. Welcome, Auxiliar K. Veeramani sir, to this program, 2 days online conference. We, comrades of Periyar and Ambedkar, have come together and started a forum called European Union Periyar Ambedkar Comrades Federation. The main objective of this 2 days conference is to carry out Periyar's ideology throughout the world. We hail from Tamil Nadu. We always have thought that Periyar is confined within Tamil Nadu, within the Tamil Nadu borders. We thought that Periyar spoke for Tamil rights and Tamil freedom and Tamil civil rights and stuff. So after coming up overseas and after reading the great personalities around the world, we realized that Periyar's thought is just not for Tamils. So can you hear us?
Continue பண்ணுங்க.
You carry on, Raja.
Okay. So we have come together and organized this 2 days online conference and have invited personalities around India and also around the world. We have to make them speak about Periyar's ideology instead of Tamil people speaking about Periyar. We want the personalities around the world to speak about Periyar, to carry out Periyar's ideology throughout the world, and also we want you, the personalities around the world, to be the ambassador of Periyar's ideology. We have, being hailed from Tamil Nadu, we say Periyar as Tandai. We address the Periyar as our father of Tamil Nadu. But Periyar's ideology, Periyar's thoughts, his speeches, it's just not for Tamils. His speeches, his thoughts are for those around the world who are oppressed. Periyar always stood by the people who are oppressed around the world. Periyar spoke for women's right, even in England, when women were not allowed to vote. We have women minister Dr. Muthulakshmi Ammayar. So to carry out Periyar's ideology, it's not just to tell the world, to live according to it. And also we see Dr. Asiriyar K. Veeramani Avargal, who spent almost 3 decades of Periyar's political life with him. He has shared the stage with him. He has shared the dice with him. He was part of lots of political meetings and stuff. So we see Dr. Veeramani as a living testimony of Periyar's ideology, Periyar's thoughts. So we want Dr. K. Veeramani Avargal to introduce this 2 days conference, to inaugurate this conference, and also we want his wishes and wishes on this 2 days conference. Sir, you can start your speech now. Thanks for coming and inaugurating this 2 days conference.
Our dear friends, and particularly the great organizer, Comrade Vijay Asokan of European Periyar Ambedkar Comrades Federation, and the dignitaries who are participating today, Mr. Gary Mcleland, Professor Peter Sherlock, Professor Satyapal, Professor Anandi Shanmugasundaram, and Comrade Prakash Ambedkar, and other friends. Vanakkam to everybody. Good morning to everybody. This is a very good opportunity, and I thank you all profusely for knowing about Periyar and the role of the relevance of Periyar in Indian politics today. And you know very well, Periyar was not an individual. He was an institution. As very rightly pointed out our late lamented Anna, that Anna has rightly pointed out he is an era, an institution. So now Periyar and Baba Sahib Ambedkar, both of them have become our armory. Our ideological fight is going on there. That armory is in very need of the hour. That is why Periyar's relevance in Indian politics, in social transformation, is very much awaited by anybody throughout, not only in India, because Periyar's perception is the whole world, the human perception. Periyar is basically a humanist. And a humanist loves all human beings. He never discriminates. Periyar philosophy never discriminates. He wants to humanize the human beings, because everywhere human beings are dehumanized. That is the problem. Baba Sahib Ambedkar and Tandai Periyar both are the both are the same side. Both sides of the same coin. They are the double barrel gun for us at the present level. That is why I am very happy that you're running a very good organization, uniting all our ideological friends. May we congratulate you all. And we bring good greetings from the land of Periyar, the land of social justice, the land of social self-respect, land of equality, land of rationality. Our dear friends and comrades, Periyar was astute enough, even when he entered public life, not for politics, not for any political gain. If you go through the life of Periyar, he has resigned. When we want to enter the public life, he resigned 29 local posts and then entered the public life. What for? For social justice, for the philosophy, not to eke any political offices. That is the very singularity and uniqueness of Tandai Periyar. And he was not a politician. He never claimed, like Baba Sahib Ambedkar, that he was not a social reform. Both of them are social revolutionaries. They don't want mere transfer of power. They want transformation of power to the depressed, to the downtrodden, to the suppressed and the oppressed, to the dehumanized people. That is why politics is a game, but transformation, and normally in the ordinary sense of the term, politicians think of next generation, next election. But Periyar and Baba Sahib, both of them being social revolutionaries, great visionaries, they thought about the future generation, present and the future generations. Elections may come and elections may go. Of course, the elections also count in a democracy. But at the same time, what is real power? Where the real power resides? Even in the Constitution of India, it very clearly says the sovereignty lies in the people. So everywhere the sovereignty lies in the people. So how to shape the people? How the people must be made equalized, and equality, liberty, equality, fraternity, these things are very important for humanity. So they were particularly Periyar self-respect movement wanted to change the society at large. And when there is inequality, then he prodded what is the reason for inequality. And Periyar and Ambedkar, if you analyze both of them, they were not the persons who are treating the symptoms of the disease. They went deep into the real causes. What is the real causes? What is the base? How to destroy the germs? So their approach is very scientific. Unless and until you go to the deep into the roots, you cannot root out anything. That is why they have undertaken a very great mission. That mission is humanism and equality. Even we'll be surprised to know, because how Periyar is relevant now, we will have to go back. I'll be too pleased to take you back to 1924. He was in Congress by this time. He was working. In Congress, there is a fight between the upper caste and those who want to have equal opportunities and equality, equal treatment for everybody, irrespective of their caste, irrespective of their anything, birth. But that was not the approach. Miserably, even Gandhi, when Saran Mahadevi Kurukulam, where the young boys were trained for national aspiration, they were discriminated. And upper caste boys, the Brahmins, were treated special treatment. The lower caste people, the non-Brahmins, the Dravidians and others, they were given a separate treatment. on the PR, separate food. This problem and completely burst out. And when Rajagopalachari and all the Brahmins and others in the Congress, I'm telling about 1924, before we were born. This is history. And when there was a fight between that, then Dr. Varadarayal Naidu, one of the doyen of the Congress party, and Periyar, people like Periyar, they took this matter to Gandhi, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. What was the solution? So that he will find a solution. So his idea was, see, look here, you employ Brahmin cooks. Then that was not accepted by Periyar and Varadarayal Naidu. By the time, when he was in Congress, he was astute enough to declare that if you want to have an inclusive society in India, if you want to have the abolition of the caste and treatment of equal as brothers and sisters and in one community, that's all. That what should be done. Even earlier in 1924, I am quoting from the Hindu centenary number book, and there a social reform question which figured in the columns of the Hindu in April 1925 was a controversy over the functioning of the Tamil Gurukula Vidyalaya, Sharan Madevi in Tinnavelli district, conducted by VVS Iyer, one-time Revolutionary Association of Bharati, and so on and so forth. So he asked the truth, that money and all this. Speaking, when it was there, they referred to the Gandhiji has supplied that it must be done by a Brahmin cooks, and Dr. Varadarayal Naidu was not satisfied with the arrangement, as did not like the condition about employing Brahmin cooks. This was the solution he had suggested. Then during that period, the Periyar speaking, I'm quoting from the Hindu, page 337, speaking at a public meeting at Salem in a local town in Tamil Nadu. E.V. Ramasamy Nayakar said, by the time he was known, it was said, they must settle, kindly listen, they must settle the Brahmin question even while the British supremacy lasted. Otherwise, they would have to suffer under the tyranny of what he called the Brahminocracy. He has completely coined the word as Brahminocracy. Our dear friend, this is an august house. I appeal to you, whether that Brahminocracy, even after so much of nearly 95 years have passed, and we had in India, we had our independent society, independence, 70 years. Whether there is equality of treatment, it is in the constitution adumbrated, but that was not in practice at all. The caste shows its ugly head. People are still demonized. People are still fighting even to get buried, a decent burial. Because of their birth, they were denied even the burial ground. This is the hard fact. This is a stark reality. And if you want to do away, to create a new society, a new social order, Periyar is relevant, Ambedkar is relevant. They are our weapons. They must be our weapons. That is why we are happy that the politics, even though Periyar is not a politician, even though Ambedkar was not a politician, politics rounds about their philosophy. Whether it is in East or North and South, people, the youths are now, they are seized of the philosophy of Periyar. They see him, Periyar, not as a symbol, not as a statue, but as an ideological weapon. The ideological weapon is there. That is why if you want to fight for our rights, if you want to fight injustice, if you want ignominy, if you want to do away the indignity, then we will have to fight for our self-respect. The only answer is Periyar and Periyar alone, and Ambedkar alone. I am happy you are seized of him. And you know, The present Brahminocracy is still in India. So Indian politics needs Periyar, needs Ambedkar, because you take the Supreme Court of India, judiciary. If you take the parliament, there are many number of upper caste people in spite of all these things because of the present regime. And if you take the legislatures, if you take the executive, who are the people? Because who are the people? It is nothing but bureaucrats. Who are the bureaucrats? Upper caste people. So very rightly pointed out and foresaw. Periyar has foreseen very good, very rightly. Brahminocracy, a government of the Brahmins, for the Brahmins, and by the Brahmins. By that, he never meant any individual thing. He meant about the philosophy. What is the philosophy of Brahminism? To put it very simply, let us go to Ambedkar and says both of them are the same ideas. You see, Ambedkar defines very beautifully. If common man belongs to the servile class in India, today has so fallen. Ambedkar speaks, if the common man belongs to the servile class in India, is today so fallen, so degraded, so devoid of hope and ambition. It is entirely due to the Brahmins and their philosophy. The cardinal principles of this philosophy, the philosophy of Brahminism, were 6. Baba Sahib very rightly pointed out. To use correct expression, the techniques of suppression. 1, graded inequality between the different classes. 2, complete disarmament of the Shudras and the untouchables. Complete ban on the education of the Shudras and the untouchables. Total exclusion of the Shudras and the untouchables from the places of power and authority. Complete prohibition against Shudras and the untouchables acquiring property, and complete subjugation and suppression of women. So no social, if you want to seek social justice, if you want to get gender justice, if you want to fight for human rights, if you want to create a new society of a rational and social order, if you want to give everything to everybody and distribute fair distribution to all, and particularly those who are suffering a lot from thousands and thousands of years due to the tyranny of the caste system, you will have to invoke Periyar, invoke Ambedkar. That is the only answer. Even today, the things have not changed. Once again, the same thing. In spite of it, in between that, we have achieved many things. But they want to put it on the vice versa, because reactionary forces have grabbed the power. So in the Indian politics, Periyar is the need. Periyar is a remedy. Periyar is a weapon. And let me, before I conclude this one, let me remind you, Periyar has very rightly pointed out and introduced himself. I never believed in physician's cure as a person. He himself told, I am not a social reformer. I want to demolish everything and destroy and construct new things. Destruction must be there before construction. If you want to construct a new social order, first of all, destroy. If you want to learn many things, try to unlearn things that you are superstition. So Periyar is a multifaceted genius in the sense he has completely thought as a humanist. And for gender justice, for social justice, for human rights and rationality, to save democracy and secularism, Periyar is the only answer to bring a new approach in the political scene and scenario, and to change the worst thing that happens. That are the challenges now. For that challenge, Periyar is the only answer. We are happy that our youths have grabbed Periyar, and our youths in India have understood it, particularly the Tamil Nadu. Whatever may be the pricks, whatever may be the pranks, whatever may be the other things, by the reactionary forces. They are not carried away by that one. The language issue, in the rights issue, in our many cultural conquests, we are able to see the Periyar is the only weapon we could fight for. That is why even other people, even our ideological enemies are terribly afraid to hear the name of the Periyar. That is why I'm very happy. I wish they will have to find out the answer from this 2-day conference. Once again, I congratulate on behalf of the Periyar Tonters and the Periyarists. It is a welcome move. And once again, we congratulate and offer our good greetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your wonderful speech, sir. These are the inspiration for us. You have said a right word. Periyar Ambedkar must be the weapon for us, which is a really motivating and true word. We abroad, living abroad, the comrades of Periyar and Ambedkar have always taken your word and also has taken Periyar's ideology abroad, and we will look forward to work with you and everybody in future. Next, Mr. Dr. Sethupathi Armugam will introduce the next speaking guest, and he will compare the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Raja. Good morning and good afternoon, all. I'm Dr. Sethupathi. I'll be the session chair for today's first event. Before heading to this session, I would like to just give a small intro about myself. By profession, I'm a geologist working with the oil and gas major company. On personal side, I'm just a writer in social media. Now let's get into our session. So there are 5 experts invited to this session. This session broadly covers gender equality, human rights, South Asian people, social cultural settings, how Indian caste system makes structured inequalities, caste and politics of rural Tamil Nadu, need of Ambedkar and Periyar ideologies in contemporary India. The speakers will be called by the following order. First is Gary Mcleland, followed by Professor Peter Schock, then Professor Satyapal, followed by Professor Anand S, and finally Comrade Prakash Ambedkar. Please feel free to take additional 5 minutes if you require. And each speaker would be given 30 minutes of time to deliver their talk. First, our first speaker in this session is Gary Mcleland. I would like to just give a small intro about Gary. He is the chief executive of Humanist International. It's a non-profit organization. This organization spreads across 70 countries, and it ensures that national, regional, and international government organizations respect and promote universal human rights. Gary is an experienced human rights activist, an equality campaigner, and also an atheist. One interesting things, actually, while I was reading his LinkedIn page or while I was going through his videos in YouTube, he was born and brought up in an Orthodox Roman Catholic family. By the age of 12, he started disbelieving religious practices. He just kind of experienced what happens if he disbelieve or believe, are there any changes in his life. So over the period of time, he self-realized that there is no God or no external powers. Also, one more interesting point about Gary is that Gary had a legal battle with the Scottish government to change Scottish government rules on compulsory religious observance in schools. With this note, I invite Mr. Gary Mcleland to give his talk. Over to you, Gary.
Thank you very much, and good morning or good afternoon or good evening, depending on which part of the world you're in. I'd like to thank you very much for the opportunity to come and speak to you today. Obviously in a time around the world where we're experiencing some very big challenges related to the COVID-19 pandemic. I was very pleased to listen to Dr. Veeramani's introduction. It's always a great pleasure to listen to him speak and to listen to him extol the virtues of Periyar and other Indian rationalist and humanist activists. In fact, I was very pleased to have been able to meet Dr. Veeramani again in January when I visited the Atheist Centre for their 80th year anniversary. So I would like to maybe just start by saying a little bit about myself, about Humanists International, and a little bit about what I would like to share with you today. As was said, I'm the Chief Executive of Humanists International, which has been around since 1952 and was the successor to an organisation called the World Union of Freethinkers, which existed since the mid-19th century. Humanists International has always been, it was known up until 2019 as the International Humanist and Ethical Union, and it has always been a very big partner with Indian organisations. In fact, the Indian Radical Humanist Organisation was one of the founding partners of the organisation back in the 50s, and we have always had a very close association with humanist and progressive social activists in India. I have had the pleasure to visit India twice. The first time in 2018 at the World Atheist Conference in Tamil Nadu, where I got to meet Dr. Veeramani and many other Periyar activists myself, which was a very great pleasure. So yes, Humanists International has always had a very close association with organisations in India, and I think more so than other global human rights organizations and European-based organizations, which is what we are, I think has had more of an understanding of the struggles that people in India face with regards to social discrimination, the caste system, and also I think more of an understanding about the amazing contribution to human rights, to ideas of equality. I'll talk shortly about the very essence of the self-respect movement as being a quintessentially humanist idea and obviously a very radical idea. And these I think we've had a good understanding of. But Harish has asked me to give almost a humanist perspective on Periyar, or maybe I could even change that to a European humanist perspective on Periyar, because I will say very clearly at the start that I am not in any way an expert in Indian politics, Indian social affairs. You have a number of speakers on your list today which will be able to give much more expertise on those matters than me. What I can do today, though, is to offer you my perspective, perhaps the perspective of other European humanists on the work of Periyar International, on the legacy of Periyar and Ambedkar and other amazing Indian social reformers, and really just offer you that reflection for you to take away and to consider for the work of Periyar International and Periyar European Union organization, because I think what the mission of your organization is to promote the work of Periyar and to promote not only the life and legacy and the works of Periyar, but also the ideas, the fundamental humanistic ideas that he stood for. I think it's a very, very noble cause. And I think, again, with the very clear health warning of not being an expert in Indian politics, and I think when we discuss the world's largest democracy, of so many people, I have to be careful not to make generalizations. However, we can say that India, like many countries around the world, is facing somewhat of a crisis in its democracy. We've seen throughout India and throughout other parts of the world this rise of a collective nationalistic and collectivist ideology of Hindutva, of Hindu ideology. And I know from listening to people like Dr. Veeramani, other Indian reformers and social activists, that the effects this has on people in India is very stark. We've seen, in fact, when I visited Tamil Nadu in 2018, I was honoured to unveil a series of portraits to, well, let's say the martyrs of the humanist cause in India, talking about people like Dr. Ambedkar, who was obviously murdered because of his promotion of non-discrimination and humanism. And these are very concerning times. My other friend, I'm sure will be known to you, is also facing many death threats and many very concerning charges in India. So it's concerning times, and I think that the work of Dr. Veeramani and Periyar is needed now more than ever. So that's by way of an introduction. Let me just say a little bit about Humanist International. So we have existed since the 50s, as I said, and have been a world union of organizations. We count in our numbers very many organizations from India. I mentioned before the Indian Radical Humanist Organization, the Atheist Center, which I'm sure many of you will know. In fact, we were very saddened, obviously, to see earlier this year the death of Dr. Vijayam from the Atheist Center, who's done an amazing job to promote Indian social reform, secular social work, a whole host of amazing social reforms. And I was very pleased to have been able to see him again with Dr. Veeramani in January when I visited India to help them mark the 80th anniversary of the Atheist Center. So along with these partners, we have helped to build the humanist movement. We have a number of programs. We give out a series of grants to organizations to help them develop and buy new resources, promote themselves and so on. We also do a series of events promoting the humanist ideas at places like the United Nations, regional cooperation councils, parliamentary forums and so on. And I was actually very pleased to have been able to deliver a statement to the UN Human Rights Council back in 2018, highlighting the issue of caste discrimination. This was a statement that was which was developed in cooperation with a number of Indian humanist organizations, and I was very pleased to be able to deliver that at the United Nations. I think in particular, the caste system and the discrimination based on caste is something which we can say in the European perspective, there is a growing awareness of this issue. And I think organizations like Periyar International, like other Indian humanist organizations, have had a very big role in trying to promote the understanding of this awful practice and to try and help campaign for its abolishment, obviously in India, and for the enactment of many of those provisions in your constitution and in your law which do ban this awful practice. But we know, of course, in many cases throughout India, it's met with impunity, that this discrimination continues unchecked, which is a very great shame. So that is the work of Humanist International, and I think it beds in, or it meshes very well with the work of Periyar, with his works and his legacies, and also with the work of Periyar International. So let me now talk a little bit and share my perspective as a European humanist, perhaps, about Periyar and the work of your organization. I think it's very important in a number of ways, the work to promote Periyar. One is because of the intrinsic value of Periyar's ideology. We can say that the Periyar's focus on self-respect, on the idea of individual autonomy, individual self-worth, the idea that people should cherish and take time to develop their inner selves as part of their collective society. I think it's a very radical idea and something which I think the organization should be very proud of and help promote. Also, if I can say, this is not a very proud thing to say, but I don't think this aspect of South Indian and Indian culture and Indian identity is very well known in Europe. So I think to hear about the establishment of this organization and across the European Union is it's a very exciting time, because I think it should be better known throughout Europe, the ideas of Periyar and the whole struggle for human rights, for self-determination throughout Tamil Nadu and throughout India as well. So I think that's a very important thing. But like I say, something which is not very well known at the moment. I wanted also just to highlight one thing through reading, and I say again that I am not an expert in the works of Periyar, but through reading some of Periyar's comments and some of the issues that he highlighted, it reminded me of this phrase, which I will tell you where it comes from in a minute, but first of all, just let me read it. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. Now that is a very profound sentence, and I think it's one that resonates very much with the work of Periyar. And this is actually from the preamble to the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights. And I think when we look at the work of Periyar that came obviously way before that declaration was signed and promulgated in the 40s and the 50s, we can see the essence of this international universal human rights based on the dignity and the worth of the individual really shining through. And I think that's something which is important to remember. I think for many European humanists and for many humanists across the world, the values and the ideas of humanism are seen as a Western idea. They're seen as part of the Western Enlightenment, and the connection, ancient as well as modern, to Asian, to Indian history, free thought, is sometimes not quite well understood amongst Europeans. So I think the work of your organisation and to promote Periyar's ideas in Europe is very timely and very important. So that's part of what I think the feedback I would like to share with you today. And also I think it's important to remember that the values of humanism, they are highlighted by individuals, throughout time and history. There's of course many examples in which the ideas of humanism, which are, the idea of self-worth, the idea of individual autonomy, the idea of universality, that by virtue of being a human being on this earth, that we are entitled to some dignity and to some self-worth. These are timeless and universal values, and I think it's very important that we hold on to that and that we recognize that these values do not belong to one culture or to one people and so on, which I think is very important. It's very important to understand that throughout cultures around the world, these ideas take hold and they don't belong to any particular one of us. So yes, and also I know I can share with you another reflection from mine. Last year, Periyar International organized a conference alongside the American Humanist Association in Washington, DC. In fact, I believe Dr. Veeramani was there as well to help organize that conference. And I can tell you that just as I hope this conference will be a great success, that conference was a great success. We have very many members in the United States, and I spoke to a lot of people who attended that conference, which it was their first introduction to the work of Periyar, to the work of Periyar International. And I can tell you that it created a lot of interest, a lot of very positive feedback. And again, perhaps I can even say that it challenged some prejudices or some misunderstandings, or it helped to raise the awareness of the history of free thought, of humanistic ideas in India. And I think that's a really important thing, because the work of Periyar, along with the work of people like M.N. Roy, people like Dr. Ambedkar, amongst, at least I can say, European people and perhaps even North American people, it isn't as well known as it should be. I think that organizations like this have a really good job and a big job ahead of them to try and promote these ideas. So, and I think, as I said at the beginning, without going into the complicated details of Indian politics, I think we can say for sure that these ideas are needed now more than ever. You know, we need to be able to challenge discrimination and to promote human rights and individual self-worth, and we need authentic voices and ideas to be able to champion that work. I think that's very clear. And even I can speak more confidently about the situation of European politics, because that's somewhere I know with a bit more personal experience. But you know, we can see here in Europe that people are becoming more fractured. There's a rise in populism, a rise in xenophobia. There's a rise in protectionism and inward lookingness. And I think we need these humanistic ideas, like what Periyar was promoting. We need the idea of self-worth, of human dignity and human values to help promote integration and peace and a better type of politics. You know, we will always have in politics disagreements about the best way forward, the best way to achieve human flourishing. And it's not only about the ends that we meet, it's also about the way in which we do our politics. It needs to be based on principles of humanism, I think, and that's very important. So yes, I would like to sort of summarize what I've been saying there just by saying that I think the work of your organization is really very important to promote Periyar's works and his philosophy, his humanistic philosophy of individual autonomy, self-worth, the idea of growing as an individual and being an autonomous agent with dignity, and investing in yourself as an agent of change, you know, understanding your place in society, but also your inner self and your inner dignity as an individual. And I also, like I said, that the other angle I would like to try and or reflection I would like to try and share with your organization is the idea that I think it's important that these ideas from India are shared. You know, that the ideas of humanism or rationalism are not seen by people in Europe as a Western idea, but but the ideas of Periyar, Ambedkar, so on, are seen as what they are. You know, people with authentic views and a mission to change society for the better. I think that's really very important. And I think, for what it's worth, from Humanists International, you will always have a friend and a partner to help share these ideas. And we're very happy to help in whatever way that might be. But I think from what I've seen in recent years from the work of Periyar International and hopefully this new organization in Europe, I think you have a very exciting time ahead of you to promote these ideas. And you know, the ideas are very valuable and worth promotion. So I wish you every success in that endeavor. So thank you, and I don't know if you would like to ask me any questions.
Thank you, Gary. Thanks for the nice speech. Yeah, I can open the session for any questions. Comrades, have any questions, please? Vijay, Raja, Harish, any questions?
I got one.
Yep, please.
Yeah, it's quite nice to know that the preamble of United Nations is reflecting Periyar's thoughts. It's another dimension of perspective which we aren't aware of. Thanks for bringing that to the notice. One thing, in UK, caste still prevails in religious institutions, and there is a law which was initiated, at least not materialized, for caste discrimination in UK. The temples in UK are very evidently still have the caste discriminations. Caste is something which gets forced upon an individual, even without it totally destroys the self-respect of an individual. One of the institutions is temples, where that graded inequality of layered, it's called varna in a religious term, it's called varna. So people are allotted in a ladder, or in a particular ladder. What would be the best approach to, is it getting the people's awareness, or would campaigning with the government would be the best mean in UK's perspective? Do you have any suggestions or recommendations?
Yes, I think it's, as a British person, I can tell you, I think it's absolutely shameful, the inaction of the British government on this question. You're absolutely right that the UK Parliament passed legislation, they called the Equality Act, which outlawed discrimination based on sexuality, based on sex, race, etc., etc. And one of the characteristics that they highlighted in this legislation was caste. Now, in order to activate that part of the law, it requires the passing of some sort of regulation. And until now and presently, the UK government has refused to activate that part of the legislation, therefore saying essentially that caste discrimination is legal in the United Kingdom, or at least it's not illegal according to the Equality Act. And I have to tell you, yes, as a British person, I'm very, very ashamed of that inaction. In terms of what can be done, I think that the issues of caste discrimination are not very well understood by the general population in the UK, and I think I would even say across Europe. It's not understood. People may have heard of the issues of untouchability, but in many cases, this is rather embarrassing to say, I know, but in many cases, people have in their heads that it belongs to something in the past. You know, they may have seen movies or they've heard of things, but they don't understand that the issues of caste discrimination are something that persist to this day, and that affect people's lives on a daily basis. You know, I mean, in our office, we monitor various media sources that talk about caste discrimination, and we see, you know, the impunity. You know, the not only the deaths from things like manual scavenging and you know, people exposed to dangerous circumstances, but also just the sheer impunity of life for people based on their caste. Based on the wrongful idea that there is such a thing as caste. You know, it's a ridiculous proposition in the beginning. So I think part of it is based on this idea that people don't understand the full extent of how the caste system is impacting on people's lives today on a daily basis. I think there's a lot of work to be done by organizations to highlight what is happening, and I think they need to give examples of what is going wrong. But in terms of how change can be affected, I think pressure has to be brought to bear on the government, or indeed on individual ministers. There have been some attempts in the past in the House of Lords to motivate individual ministers to pass these regulations or to make speeches in favour of it. And I think we have to keep up that pressure. We have to show how not only is it wrong that temples and so on and religious institutions in the UK are allowed to discriminate on caste, the UK, I would argue, has, among many moral responsibilities, the opportunity and the responsibility to speak out against the caste system because it's wrong, not just because they want to stop discrimination in the UK, but because we should want to make a statement that caste discrimination, wherever it happens around the world, is based on a wrong-headed idea, and it's also wrong in practice.
Thanks, Gary.
Thank you, Hari. Gary, I have a question actually, as you mentioned that Humanist organization runs in India also. Can you just share some of their achievements? Because as you know that India right now the situation is not normal. It's being ruled by hardcore Hindu fascist leaders. as you in your talk also you mentioned that Ambedkar and other rationalists are being killed, murdered. Even young revolutionists, young leaders, any rival leaders are being booked under the criminal laws. So any of your organization in India, are they working on this one? Any of their achievements?
Well, I mentioned M.N. Roy, one of the founders, I would say, perhaps of modern Indian humanism, and there's a quote of his which I think really resonates with me, and I think not only has made a contribution to modern humanism in India, but also modern humanism around the world. You know, it really is a very scene-setting idea. So the quote that I have here is, morality is natural. And also, I think, having read a little bit of the work of M.N. Roy, he seems to draw on some ancient Indian ideas of morality. I don't want to talk too much about that because that's not an area where I'm expert, but the quote anyway is, morality is natural. It is a social convention and convenience, not a divine command. There is no need to control instincts and emotions. They are commands of nature. The purpose of life is to live, and the only wisdom is happiness. And again, I think, like the words of Periyar and the actions of Periyar and Ambedkar, these words are timeless pieces of wisdom, which I think have a message for not just humanists in India, but people around the world. In terms of the achievements of Indian humanists, I mean, in 2017, we made a posthumous award to Dr. Narendra Dabolkar for his amazing work. I think his life's work stands as an unquestionable testament to the achievements of humanists in India. You know, the passage in Maharashtra of the, I'm going to forget the name of the exact bill, but it was something like the anti-superstition bill in Maharashtra. It's amazing. You know, it's really globally leading achievement of the Indian humanist movement, and again, something which I think perhaps is a job of Humanists International as well as of organizations in India to promote the understanding and awareness of these amazing pieces of work. Dr. Dabolkar's life, you know, is something itself, which, you know, people, along with Periyar and Ambedkar, people will want to reflect on as someone who, in the very modern times, devoted his life to anti-superstition, to promoting rationalism, skepticism, challenging, you know, the credulity and the cynical, you know, God men and miracle workers and so on. So yeah, I think this is all very, very important stuff. So those are, I guess, a couple of examples I would give of stuff which is very well known in the humanist world, around, you know, humanist circles around the world. The contributions that have been made, but I think deserve a much wider audience, which is why I'm very happy to see the establishment of your organization.
Thank you.
Sethupathi, can I?
Sure, please.
Something? I'm not going to ask you a question. I just want to give you some input and want to work with you in future because we are based in UK, London. Especially.
Oh, great.
So basically, you know, there's when you rightly mentioned that UK government is quite hesitant in banning the caste. There was a protest against this caste happened back in 2014 or something, where a massive campaign happened. Like Subramanian Swamy came from India. There's a lot of Hindu organization came in saying caste is their identities, their heritage and tradition, whatever. And also, sadly, the Sikh community also are in pro caste. So even they invited Subramanian Swamy to their Gurudwara and made him speak. So it's quite saddening. So I just want to have a quick input. So we would like to work with you in future regarding this caste and everything. Thank you for your valuable inputs, Gary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yes, let's keep in touch because I would love to talk to you more about how we can help.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Gary, last question I have. Can you just share some of your organization experience, especially on the African side? Because when I was going through your video, I just gone through about Mubarak Bala and the human atrocities in the Africa. Yep.
Yes, well, we also have for many decades, you know, a lot of experience working with humanist organizations. We had a number of very valuable partners in Uganda, also in West Africa. You mentioned the case of Mubarak Bala. You can read more on our website, but for those of you who haven't seen what's happening, Mubarak Bala is a humanist from Nigeria. He was raised by a family from the northern part of Nigeria, which is a very highly Islamic part of Nigeria. He was raised by a family of Islamic scholars. In his early adulthood, he came to be an atheist. He rejected the ideas of religion that he was brought up with. And like a lot of people who are raised in a conservative or a high control religious society, he obviously felt very angry about some of the things he was taught to believe. He felt like he wanted to challenge those ideas and so on. So he made a number of very provocative statements and speeches and questions online where he challenged the impact of Islamic ideology on the development of his country, as well as him personally. And he was actually in 2014 detained in a mental health facility simply for being an atheist. He was deemed to be suffering from a psychiatric disorder. Back then, Humanists International joined part of a coalition to get him freed, and I was happy that he was. But the same thing has happened. Well, a similar thing has happened again. In April this year, he was detained near his home by plainclothes police officers. And since then, over 100 days since, he has been held in arbitrary detention without charge against the Nigerian criminal code and the Nigerian constitution. Incommunicado, we working with a person called Dr. Leo Igwe, the founder of the Nigerian humanist movement, have been working to get him access to a lawyer, to file legal petitions on his behalf and so on. And unfortunately, we have still not been able to be successful in that. And it's really a terrible situation. There are a number of people in Nigeria who are being held for what they call blasphemy, which is a ridiculous non-crime anyway. But they are being held for the charge of blasphemy, and we are very worried about him. I have to be honest that I don't have many positive reports to share, unfortunately. But if you're interested in reading more about it, if you check our website, humanists.international, you can read some information on there about how to get involved. But yes, we're very fortunate to have, in the broadest sense, a number of organizations across Africa who do amazing work promoting humanism in that continent as well.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for sharing your experience, Gary. So, Gary, in summary, that we are taking that we need to take forward humanism and self-determination through Periyar Ambedkar work. Thanks for your speech, Gary.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. It was very nice to come and talk to you all.
Okay. I'll move on to our next speaker, Professor Peter Schock, Uppsala University, Sweden. Before inviting him, I'd like to share a bit introduction about Professor. So his research areas are theology and South Asian socio-cultural settings and etc. When I was going through his research papers, it was really very interesting. I would like to share a few titles of his paper, definitely that could be closer to our heart. I'd like to point out a few of his papers. That first one is The Lion and the Tiger, the Fight with Symbols in Sri Lanka. Second paper, The Concept of Martyrdom and Resistance of Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam. Third one, Women Fighters of the Liberation Tigers in Tamil Eelam. Fourth one, The Sons of the Soils on contemporary interpretation of history and the conflict between Sinhala and Tamils in Sri Lanka. Fifth one, the Tamiler in the history of South India and Elam. And the sixth one should not mix religion and politics in Sri Lanka. There are many papers. There are so many, 50 or 60 papers so far Professor has published. I just want to share a few of his key works. With this introduction note, I request Professor Peter Schock to deliver his talk. Over to you, sir. Sir, it's not audible. Can you just please check your mic? No, sir. No, it's not audible. What about Harish, Vijay? You can hear, or
No.
You're
No,
also facing it?
We didn't hear you, Professor. Maybe if you remove the mic or something, if it is connected, sometimes. No, still not.
From beginning, we are having this problem, right, Professor?
Yeah.
No, sir, not yet, actually. Vijay, is it possible we can connect Professor over phone
Yes,
as an alternative communication?
possibility or.
Yeah. Or in that case, maybe we can jump to the next speaker in between. Let him get. It should be resolved.
No, let's wait for a few minutes. Maybe.
Okay, fine.
So have you unmuted your video, Professor?
Yes.
Have you got the mic inserted, connected properly? Maybe check the. Maybe try with the headphone, if you got a headphone or anything.
No, sir, no.
No, sir, there's some problem.
Maybe drop off and rejoin, that will work. You can try that as well.
Okay. Sir, Professor, is it possible to restart the computer and rejoin? In that case, we will move on to next speaker. So if you restart and join, then we will accommodate you. Okay.
I think he could able to hear us, actually.
Yeah, he's hearing us. Yeah. No, we are not hearing you, Professor, but yeah. Anyway.
No, we are not hearing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
So can we move to the next speaker?
Yeah, meanwhile, he will get connected. Yeah, I will check with him.
So Vijay, next speaker is Satyapal. Can I invite him?
Yeah, he has already joined, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, sir. So till the technical issue get resolved, we can move to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Professor Satya Pal, a faculty of Department of Anthropology, Andhra University. His key research areas are social inequality, dependency relations, human rights, caste system, and social extinctions. By going through his research work, definitely we can come to know how Varna system exploited the Indian society. I would like to quote a few of his papers. Nuance of nomadism with the reference to a satellite Dalit community in Andhra Pradesh. The ideology, second paper, the ideology of exclusion and cultural politics in Indian society. Third one, very interesting one, unearthing of cultural capital and its dynamics in Indian society through Ambedkar's ideology. With this introduction note, I invite Professor Satya Pal to share his thoughts on Periyar's works and ideology. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And it's quite heartening to join you, friends. And I have a presentation, if you can allow me to.
Oh, yes, sir. We will make you the co-host, so it will be.
Please, thank you.
Now you will be ready to share.
Yeah, thank you. Just give me a minute. Sorry, this. Yeah. May I know it is visible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you. So, friends, good afternoon, and I'm really feel honored to be among you all, and I commend your work. And yeah, I've in fact now like listening to the speaker, and I very much wanted to listen to say the scheduled speaker actually to learn more about it. But yeah, as the topic that has been assigned to me is to talk about the inclusive ideology of Sante Periyar against the social inequities in India. So, like in a sense, couching an ideology of such a great, in fact, no valiant, say, crusader of equality and say human dignity would definitely be a feat to present in say a few words. But I try, in fact, no, like to bring them into the perspective. So, friends, we know, say, we have several ideologies, but, like in a sense of the world, propounded by different ideologues. And if we look into the kind of a perspective that the ideologues look at the society, they look at the society from a specific line of thinking. And they also, in fact, know, like in a sense, say, benefited from that perspective to analyze the society in order to find out the root cause of the society and the root cause of the inequalities, in fact, in the society. So that way, almost all the ideologues that we know in the world, such great minds have interpreted, looked into the several aspects of the society, the underlying facets that abet, maintain and promote such kind of inequalities, and they have come out with solutions. They devise the solutions. But not all ideologues have taken the responsibility to see that their ideas, their solutions are implemented on ground. So only few of among them we know, like they have taken up this courage. Like in the sense, when we say that even Karl Marx did not live as a Marxist to see that his ideas have been implemented. Others have seen, and then others, in fact, now have took up the responsibility to implement them. So friends, that way, those people who have actually taken up that task of seeing that their solutions work in the society, and like in a sense, they have dedicated their lives to see for such cause, we call them as pragmatic philosophers. And Tante Periyar ranks, in fact, now among the top in those such kind of pragmatic philosophers, because his sense of commitment, his courage of conviction, and his sense of sacrifice is, say, quite laudable, is exemplary. So now let's see, like in a sense, what has been his mission actually. See his ideology, like in a sense, why he has formulated, and how we want to see that the root cause, say, of qualities of the society are to be dealt with. So he envisaged, in his own words, that he want to destroy all the edifices on which caste reasons society in India stands. So all those facets, several different facets, in fact, which contribute to the conception of the caste, the building of that particular kind of unequal society of graded degradation. And in 1950s, in his own words, like in a sense translated, he says this Dravidian movement aims to reconstruct the society on the humanistic and rational basis. So he is not there, in fact, not just for social reform or to make some kind of a small injections. He said it is a reconstruction, a complete rehaul of the society, and through the destruction of caste, root and branch. So, and then how he's going to do that? Yes, he said very importantly, in bringing together all the Dravidians, irrespective of political and religious affiliations. This, in fact, now is a thing to be emphasized. He said all Dravidians, like in this, all the victim castes, like also, in fact, those who have been into Christianity, Islam, and like even he talked about Anglo-Indians, in his own scheme of things. And he was, of course, very, very importantly talking about the gender, the women. So he said this movement is not a communal organization. He said it's a national movement. So such was the proportion that he has envisioned actually to see that the mission he has taken up going forward. So beginning in 1924, we know all his mobilizations, in fact, now are a call to annihilate caste, like in direct attack to the adversary, the Brahminical Hinduism. In his universe, friends, to resist hierarchy, it required a radical practice of equality. So therefore, he very, like in a sense, clearly took up the, like in a sense, point where he should start. So he started from the cause of taking up the civil rights of the Dalits, the scheduled caste, the untouchables, the unsayables, and unapproachables actually. So right to walk on the streets. And then he went to, in fact, like in a sense, to include like public spaces. So his range of activity is quite vast, right from subhuman level to elevate people from the subhuman level to the highest humane level. Quite the range is very, very vast. And if you go by the Marxist dictum, as Marx says, the proletarian, by liberating themselves, they liberate the whole society. So Periyar, in fact, now was taking up that kind of issue of the untouchables, helping the untouchables by liberating themselves to liberate the whole caste society actually. So such a kind of an exercise required it was an issue of transforming the self. Like the people who wanted to take up this responsibility, there is a necessity, in fact, now to understand a radical sense of self and founded on self-respect. So this particular formulation we see, it is transforming self so that, in fact, they take up the responsibility of transforming the society. So this is a kind of a, kind of a formula that he picked up, and he has conceived that idea of self-respect as an essential to lead a life of which is free of caste, all inequalities and all. And if we look into the analytical terms, in fact, now that he has deployed to this concept of self-respect, it goes on these three lines: the self-respect at the level of the individual, the samadhamma, actually at the level of socialist kind of a this thing. Probably etymologically, if you see, samadhamma probably may appear as, in fact, no, an antithesis to the manudharma. But if we look into the kind of say explanations that he is being making at different times, samadhamma is, in fact, no, it talks about equitable distribution of wealth in the society. So it has that kind of a say socialist kind of a derivative. And comradeship, we know, friends, it is almost like a committee, the fraternity of people, in fact, to come together, cutting across, in fact, the caste, which negates such kind of a formulation. So in fact, to the left movement in India, he gave that word, equivalent word, of comrade for comrade in Tamil, the tolar, which is gender neutral specifically. So friends, if you look into the next aspect of this, the concept of gender that Periyar has propounded, he could decipher the crucial link between caste and gender, like in the sense as other say farmers, ideologues like Dr. Ambedkar, who can see this particular link, even right from Buddha, as a kind of a social revolutionary. They all, even Periyar, say Jyotirao Phule, and all these icons who fought against caste, intricately, in fact, now look the connection of gender actually. So therefore, based on the oppression of women, the castes have been formed and they have been maintained actually. So that is the reason why women, the aspect of women has been very crucial in the conception of Periyar. So he was exactly talking about the mental slavery. See, the system of caste and the system of backwardness that it creates, it is not just a physical kind of a slavery, it causes a mental slavery where the people, in fact, now who are the victims, they become willful and wanton vassals actually. So Periyar was saying, women's freedom and equality with men is the desideratum for civilization. And that is what, in fact, now any humanist should strive for. So, yeah, in Periyar's self-respect universe, the biological differences, the male, female, which are simply, in fact, now biological, natural, and important for procreation. But those differences, he said, could not be made the basis for a discrimination. There are simple differences, but the gender as a construct, as a social cultural construct, masculinity and femininity, where women basically are looked down, and differences, natural differences, became the discriminations. And Periyar is saying, the roles, the masculine, feminine roles that the society has assigned, attributed, are interchangeable. So therefore, he counseled women, in fact, now to come out of that slavish and bounded sexuality of Brahminism, and he asked them to go for a free and responsible sexuality. And yes, he was also making women to be at the level of self-support and self-emanation. Of course, the whole, in fact, now like a paradigm that he started up is a paradigm of self-respect, self-support, self-emancipation, and self-liberation. And gender, in fact, now parity becomes an important aspect over here. Yes, coming to the religion, yeah, Periyar was quite against the kind of a Brahminical, say, philosophy of natural inequality. He said, like in the sense, this natural inequality is one which has been rationalizing all these kind of inequalities that the Brahminism propounds. And he, in fact, incisively analyzed and called Brahminism as spiritual fascism, where the gods themselves purportedly, like in the sense, declared that we have created the people unequally. And he was also talking about the kind of a structural violence inbuilt within the Brahminical religion. And he was talking about even the images of gods are there not as an embodiment of peace, love, compassion, and fraternity. They themselves, in fact, now holding arms. So looking at a kind of a, giving a picture of, in fact, now violent maintenance of inequality. And of course, he talked very vehemently about the hegemony of the Aryan. So friends, Periyar dealt with Brahminism, and his critique was at different levels. It's multi-sided actually. On one was on a particular level, he was talking about the aberrance of labor and touch. On another level, in fact, he was talking about the everyday life of religiosity, culture in which the Brahmins mediate. And he has really brought about quite an important dynamic of Brahmin intellectualism. He talked about, in fact, it as a flexibility. And of course, he used the Tamil word, the Balitavarai, where in fact, they're quite say dynamic that whatever worked for them, benefit for their benefit, they try to be the other side. And sometimes they'll be very, very orthodox. And sometimes they try to, in fact, present a kind of a pretext of being quite liberal. So this is something like Periyar explained. This conscious and determined minority always create conditions in their favor, because society is always dynamic, and whatever changes that come into the society, they are quite conscious to understand them, and they are determined to control them as against an amorphous and ignorant majority. So here we know, friends, in fact, like in a sense, the conditioning of the religion, either the institutional authority of religion or the material powers of religion, actually, say it has been done in other, say, countries by the use of state power. But in India, basically, what Periyar was accomplished is that by rational persuasion and consistent civil opposition, Periyar basically has accomplished that kind of trying to rein in the kind of a religious fascism. And importantly, friends, I'd like to bring in here, he has been all the while forging a flawed platform of dialogue among the victims. The caste society, as we know, it is a psychology. Caste is a psychology. Basically, it doesn't have any physical properties, but that psychology, in fact, no, does not allow a member of a caste to have a dialogue with another caste. It doesn't allow any kind of, in fact, no, like in the sense exchange of ideas between the victims of the same caste. So therefore, it creates a kind of a feeling that everybody wants to see somebody below them as a kind of a pretension of, like in the sense, salute those who are above, and in fact, no, like you have to crush those who are in the below. This psychology doesn't allow this kind of platform or dialogue. And very, very particularly, quite as in fact, no, say, particularly Periyar is trying to do that. Right from 1924 at Wycombe, we know, like in the sense, he was dealing with the Ilavas. He was writing a letter to the Ilavas, especially the youth, to come and join this movement, because we have to together do that. And he was saying that we shall not miss this golden opportunity. We will take on this particular evil of caste and its, in fact, like in a sense, disabilities together. So at the same time, Periyar has exposed casteism among the non-Brahmins. Yes, he was saying that those so-called quote-unquote Shudras, when they look down at the Adi Dravidas, Periyar said they do not realize that they are Shudras, and they were also basically like put in there. And he said, I am very much conscious of the casteism among the non-Brahmins. And he said, I oppose this particular thing. I do not at all, in fact, like approve this kind of a thing. And he said it is antithesis to the struggle that they have been taking ahead. And importantly, he was rallying the youth. Friends, each time he has been exhorting in his speeches. So in his say journals, he was saying the advancement of the country can only be through the social revolution. I'm sorry. Born out of invincible courage and undaunted boldness.
Du ser det går med de andra.
I'm hearing some words now.
Sorry, sir.
I think Peter Shah's audio was connected, so
is this okay?
that and he was talking to someone, but I can call him and explain him. Sorry.
Please, thank you.
Sorry, you can continue.
And what he was saying is, to the youth, he was saying to fight against ignorant belief and the blind faith should be, in fact, understood as a national service destined for the benefit of humanity. So, like he was also challenging. He said any fool can call himself as a theist. It doesn't require a great intellectual to assert the existence of God. But he's saying it requires courage and convictions to make a person as an agnostic or an atheist. So that is how, like in a sense, creating platforms of dialogue and rallying the youth who are energetic and the wise. And he was saying sometime, this movement is for energetics and the wise, not for fools and cowards, actually. So that way, like in a sense, he has been this operationalization of this idea by creating platforms of dialogue, and also, in fact, now addressing the youth is very, very vital in taking ahead the movement. So now I'll come to very briefly, I'll come to the aspect of his ideas about economy. Like since 1932, I think so, like in a sense, after his visit to Soviet Union, his critique of caste was bound with the critique of its material and economic basis. And we know pretty well, like in a sense, he was critical of capitalism, private property and other things, basically, and dealing with the aspect of women. See, an argument he brought up from angels, and then of course, nativized to India, he said marriage was central to the reproduction of an unjust social order and an exploitative economic system. It's a wonderful exposition that he has done. And I'll come to the important aspect, in fact, now. Today we know about the ideology or even the arguments, in fact, now conceptions of Perry Bordeaux with his cultural capital. But when we look into the works and arguments of Periyar, he was very, very conscious about this cultural capital. He was saying Brahminism creates a cultural capital, and all that associated with them creates a kind of advantage to them, where other people look at them with awe and kind of a respect, and such respectability has been created, and being conduits to all kinds of knowledge, they in fact now have the advantage of cultural capital. This is a very, very important aspect that he was talking about. And Periyar, of course, when he mentioned the modern Indian state as Brahmin Baniya rule, he was not just talking about the cultural social core, but he was talking about specifically the capitalist interests, in fact, now those people. Another facet which I also connects to Peribordo later on, but it was Periyar who has very clearly understood the advantages of a linguistic capital. See, his opposition to Hindi is not just as a language, not just something as belongs to North India. He said, he very clearly said, he is not against the North Indians as individuals, but he was against the imposition of Aryan culture. And Hindi as a language brings that kind of a culture and the hegemony of the political Brahminism. And like in a sense, he was very much wary of the nationalist Brahmin Baniya combined, rendered in a narrow sense of Indian nationalism. And he said Hindi brings in that particular hegemony of the upper caste. So this exposition of linguistic capital is quite, in fact, incessant. And it was really an eye-opening for us to understand that in those days itself, in fact, he could decipher that kind of advantages of linguistic capital and opposing those purported constructs of as a nationality as Hindi, Hindu, Hindustan, and Muslim, Urdu, Pakistan, which were, of course, they're fallacious actually. And Periyar, he himself, in fact, now talked about use of English to avoid the derogatory references in our languages, basically. When he was asked to name children, he used to name them as Russia, maybe Moscow, just to have a gender neutral kind of a references. And the word, of course, like the Todar is gender neutral. So next, in fact, now, friends, when we talk about the politics, I will just now try to be very brief on this, because he has different facets and different dimensions of political ideology of Periyar. But his critique of Indian nationalism and the nation state, because he pretty well knew that the idea of Indian nationalism only is a cartographic nationalism, where it is only a political freedom. But he said there is no social freedom in that. Political freedom gives only the kind of a liberation to the boundaries of a country, but social freedom very particularly gives equality to all those citizens within the boundaries of that particular country. So he was very much, in fact, now on the side of the social freedom. And of course, he was very, very sarcastically, he has criticized the Nehru's interpretation of secularism, which we have been, in a sense, the country today is plaguing with. The Dravidian nationalism, as he said, in a sense, is in the expression of right of self-determination, and in the essence, it is a caste-free utopia. So Periyar viewed state as truly Republican, of course, but when he tried to operational thing and all, he was very suspicious of political power. And many times, in fact, now he noted that power can and does corrupt, not merely in the material sense, but it also pushes one to compromise one's social vision. Of course, some people, they also point out Periyar's support to the Congress government of Kamraj, but that political pragmatism, we know, my dear friends, is ethically minded. It was not a kind of dilution of his ideology with regard to that. So friends, since 1920s, we know he was trying for a representation, both in education and employment for all non-Brahmins. And when I was, he said his DK is caste-free. And at one instance, one person came to Periyar and told him, I'm an Adi Dravidar, and what will I get if I join DK? Periyar very clearly said, you will not get anything, but you will lose that Adi, that prefix Adi before you. We all become Dravidian and we all become caste-free and equal. So such was, see, he was such a person, in fact, in a sense, giving meat to the lions and milk to the babes. He's a man of masses. Very, very, his ideas, he has put them in a very sarcastic, very, jovial, very simple. That's the greatness of a great ideologue. And yes, some people went to Periyar and said they'd like to go and work for Scheduled Caste Federation of Dr. Ambedkar. Periyar, in a sense, encouraged them. He said, go and work over there. But even if you go there, the DK would work for them, basically. and he was promoting the literacy among the scheduled castes, especially in 1929 itself, like in the sense he was giving 50% slash in the subscription of courierism. And he was also like, as other kind of anti-casters, ideologues, he was very, very critical of the village society. And of course, sometime he talked about urbanism as panacea. And friends, of course, we know DK, it very, very particular instances of casteist violence. It took the side of the sufferers and encouraging of trans-caste marriages. We know that. But Periyar, my dear friends, he has seen himself as a continuum, like in the sense he is inheriting and transforming the earlier secular traditions. He was talking about Buddha. He said Buddha has taught people how to question what, why, and how. And he said after the Buddha, in fact, now he talked about the tradition of Tiluvaruvar. And then he was inspired by both Indian as well as Western rationalism and atheism. He fused these two distinctive responses and then brought in that particular social context of colonial rule and the capitalist development. He brought to public life in India a rare and compulsive genius for critical reason, argument, and social mobilization. Friends, I really want to, in fact, share with you the aspect of, in fact, things which have been of late. It is quite saddening that Periyar has to selective distortions in some quarters and construed as being conscriptive, like in the sense he was only talking to some sections of this society. No, my dear friends, if we all look into and discern his holistic endeavors in taking along all the victims of the caste system, such a portrayal is being unfounded and being unkind to such a gallant crusader of equality and human dignity. Periyar, of course, we know he is not sanguine about his own life's work. He said he attempted what appeared to be just and right, but that did not mean justice has been secured. The struggle was difficult, long, wearisome, and arduous. And he is quite aware of that particular thing. And he said the movement should go on as long as we reach the kind of a logical end. Friends, we all know that Periyar is an epitome of self-sacrifice, courage of conviction, and a revolutionary but follower of non-violence, a vociferous speaker. And he was talking, in fact, say almost 60% of an year in a particular year, all through his life, actually. And he's an actioner who engaged in a lot of protests and picketing for the sake of people, jailed several times, and he's a man of masses. Friends, particularly, I'd like to conclude, see, in the contemporary times, we know pretty well, like in the sense, the kind of a fascist forces that have been ruling this country. And I want to remind you of the condition which is currently, as with Periyar and also explained by Dr. Ambedkar. In 1945, Dr. Ambedkar was addressing a gathering where the topic where he chosen was saying, is majority always right? Is majority always right in democracy? And he was arguing no. He said in a democracy, there will be two majorities. One is a political majority, another is a communal majority. Between these two, he said, a political majority is better because it might change after every election, but a communal majority would be permanent. But Dr. Ambedkar, 1945 itself, he was saying, if a political majority joins hands with a communal majority, it leads to a fascist state. And he said, in such a state, on the pretext of national interest, the rights of the individual shall be curbed. Friends, today we see the RSS BJP combine, which has been in fact now governing the country, turning this democracy basically into a kind of a fascist kind of a turn up. We see that rights of the individual, which are paramount in the Constitution of India, are being curbed. Today we in fact now we've been grilled what to talk, what to dress, what to wear, what to eat, and what you think beneath your skin. So in such contemporary times, friends, Periyar shows us the way in achieving that kind of a social polarization of the victims to counter this spiritual and political fascism and this authoritarian populism that India is going through. And this is in fact the time, my dear friends. Yes, like in the sense we rededicate ourselves on this on his anniversary, birth anniversary, that we should fight about these elected despots, and we will see that this retardation basically stops and we take ahead the movement of liberation, the movement of self-respect, the movement of self-emancipation and liberation goes ahead. with the ideology that has been propounded by this great father, Tantai Periyar. Thank you very much. And I really thank Mr. Kolathur Muni and Punita Pandian and Vijay to, in fact, now give me this opportunity to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. It was a really fantastic talk. I feel that I was sitting in a classroom back to my college days. Fantastic, sir. And also that we're happy to hear from you, Periyar, actually, that on a multi-dimensional perspective ways where you had put a lot of things, especially there are a lot of things which I can closely relate it to my heart, like a Torah. And I was hearing, and the Dravidian ideology, how it is, it is fantastic, and especially cultural and linguistic capitals. So one question I have with respect to your paper that you had mentioned about the nomadism with the reference to satellite Dalit community in Andhra Pradesh. So what is the status that one, sir? What is that? Can you just brief about your paper, please?
This feature of caste, sir, like in the sense, the system of caste has been studied, by different people for a long period of time, and caste, in fact, relations of different castes has been understood as a kind of a exchange of services. Basically, like it says, there is a kind of a interdependence, of course, based on the foundation of inequality, but there is another facet of a caste society, the caste system, which has not been studied. That is the kind of a dependence relations. So this is a feature not just in Andhra Pradesh, it has been there all over India, basically. So there are certain communities, certain caste, basically, which have been there like a satellite caste. Like in the sense, they are dependent on this satellite, their master caste, say, kind of a caste entirely. They are some acrobatic caste, they do acrobatics and all, but they get attached to a particular caste. There are, of course, there are, like in the sense, there's attachment to particular caste like a Brahmin. There is a caste like Vipravinodin, like in the sense of for the Rediyar and other things. In fact, I'm talking the perspective of Andhra. And also, like in the sense, if you see other areas as well, it's a feature among the caste system in entire India. So there are satellite communities for the Dalit castes also. Like suppose, I come from Andhra Pradesh, we have these Mala and Madiga. So for each caste, central caste, Malas, they have 6 satellite castes actually. They are attached to the main Malas. They serve some castes. In fact, they offer their services as Barbary. Some, in fact, are the weavers for the Malas. Some are, in fact, the Vaishnavite or the Shaivite priest for the Malas. So there are, in fact, some castes which entirely dependent, seeking alms from the Malas. Similarly, from the Madigas. See, Malas and Madigas, they themselves basically are the, what do you call, like in the sense, just like, say, like in the sense, in the lowest of the order, they themselves, in fact, to make both ends meet is very difficult. But we have this kind of a phenomena of satellite castes. So that's why I studied that phenomena and explained these people. And what I say is, like, even the Malas themselves, in fact, are influenced by the Brahminism. They look at these people as unequal. They don't allow them to come near and then allow them to construct their houses. Do not allow any kind of social or, in fact, like marital kind of relationships. They look them as their dependents actually. Similarly, Madigas. This phenomena has been there everywhere in the country, but I have taken up one case study and I worked on that actually. So I call them as Dalit nomadic satellite castes. Such phenomena, in fact, I have taken up for the first time actually in studying. Yeah.
Because I was hearing that when Aryans migrated from Central Europe to India, so the first time I'm hearing that within India that also there is a movement. Thank you, sir. Thanks for your nice, wonderful speech.
Yeah.
I'll move to our next speaker. Again, back to Professor Peter Schock. Sir, over to you.
I'm here.
Yep.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, definitely we can hear you, but not your video. Yeah, now both are fine. Over to you, sir. Sir, you can carry on. Yes.
Anbu Nambahari Vanakam. Today I will speak about a sensitive subject, Periyalism and the Tamil resistance movement. It is a movement, it is a theme which is sensitive in the sense that we all know that the Tamil resistance movement opposes to one pillar in Periyar's ideology, namely pacifism. But still, Velupillai Prabhakaran has used very often the term self-respect. This term brings us to Periyar E.V. Ramasamy. He is known as the founder of a movement which had the term and concept self-respect as a center of his moral social engagement. His movement has grown from a South Indian to a national Indian movement and is now internationalizing itself under the leadership of K. Veeramani. Velupillai Prabhakaran has in his publications left no trace which takes us explicitly to Periyar. We can, however, conclude that there are points of contact, namely the extended use on both sides of the concept self-respect. Prabhakaran uses Tanmanam and Suya Maryadaya. And there are other points also of contact to which I shall come a little later. Let us look at some reflections, Chintanaigal by Velupillai Prabhakaran about this theme, resistance comes from self-respect. In reflection 12.5, he says, if we do not achieve independence, we must live as slaves, lose self-respect, tanmanam, and live with bowed head. That is one passage of a reflection. In another reflection, he says, the Tamil man who lived as slave, bowing his head to blow after blow, and living with shame, can now raise his head with self-respect. Here he uses Tanmanam also. And so we have several of these reflections in which Tanmanam appears. Velupillai Prabhakaran has pinpointed several other personalities as the model for himself. For example, Subhash Chandra Bose and other martial fighters for liberation. Why did he never pinpoint Periyar? Periyar was a verbal fighter, but he was no martial fighter like Subhash Chandra Bose. If resistance comes from self-respect, resistance in Periyar's version is never martial. Periyar just did not fit in the lineage of martial fighters which Velupillai Prabhakaran lined up. When meeting combatants of the Tigers movement, there are some who have heard Velupillai Prabhakaran speaking about Periyar in conversations. Among them was a combatant, a major, who was combatant for 12 years till the end in 2009. He wrote to me in 2017 that he had seen references to self-respect in the speeches of Velupillai Prabhakaran, but he did not find the name of Periyar in these written sources. Then the competent continued while Velupillai Prabhakaran was chatting with us like a brother. He told us about his view on Dravidam, Periyar, Periyanism, and some of the leaders who promoted Periyar's ideology. He also told about his relationship with some of the Tamil Nadu leaders who accept Periyar. He also told us many times that resistance comes from self-respect, and we should re-establish Tamil's self-respect and dignity. He strongly agreed with Periyar's rational argument. So far competent about what he had heard. And he continued saying, the competent continued saying, we never thought about Periyar because we had a program and our focus was only to build a separate state in Elam. We did not bother about ideologies such as Periyanism, Marxism, etc. But I deeply believe that Velupillai Prabhakaran would have liked to introduce Periyanism and his ideology in a liberated Tamil Elam. But all is gone. This is the end of quotation. One of the leading intellectuals in the Tamil diaspora today wrote in July 2017 that Periyar's concept of self-respect has, in his view, enabled and contributed to a whole generation of Elam Tamils learning to resist. It is that sense of resistance in its many forms that led us and our struggle to this critical point in history. At a conference in Cologne on 25th July 2017, which was about Periyar, the present leader of Periyar movement in Chennai, Dr. Veeramani, told the audience that he himself had taught young combatants of the Tigers movement who were stationed in Tamil Nadu in the 1980s, and he had taught them the teaching of Periyar. He said that he knew Kitu and that he taught the combatants to believe in themselves, not in God. This is important because in the concept of Velupillai Prabhakaran, the Tigers movement is a non-religious movement. Then it is very important what Dr. Veeramani said was the spirit of Periyar, that the combatants should believe in themselves, not in God. Velupillai Prabhakaran has taken over it and made it his personal life view. He spread it as a collective life view to his combatants in the Tigers movement, but not, I must distinguish here, not in the people's movement. He added Velupillai Prabhakaran added pragmatic organizational reasons for marginalizing religion in the Tigers movement. His main reason for making the Tigers movement a non-religious organization was to avoid dissent within the movement. The statement about an ideological connection between Periyar and Velupillai Prabhakaran appears reasonable, considering this witnessing by a competent and intellectual in the Tamil diaspora and the presentation by Dr. Veeramani. The use of self-respect by Velupillai Prabhakaran is not just a coincidence, it is part of a convergence of a Dravidian movement in Tamil Nadu, especially of a liberation movement of Periyar and the aspirations of the Ila Tamil resistance movement. There is a parallel and similar development in the history of resistance, a parallel that at certain stages changed into a convergence. The response to Periyar's Vidutalai Iyakam was Velupillai Prabhakaran's Vidutalai Pulihalin Iyakam. The response to Periyar's movement journal Vidutalai became in the Tigers movement Vidutalai Pulihal. Both movements fought caste and dowry and the discrimination of women. Both introduced a non-religious wedding and a non-religious funeral, replacing cremation with burial. Periyar's enemy was similar to Velupillai Prabhakaran's. The former's enemy were the caste-conscious religious leaders of a Sanskrit tradition who claimed cultural sovereignty, which included religious sovereignty. Velupillai's counterpart, political Sinhala Buddhists, also claimed cultural sovereignty and used violence to reach the goal. Velupillai Prabhakaran answered with violence and was convinced that there were no other means. Periyar had other means, a non-violent struggle for reaching the goal to create a Dravidian with self-respect. There was also another similarity. Periyar was a critic of religions which counterworked self-respect. Velupillai Prabhakaran was also a critic of religions for the same reason. Periyar taught a human-centered philosophy that rejected the supernatural. Velupillai Prabhakaran also classified his life view as humanistic. But let us note that both did not attack the Buddha, Shiva, Perumal, Muhammad, or Christ, but their interpreters. Prabhakaran and Periyar, did not say that religions per se are unjust. They apply a materialistic or psychoanalytical analysis on religion. They did not mobilize arguments from natural sciences. Their criticism pinpointed inhuman traits in religions. Despite all these similarities, Velupillai Prabhakaran abstained from including Periyar into his martial world of resistance in official publications of the Tigers movement. He may have had a presentiment of being exposed to criticism by the Periyar movement for his acceptance of violence as a tactic to achieve political goals. The Subhasists would not have criticized him, and we see that Velupillai Prabhakaran openly and frequently praised Subhash Chandra Bose. By that, I end. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the fantastic speech. It looks like very nice comparison study between Periyar and Prabhakaran ideologies. It's look like a kind of a parallel running train tracks, how they achieved their own nation with the idea of self-determination and self-respect movement. One took martial arts, another one took non-violence art. So overall, it's a very nice talk. I just open the session for any questions from anyone.
I don't
If
have any
not,
questions, but I would like to point out the day today. It's September 26th, and it's a remembrance day of Diliban, who have went on for hunger strike. So it's good that I really happy that Professor Peter Shaw touched the right story, comparing Periyarism and Prabhakaran's self-respect movement in another term for the self-determination. And it's happy that it's matching with the Diliban's Remembrance Day. Thank you, Professor.
That was not my plan, huh? But it just happened so.
Thank
Sir,
you. If anyone
I
have
have
any other questions.
I have a question. Yeah, sir, I just gone through your paper on Tamils are Buddhist. You had quoted that even Mani Mcleland also from Sangha literature in one of the paper. So if you see that Tamils are also Buddhist, even Sinhala also practices Buddhism. So what is the difference between both are following same? If they both are following same ideology, what is the difference between these two cultures?
You know, Tamils are Tamil speakers, and they are indigenized, so to say, in Tamil culture. And Mani Mcleland was a work which was created within this indigenized Tamil culture. So it is not possible to classify Mani Mcleland as Theravada or Mahasanghika or Mahayana. Actually, it has strains from all these movements. But a Sinhala Buddhist is a person who is bound to a Pali and then Sinhala tradition of selection of texts. And it is what we could call confessional or sectarian, which Tamil Buddhism never was. Tamil Buddhism was, so to say, open for different influences. Viracholyam for Sanskrit, for example. We have Mahayana, different straits there. So the difference is, of course, a different kind of Buddhism. So I don't know if that is satisfying you.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
So I just have a quick observation. Based on what you said, like Vidudalai, the word you said, Vidudalai, even Periyar journalism is called Vidudalai, and Prabhakaran started his movement of Vidudalai Puligar. So we never thought, like, we didn't coin both these words in parallel, but the way you have presented, it's kind of mind-blowing to me, because as you said, Prabhakaran didn't mention anything about Periyar direct speech, but however, most of his ideologies have got a massive influence from Periyar. So even there is one politician, he is also is about to talk in our conference. He rightly pointed out that he was with him in the early days, Kolathur Mani. So Prabhakaran actually requested from Kolathur Mani that he wants Periyar ideologists to come over to Sri Lanka to spread the ideology among the comrades.
I think Kolathur Maniannan is also in session now. He's also in live in our session Zoom live.
Yeah, and also when Hindu Ram interviewed him, he asked him what was your inspiration. So he told him, like, he mentioned two books, O Tharnda Tamilagame, written by Anna, who was an Periyar's disciple, who started the DMK. So I think, like, Periyar passed away back in 1970, free. That's when this Vidudalai Puligal Prabhakaran kind of raised. So his contemporary leaders at that time was Annadurai, Karunanidhi at that time. So he got massively influenced by those speeches. So had Periyar lived during Prabhakaran's time, I'm sure that Periyar would have definitely mentioned, Prabhakaran would have definitely mentioned Periyar in direct speech, I guess.
One thing I have been thinking of without coming to a conclusion, that is that Periyar, when he talks about self-respect, refers to an individualistic sentiment. Individuals fight for self-respect. That when we come to Prabhakaran, for him self-respect is, so to say, a collective virtue. A state, let's say a nation or an ethnic group can fight for self-respect. So there is a collective thinking in Prabhakaran's way of interpreting self-respect, which is not so evident in Periyar's presentation. Am I right or wrong?
Raja?
No.
Sorry, I didn't follow up. Sorry. Which, sorry, I didn't follow up that one. Which is second.
Okay, very short. Prabhakaran's interpretation of self-respect is collective. Nations, groups, collectivities fight for self-respect, especially Tamil Elam.
Yeah.
But in the context of Periyar, I can see that he speaks about individuals who fight for self-respect. It's not a nation, it's a name given individual who is fighting for that. Am I right or am I wrong?
Sir, just a small correction that Periyar also proposed for separate nation, separate Tamil nation.
Yeah. But may it be a question of degree?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
No, he has proposed against the Brahminical hegemony. Once we need to get freedom from them, it's through separate nation it's possible. That's what he made a statement, and he was actively talking about that since 1956. But of course, I agree with you in the sense he didn't form the movement for the separate nation. Instead, he was keen on individual self-respect and the humanity first than any other ideologies like a language or the race or other things. So he want human to be as a human and human to be respected equally. That's his predominant ideology, and he was continuously preaching the ideologies because in Indian context it was framed by the Brahminical hegemony and Hindutva nowadays. So he wanted to target that first. Without breaking that, you cannot get anything out of it. That's was his motive. Yeah, that's what I. Yeah, that's my answer at least.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your nice talk. Then I'll move to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Professor Anandi S. Her research areas are women studies with a special focus on gender and caste and identity politics. I'd like to quote a few of her key research papers. First is discrimination and development on Dalit women's activism in rural Tamil Nadu. Second one, gender, caste, and politics of rural India. Third one, the manifesto and the modern self-reading, the autobiography of Dr. Muthulakshmi Reddy. With this note, I request Professor Anandi S. to deliver her talk. Over to you, madam.
Good afternoon, everyone in the Indian time. வணக்கம் அனைவருக்கும். முக்கியமாக என்னுடைய முதற்கண் நன்றி விஜய் அசோகன் அவர்களுக்கும் கார்த்திக் ராமன் அவர்களுக்கும் தெரிவிக்க விரும்புகிறேன். என்னுடைய ஆக்சுவலா முதல் கட்டுரைன்னு பார்க்க போனா மை ஃபர்ஸ்ட் essay is on Periyar and the women's question. Even before I began to write about Dalit women and Dalit women's activism, my focus has been more on Periyar's ideas on women's question. Therefore, I find this opportunity, it's an important opportunity to share, probably revisit my own article on women's question. And of course, a lot of other scholars have taken it further in the past few years. In particular, I would also say that Karthik has attempted to write on women's question, a paper which I sort of, read with a lot of curiosity because it was taken up from where many of us have sort of, started off. As other friends here pointed out, we are all living in a moment of crisis, and there are several kinds of crises, and one is, of course, humanistic crisis that is sort of that is where Periyar sort of is someone who's a dominant figure to talk about, to rethink, and to reconceptualize some of his powerful idea about humanism. The second thing, of course, there is a lot of other, there is a crisis of left, and we are undergoing a pandemic crisis, and there's worldwide sexual oppression and violence on women, and with the dominance of right across the globe. And we are certainly living in a different political universe, which is probably which was not what Periyar really shared. And his was a universe probably was shaped by libertarian ideas, Enlightenment era that was, and almost 4 decades, even some of us shared some of those kind of experiences after World War II, but that seemed to almost collapse now. Now, what is this that this collapse means, and how do we reconceptualize some of Periyar's very vital ideas on humanism and justice in the contemporary context? One, of course, all of us are aware, at least a lot of us who live in India, we know for sure that in the last, almost now it's going to be 1 decade, the state has been almost transformed in order to restructure the Indian society as a homogeneous Hindu society. And this is our major concern now. And there's also every attempt is made through means of state power and through means of majoritarian discourse to decenter and displace Dravidian politics, Dravidian discourse of humanism, discourse of justice. Attempts like various constitutional amendments are made to reverse the entire secular political culture. There is a profound reversal is taking place, and we need to be really concerned about it. Attempts are made to reverse Dravidian common sense on education, reservation, welfare state, rationalism, peaceful coexistence, and women's well-being, or even on federalism and so on. In other words, the popular base of welfare democracy is hugely challenged by the Hindu fundamentalists. Periyar, a symbol of justice, equality, and liberation or human freedom, is vulgarly attacked more than ever before. We have witnessed this on his 142nd birthday on the social media, the way the war has been waged against Periyar's ideas, the image of Periyar. And consistently from 2018, with the Twitter message by H. Raja that Periyar statues have to be raised, we have seen that Periyar statue has been vandalized in 2019 in Erode and in Ariyalur, and we are sure that this may continue because this is something where the Hindutva fundamentalists cannot digest Periyar's ideas. They may be able to somewhat assimilate Ambedkar ideas, but I doubt whether they will be able to comfortably assimilate Periyar and Periyar's ideas in their political agendas. And this is where the contestatory politics is really sharpening in Tamil Nadu. Despite that, surprisingly, Tamil Nadu is able to survive these onslaughts precisely due to Periyar's everlasting influence among the vast majority of women and men in Tamil Nadu who share what could be called as what me and myself and several other scholars are now could call as Dravidian common sense. And this Dravidian common sense is clearly opposed to Hindutva politics and their self-interest in expressing secular socialist social justice values in ways that are related to the needs and experience of subalterns, lower caste, and women. Now, it is Periyar who offers us very clearly at this juncture to ask the right kind of questions about the contemporary politics. It is he who made us pay attention to the notion of difference, the category of difference, and conjunctural histories. I will explain this in the context of women's liberation and in the concept of women's freedom that Periyar pronounced. Just as it took many decades, of course, if we can recall, if we can reconnect his ideas with Gramsci, it took, of course, we have to remember here that it took many decades to recover Antonio Gramsci and his political philosophy, and that too at the height of civil society protest, which took place in the 60s and 70s. And similarly, I think we are in the phase where there is right-wing onslaught will inspire us to go back to Periyar, rediscover his ideas and his writing and speeches. And of course, it is happening, and a lot of his writings and speeches are getting translated. I'm also noticing that there are several PhD theses on his ideas, philosophy, particularly his ideas on women's questions are getting written both in the foreign universities and in Tamil Nadu, which are all the welcome development thanks to Hindutva politics onslaught on Periyar. And of course, we have to also acknowledge very clearly and restate constantly, and also which has to be brought to level of common sense, is that without Periyar, our understanding on caste system or women's oppression, Brahmin hegemony, Hindutva politics, all of this would have been totally impoverished. Arguably then, Periyar is the single most theoretical influence in our understanding of Dravidianism and anti-Hindutva politics. Now, in this context, what relevance his ideas on women's freedom hold against raising violence against women or raising violence by the Hindutva forces against women? Can Periyar enable development of new political consciousness about feminism or about women? What is the role of Periyar's advocacy of critical consciousness in demystifying and challenging prevailing Brahmanic Hindutva hegemony in the context of women's liberation? Let me go back to my own essay a little bit here, just to trace what exactly was Periyar's ideas on women's question. I'm sure many of you here who are Periyarist and who are also activists in the movements in Tamil Nadu and who have been constantly on to Periyar's ideas are very well aware that Why Women Are Enslaved is the booklet which is more or less read by quite a number of people in Tamil Nadu. And as well as it has been now translated by G. Aloysius. And as Karthik mentions in his article, there's literally 1,349 articles, writings of Periyar, which has been now, getting translated, which has come out in the form of Kalanjiyam, Periyar Kalanjiyam by Dr. Veeramani, and by Periyar Dravida Kazhagam, which has been bringing out, which is also online. So we do have access to almost all Periyar's writings on women's question. So it's nothing new that I'm going to speak here, but only thing is that I want to also connect to how far feminist ideas of Periyar has also been able to reverse some of the Hindu orthodoxy on women's question in Tamil Nadu. Of course, we all know after the break with the Congress, Periyar began to articulate his views on institutions of Tamil society like religion, caste, hierarchy, patriarchy, opposing the reformist zeal of his contemporaries like Gandhi and those of the Tamil past leaders like Siddhar and Ramanujam. He called for a total break from the retrograde element of Tamil past. Addressing the South Indian Reform Conference in 1928, Periyar said, "I have gradually lost faith in social reform. For one who believes in radical change, self-respect, equality, and progress, the alternative is not mere reform, but radical reconstructive work which would destroy the traditional structures." This yearning for a total change marked his position on the women's question too. Within the ambience of the self-respect movement, he was not content taking up such conventional themes of women's emancipation, like widow remarriage, women's education. Even when successful, it did not undermine the existing structure of patriarchy. Instead, he raised questions relating to the basic pillars of patriarchy, like monogamous family, the norms of chastity prescribed for and enforced upon women. Even while advocating women's education, his attempt was to direct it against the structure of patriarchy. I quote him here. The quality of education imparted to women till now has been one of training women to be an efficient housewife by designing the curriculum to include cooking, music, tailoring, etc. Thus, women's education has been an advertisement to acquire a qualified husband. He argued that women's education should aim to provide employment for women and thus make them economically independent. The most important idea he advanced was about marriage and family, which he identified as the key institution sustaining patriarchy. Since marriage enabled women to be enslaved as the property of men, he insisted that marriage as an institution should be abolished. Speaking in the women's meeting at Victoria Hall in 1948, he attacked the concept of marriage and family thus. I quote him here, the concept of husband and wife relationship has been one of master-slave relationship. The essential philosophy of marriage has been to insist on women's slavery. Why should human beings alone keep such contract of one man, one woman relationship? Until women are liberated from such marriages and from men, our country cannot attain independence. However, he did not approve of a certain kind of marriage which transcended the traditional and socially accepted norms of women. He opposed all ritualistic practices associated with marriages, including the tying of tali around the neck of the bride by the bridegroom, which he treated as a symbol of women's subjection to men. He also opposed arranged marriages and advocated that men and women should choose their own partner. The notion of women's chastity, which sustained monogamous family, was another subject of his criticism. In one of his pamphlets entitled, which I have been mentioning about, Pen Yen Adimeyanal, Why Women Became Enslaved, he noted the imposition of pativrata qualities on women has destroyed their independence and free-thinking and made them unquestioning slaves to men who are supposed to demonstrate undue faith over chastity. He also attacked classical Tamil literary texts like Tirukural and Silappatikaram for preaching chastity as a necessary quality for women. Instead, he suggested polyandry and divorce as solutions for women's oppression. According to Periyar, patriarchy was ubiquitous. It was pervasive, pervading spheres like language, literature, religion, and gender-based socialization. He noted with contempt the Tamil language did not have words like male counterpart, words for male counterpart of adulteress and widow. He invented the neologism for widower, vidavan, and for male prostitute, vibacharan. He also noted that several words derogatory towards women were being used in Tamil literature and in daily life, such as anmai, the word masculinity. He wrote, women should not forget that the word anmai itself is used in derogation of women. As long as anmai will exist, women's slavery will only grow. It is definite that the emancipation of women will not materialize till women themselves destroy the philosophy of anmai. Apart from attacking the institution of patriarchy and condemning its ubiquitous nature, and let me also, I just want to sort of relate to the contemporary debate on the pervasiveness of patriarchy. Of course, in contrast to what the RSS intellectual, Aravindan Neelakandan, who is sort of attempting to misinterpret Periyar's critique of religion as though it solely only critiques Hinduism and Hinduism's vices. On the other hand, Periyar has also critiqued Islam and Christianity as far as the patriarchy is concerned. And he has been very critical of veil, the burqa, and the polygamy practiced by Islamic men, and also lack of diverse right among the Christian women. Now, this is where I think we need to constantly reread Periyar to see how far exactly his ideas of patriarchy is something that provides a kind of a seeds for discussing uniform civil code in the contemporary context. Now, let me come back to Periyar on the question of right to property for women, which is again a very vital debate, which is still a contestatory debate even after Parliament passing a bill in 2015, which is now being sort of made into an act. and Supreme Court affirming the idea of right to ancestral property, right of women in ancestral property. And Periyar talks about property right in right from 1929 Chengalpet conference, where resolution was passed in favor of property for women. Periyar very clearly argues the rationale and reason for bequeathing property for women. When people were totally free without property in land, I do not think there were slavish practices of women's oppression and compulsory marriage contract. When there was no concept of accumulating private property, there could not have been any compulsion for acquiring their family property through childbirth. Only when the desire for private property came into practice, the concept of marriage, imprisoning women to protect the family property, also came into practice. The private property, which has been the main reason for women's oppression, has to be totally destroyed in order to achieve women's liberation. Now, in this context, it's not only the private property that Periyar found as a means for women's subjugation, which has a lot of similarity with socialist ideas, but his idea of birth control was far more radical than even the feminists of that time. And very clearly, he contrasted his advocacy of birth control with others, including some Brahmin intellectuals, who argued the rationality of birth control as something to do with population control. He was very, very clear. The reproductive labor is exploitative and it involves slavery of women. So therefore, he clearly pointed out that the women's choice of birth control is nothing to do with saving the nation or saving the population or increasing the economic growth. It is about not about national welfare, it is about women's health and women's well-being and women's autonomy. And this is how he has always recentered women's freedom as something to do with the way in which sexual freedom has to be conceptualized as freedom from reproduction and freedom from all form of social reproduction, including physical and mental labor that is involved in the homes where women are toiling as just as untouchable toil outside that women's toil inside the home. Now, Periyar's commitment to the cause of women's emancipation also is sort of goes into the level where he was particularly concerned about women involving in the political participation and making public speeches and writing and emerging as intellectuals. And we have seen that several women who have participated as self-respecters in the movement have clearly articulated their critique of caste, critique of religion, critique of reproductive role, and so on. And one particular incident that we need to recall here, and which is, of course, I have written in detail here, it's the way in which women have distinguished their own role and the role of the self-respect movement in providing a particular kind of very specific form of liberal spaces and liberal ideological framework for them to reconceptualize their political role. And one, of course, is Moovalur Ramamardam Ammal, who wrote this Dasigal Mosavalai, had been able to very clearly articulate how exactly the reconceptualization of the role of Devadasis from, and which distinguishes from the way the taboos were spread by the Congress party, had enabled a large number of prostitutes and Devadasis to participate in the self-respect movement, thus enabling and doing away with sexual taboos that was pervading the public sphere, which was also consciously pervaded by the Congress party. As we all know, in 1936, in fact, right from the non-cooperation movement, Congress leaders were quite well embarrassed about prostitutes providing or strengthening the Congress activities through their own means of offering their own jewelry and providing for the Congress party, as well as being in the forefront of struggles, which has embarrassed them quite a lot. And Kalki, where he said that a lot of congressmen and women felt embarrassed to take part in front of most of the national struggle. And it was that moment of revelation which made a lot of prostitutes and Devadasis to come away from Congress movement and join and associate with self-respect movement, which are all evidenced in their own voices and speeches of that time. And that contextual and the historical conjectural factors also provide us an idea that a conscious effort made by women to dissociate with nationalist politics from the vantage point of how women's interests have been sort of completely discounted, particularly subaltern women's interests have been discounted in the Congress, have led them into the self-respect movement, where their interests have been foregrounded consciously by Periyar, which is also adduced by the fact for the first time, the first self-respect conference held in Chengalpattu in 1929, the special invite was given to single women, Devadasis and prostitutes to take part in the conference, which is something very unique and very significant, and a very special attention paid to all women who have been considered to be social taboo to recenter themselves in political activities was Periyar's own effort and Periyar's novel idea, which has succeeded in bringing them to the self-respect movement side. And the second aspect where I found that the critical intervention made by Periyar has made a long-lasting effect is the reform of the Hindu marriage, which is not just about propagating the radical ideas through self-respect marriage, but also to legalize the self-respect marriage, where Periyar's ideas have been followed up by DMK in the later years. In 1967, as soon as they came to power, the first legal effort was made by DMK was to legalize the self-respect marriage, which was named as Hindu Marriage Amendment Act, which was a very critical intervention in the Hindu Code Bill debate, as well as making of the Hindu law in the post-independent era. And it's a very unique act, very particularly pertained to Tamil Nadu alone, as Madras Amendment Act, amendment of Section 7A, which has permitted legality of the self-respect marriage and all other marriages which were hitherto considered as not marriage at all, and therefore children who were born out of such marriage were considered to be illegitimate. And all this could be successfully reversed primarily because of the legalization of self-respect marriage through this amendment, which has had a very interesting debate, where I found that the memorandum presented by the self-respect movement stand apart from even the memorandum which was presented by the Women's India Association or All India Women's Conference in that conference. The memorandum presented, I just would like to sort of repeat here only about the memorandum to show how effective was Periyar's ideas as late as, when the Hindu Law Committee was formulating his idea, as well as when 1967, when legalization took place. Very clearly, memorandum stated there should be no sex differentiation with regard to inheritance and property rights. There should be compulsory registration of all marriages between adults who have reached the age of majority. No religious ceremony should be insisted upon. And self-respect marriage should be recognized. Marriage between parties belonging to same caste should be prohibited. This may work hardship on lovers who may chance to belong to the same caste. But this hardship has to be endured for a time until society is cured of the disease of caste system. There is no need in modern times for a religious law to regulate family relationship. A civil code applicable to all citizens, irrespective of caste or religion, need to be in place. This is somehow, for some reason, was completely ignored and rejected until 1967. The memorandum was not taken up seriously when the Hindu Code Bill was drafted, or even when the Hindu law was passed in 1955. Then we find in 1967, some of these could be implemented successfully through the legalization mean. And we know by 1989, again, we have had a successful implementation of the property right for women in Tamil Nadu under DMK. Now, it's not just to talk about the success in terms of how using state power, one could legalize some of Periyar's radical ideas, but we also need to know that the impact of Periyar's ideas of revolutionary marriage, which is, in fact, in the 30s and 40s, whatever had been the kind of radical shift in marriage practice have been very widespread, almost which has been noted by the Madras High Court when cases came up about legalization of self-respect marriage. They, in fact, one of the judges of the time who thousands and thousands of marriages have happened in Tamil Nadu using the platform of the self-respect movement, and therefore it is required that the legislation is passed in the legislative assembly to legalize these marriages because children are going to suffer. Now, this gives us an idea. Of course, the movement, and unfortunately, probably even the Dravida Kazhagam do not have a record of the data on number of marriages which have been conducted in Tamil Nadu, which could be enormous and numerous, which continue to be practiced in several pockets of Tamil Nadu even today. What is interesting, which has been noted by M.S.S. Pandian in his book on Brahmin and non-Brahmin, is that in several villages, a large number of lower caste men and women have converted to what could be called as atheism, and they've en masse performed self-respect marriages, and temples were shut down in these villages, and villages have refused to celebrate Diwali. They've abandoned various rituals, and they've refused the entry of Brahmin priests into their family ritual or even for death rituals. And no women in these villages, they wear the tali. And now, somehow or the other, we have not been able to account for this transformation in terms of the effect of Periyar's politics in both in terms of experimenting and as well as practicing social justice in Tamil Nadu villages. We yet to have good research on these aspects. Now, whatever is said and done, coming back to the contemporary time, for lack of time, I don't want to dwell detail. Do I have some more time?
Yeah, definitely, madam. Maybe you can take a few more minutes. Can you hear us,
Can I just
madam?
take 5 minutes?
Sure, okay, please.
Can I take 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can I take, yeah, just, now what I want to point out is that this is what one can say. I mean, unless and until we record and we find a detailed data on revolutionary marriages and families and the practices that exist in Tamil Nadu as legacy of Periyar, probably we may not be able to account for the intensity of impact of Periyar's values. Until then, scholars might probably point out to the level where they will probably see Periyar as only a patriarch, Periyar's politics is a patronage politics, and we may end up having a kind of a different interpretation of Periyar's legacy. But what is also interesting is that why is that all of a sudden in the contemporary situation that we find a lot of peculiarity, what is called as peculiarity of Periyar by several scholars earlier in the 70s and 80s, that there has been a sudden praise for peculiarity of Periyar. And not just in Tamil Nadu, but it's across the world and across India too. Several economists have taken note of the Tamil Nadu model of development and intrigued by the processes that is taking place in Tamil Nadu, which is distinguishing Tamil Nadu's development from other states, in particular about the status of women. Despite the fact there is a lot of course, there's no there is a misgiving about the number of violence that is taking place in Tamil Nadu in the last 2 decades. There's no sort of pardoning on the ground about there's nothing that Periyar legacy prevails in that context. However, one needs to know that violence against women, if we go by 2019 NCRB data, Tamil Nadu after Nagaland is the second state which has the second lowest number of percentage of violence against women. It's only 15%, whereas Haryana, Rajasthan and UP have the highest number of crime against women. And Tamil Nadu also has reported to be having the highest educational status for women, particularly at the level of secondary education and higher education, and the employment ratio too is much higher, except the misgiving is of course on the question of sex ratio, where we seem to have a huge problem that probably can be connected to another aspect which is completely deviated from Periyar's core criticism of caste system. And this is about the changing political economy of caste in the Tamil region, which is associated with neoliberal politics. I don't want to go into detail of this, but what we can say altogether as a thing here, certainly his influence is very some data here and there, unless we acquire a huge data on what kind of influence that it has on the Dravidian, on the question of Dravidian everyday practices, we may not be able to access it. But on the other hand, some of these reconceptualization of Periyar's ideas have come at a time when Hindutva politics thinks they can vanish Periyar's ideas, perish the peculiarity of Periyar and his ideas by demolishing his statues, which is impossible, and it is an impossible dream as far as BJP politics is concerned. On the other hand, we know Periyar's ideas have fertilized new political imagination in Tamil Nadu, and Periyar will live on, and who has drawn on our attention to all kinds of new peculiarities, unevenness in the national cultural development, and Tamil Nadu will certainly pay attention to this and overcome the hurdles that has been put forward by Hindutva politics. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. It's a really powerful talk. Thanks for sharing Periyar's works and his radical ideas, especially on self-respect movement, self-respect marriages, abolition of Devadasi practice, etc., etc. And also, you clearly mentioned that where we are now, what we need to do, how do we fight against the fascist regime? As you mentioned that, yes, there is a need to rediscover Periyar ideas in the contemporary India. I would also like to share feedback from one of the participants. Sharp expressions, Amma. Periyar is the single influential person. Much pleased with you, Amma. Hindu Orthodox should be entirely abolished. Thank you, madam. Thanks very much. Sorry, we are not able to hear your voice. Can you just unmute yourself?
Yes.
Unmute. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just.
Good evening to all.
Periyar is
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So many messages, so many information regarding Tandai Periyar. We are got, ma'am.
Thank you.
This is a comment. Thank you. I would say that Hindu orthodoxy, we all have to collectively, I mean, what Periyar talked about historic bloc, which also came up in the last discussion with Peter Schock. Periyar probably had not really been with the idea of nation and nationalism the way in which Congress party and others did. On the other hand, what he conceptualized was a historic bloc of subaltern groups, women, untouchables, ex-untouchables, transgender groups, and several other oppressed beings coming together as historic bloc. And this historic bloc is something that we can probably draw from the inspiration of Gramsci as well. So this is where I find there's a lot of similarity between Gramsci and Periyar in talking about historic bloc and the need for revitalizing civil society through this historic bloc. And this historic bloc certainly can encounter and counter Hindu orthodoxy.
Great. Madam, I just have only one question. In your talk,
Yes.
you had mentioned that current government may assimilate Ambedkar ideologies and may not Periyar. Could you please brief slightly more about this one?
Yeah. Yes, Karthik has a comment, but anyway, I'll come to that later. No, yours is a very interesting question. What we are seeing, experiencing, right from the time of Periyar study circles are formed, in Tamil Nadu itself, the protest of the Hindutva has been, don't take Periyar, don't take Periyar's image. You can go on with Ambedkar's image, Ambedkar's ideas. Periyar is anathema to our society, and his atheism is a problematic concept. Now you can read today, I think just yesterday, the party chief, BJP chief, Murugan has said, very clearly he has said, the only discomfort with Periyar for us, I mean, he has now come around to accept that Periyar is indomitable present in Tamil Nadu, and some they have to deal with him, can't be rejecting his ideas in total. He says his social reform ideas, that too, Periyar never called his ideas a social reform, that's a different thing. His social reform ideas are acceptable to us. His idea of no God is unacceptable to us. As far as Ambedkar is concerned, he was somewhat believer, and he believed in Buddhism. He believed in something. But here is a man, he is hugely propagating anti-God ideas. This is unacceptable to us. Now, following him, his second level leader, I think the new person who has been inducted in, he has also approved Periyar now by saying, well, I think we need to recognize him, but we have problem with his anti-God politics. This is where I find the uneasiness as far as Periyar's ideas are concerned. What can be co-opted, what cannot be. And for Periyar, atheism is as vital in order to achieve human justice. It cannot be something where conversion can be easily. Periyar was uncomfortable with conversion on the whole. He said, yes, it's granted provided, someone is extremely oppressed in Hinduism, there should be a path out of that kind of oppression. If it is a pathway, then it is fine. Yet, it is not rational. Any reasoning cannot be around that kind of, belief. So this is something where I think Periyar cannot be assimilated or co-opted into Hindutva politics at any point of time. This discomfort is projected onto what they are saying now very clearly in Tamil Nadu, the BJP chiefs. They certainly want to come around because Tamil Nadu people cannot do away with Periyar. So they have to recognize him. But yet they have to distance with his idea of anti-God. And it is very clear in one, it is very different from other Brahmin BJP leaders who are very disturbed by Murugan and the other second level leader now because of their, acknowledgement of Periyar. But then this acknowledgement also shows that Dravidian common sense has become all pervasive. It pervades even BJP Dravidian leaders. So this is what I have to say.
Okay. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much for your nice talk.
think-
Yeah.
Karthik have
Karthik has.
Thank you for your excellent presentation, ma'am. As in, you have covered most of the, all of the important aspects as regards Periyar and his approach to gender politics and how it can be received and used today. I just have a short comment. Is that of late, I noticed that many queer, transgender, and people who are supporting LGBTQ causes are taking up Periyar very actively. From the traditional manners in which Periyar was usually seen, as what shall I say? He is invoked in the cause of anti-Hindi agitation. He's invoked to support self-respect, autonomy for Tamil Nadu, this, that, and so on. Now there seems to be new constituencies who are emerging who seem to be very interested in Periyar, right? New marginalized constituencies who, while there is a vicious propaganda against Periyar by some fringe groups, that he's a Nazi, he's anti-national, this, that, and so on. What is significant is that there is this equally new emergence of new identities and new marginal groups who seem to be very interested in Periyar. How do you see this trend and where do you see this going?
No, I think it's a very interesting observation, Karthik. I think you made this clear in your paper too, with G. Iman's reflection on Periyar, right?
Yeah.
Semeler's reflection on Periyar.
Yeah.
I think what I also ended by saying is that Periyar's ideas of humanism, social justice, and freedom as some universal concept can fertilize several political imagination. It throws up several possibilities for most disadvantaged group to come together as a historic bloc. In that sense, transgender can definitely, and the transgender coming from lower caste background, which is a predominant group in any case, the lower caste transgender, have every possibility to imagine Periyar in ways relating to even liberation from conventional gender identity politics. And it can also question feminism in newer ways, because Periyar's fundamental critique of patriarchy is something that transcends even feminist idea of patriarchy. To an extent where he clearly sees patriarchy is something that is closely associated with Brahmanic conceptualization of caste, endogamy, monogamy, and the desire and love being trapped within those kind of religiosity about patriarchy. I think transgender's aspiration for new forms of love, desire, can easily take on Periyar's ideas on those. Which may not be even get sort of, bounded by the legality factor that has come into DMK's attempt to legalize marriages, etc. And also, if you see that this is exactly why Periyar could come up with the profound ideas, partly because we know that he was not bound by any kind of isms or any kind of, nationalistic imagination. He transcended those boundaries. That's precisely why all those who are not, who are oppressed by such boundaries, who are able to question these boundaries, are also able to draw inspiration from Periyar.
Yep. Thank you,
So
madam.
it's not only transgender, it could be any other group, maybe children now, in large number after pandemic. They probably will be able to reimagine Periyar's ideas in ways which we cannot imagine now. And there is a question from one Mr. Prabhu. Can I just answer that?
Yeah, madam, just quickly.
This is
We are slightly running out of time.
Yeah, sorry.
Quickly.
Basically, he's trying to ask about his impact on Muthulakshmi Reddy. I think the convergence between Muthulakshmi Reddy and Periyar happened around the Devadasi Abolition Act, where Periyar really appreciated the efforts made by Muthulakshmi Reddy in the Legislative Assembly to abolish Devadasi practice, and the manner in which her empathy towards Devadasi, abolition of the Devadasi system brought them together. At the same time, Periyar also was critical of Muthulakshmi Reddy's Gandhian ideas and her some of the notion of women's participation, where she was critical of Devadasi women as one block. I think Periyar differed very clearly, and your ideas of education, religious education, which Periyar strongly criticized. And this is where Periyar retained his own autonomy and freedom to critically rethink and bring in critical consciousness at every moment of politics. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Once again, we thank for your nice, wonderful speech. We are moving to the next speaker. Before that, I welcome Professor Ashok Swine, who joined with us. Welcome, sir. Just for a request, Ashok, sir, your session starts 2 p.m. at UK time. Our next speaker is Mr. Prakash Ambedkar. He's the grandson of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Prakash Ambedkar is popularly known as Balasaheb Ambedkar. He's an Indian politician, social activist, writer, and lawyer. He's a president of a political party called Vinchit Bahujan Aghadi. He's a three-time member of Parliament of India. He served both the houses of Indian Parliament. With this introduction, I invite Prakash Ambedkar to give his talk. Over to you, sir. Sir, we are not able to hear you. Sorry. We are not able to hear you.
Unmuted myself also.
Yeah.
Now
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, exactly. Please carry on.
Okay. So let me begin by saying that I can't call myself an authority on Periyar's thought, literature, and his movement, but keeping in view movements that have taken place in Indian context during the British period, movements above India and movements below India. The movements below India have a history of social reforms for nearly 300 years. And whereas the social movement for above India ended 300 years earlier. So it's ended, you can say, with the period of Kabir and Ramdas ji. So there are two sets of schools that we look into. There is another issue which I think so has to be highlighted when we speak of Periyar and Dr. Ambedkar. The two things is, one is the scheduled caste and the tribes. The tribes were never part of the Indian society. so also was the scheduled caste, which were considered as the fifth Varna system. You have the Shudras who have the fourth Varna system, and that is the largest block within the so-called Varna caste system. If you look at both the issues of scheduled caste, who are the fifth Varna, and the now we call them as OBC, the fourth Varna, totally different. It's one touchable, the other untouchable, semi-untouchable, and untouchable. That is a category which I divided to two. One of the biggest issue of the scheduled caste was to come out of the stigma of untouchability. That stigma with the backward classes was not that strong, and therefore their movement basically related to creating a space for themselves within the socio-religious projects. And therefore you find that both Periyar and Dr. Ambedkar rejecting the caste-based or the Varna-based system. But Dr. Ambedkar went a step ahead, and he gave a new religion or a new religious way out to the so-called scheduled caste. It is true that all scheduled caste have not accepted, part of scheduled caste is accepted, but that is a way out in which the things are moving around. Socially and economically, yes, the problems of OBCs and scheduled caste, they converge at certain point and they diverge at certain point. That is true. But when we come to the religious part of it, that is where I think so the major differences arises. Yes, it is true that after Periyar, the leadership of the OBCs has not emerged strongly in the country, and the leadership that emerged focused more on political power rather than social issues and religious issues. And therefore, you find that these political movements within the OBCs or the fourth Varna, as I call it, are not constant. They emerge and they die down. They emerge and they die down, because a social base has to be created, and that base has not yet been created within the fourth Varna, as I said, the OBCs. Coming to the issue of scheduled caste and Adivasis, I say they both have established a social identity. That social identity, they were able to convert it into a political identity. And therefore, even though fractured, you have some sort or a semblance of movement within themselves. Yes, many are saying that there should be a combination of school of thought. But one of my own worry in the whole system is, as I've said, that unless and until the scheduled caste moves out of the Hindu fold, for them the prestige and as well as social respectability both will be missing. That is not the case in case of the fourth Varna or the OBCs. For a simple reason is that they have the strength, the number, and it's only a question of time that a political leadership, socio-political leadership comes up who molds it into a fold. Once that happens and once that gets established, I think so there is no need for the backward classes or the OBCs, as we say. for them to establish a new religious site. What will happen is that they will just, by the sheer strength of number, take over the Hindu leadership. And once they take over the Hindu leadership, they can mold the social order within the Hindu society. And there they gain both respectability, ability, and also the commanding position. This being the issue, this being the two divergent sides, I would only say that each need to accommodate each other, each needs to understand each other, because when the even when there is one family from the scheduled caste at the present stage taking some any other religion, there is a reaction, and that reaction basically comes from the forward caste, and no doubt about it, but it also comes within the fourth varna of the society. One of the things which the Periyar school of thought has not discussed, and I have not come across, if there is anything, I think so, I would love to read that article or that book, whichever comes along, is what is the way out for the scheduled caste if they have to gain respectability and if they have to gain social status in the society outside. So the Periyar school of thought has to begin a discussion on this and accept the philosophy that religion plays a part in the family, but it doesn't play a part in the social life. Unless and until this is addressed, I think so, whatever we are trying to do or bringing about the fourth varna and the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe together, I think so there's always a hitch. And this hitch, as I've said, I've just codified that hitch in saying that religious-wise, the scheduled caste, unless they move out, there's no respectability and there's no social movement within them. These are the two schools of thought, I think so, Periyar and Baba Saheb Ambedkar, where the major differences lies, and this has not been addressed either both sides of it, I would say. And therefore, this is one issue where anybody who are trying to bring about synthesis or trying to bring this two school of thought together, this is where they'll have to work on. To what needs to be done. This is a right and proper time for both the backward classes as well as for the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe to take the Indian leadership into their hand. This is a proper time. We have a religious government which is run by the forwards, and within the forward there is now a dissolution in saying that what with the aim and objects that we came around with power has not been established, and neither that will be established. In this confusion and in this absent state of leadership, time has come both for the backward classes and as well as for the scheduled caste to think on those lines that we provide in both the state and the national leadership. And if that can be done, and if that can be established, I think we will have a new school established in India, and the situation that we are seeing, we can overchange the situation overnight. I think that's where the whole game begins. Thank you for giving me a time to speak.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the nice talk. Sir, I have a few questions. You had mentioned that in your talk that, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. You mentioned that fourth Varna may emerge and may die. Can you slightly brief about this one, sir?
So you see, there are you have the Brahmins, you have the Kshatriyas, you have the Vaishyas, and you have the Shudras. The scheduled castes are not the Shudras. Now it was established that they are class outside the Hindu fold, which was the fifth Varna, as they call it. So Periyar worked for the upliftment of the fourth Varna, and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar worked for the upliftment of the fifth Varna. That is the situation. And this is where I'm making the distinction.
So that is the reason you are mentioning that Periyar school of thought should work for the fifth Varna.
So what I'm suggesting is that, you see, for the fifth Varna to gain respectability and sociality, they can't call themselves untouchables all the time. They have to come out of this tag. And if they have to come out of this tag, the only way out is religious conversion. Now, this religious conversion, they might go to Christianity, they might go to Islam, they might go to Buddhism, they might go to Jainism, they might go to Sikhism. Are the followers of Periyar ready to accept them in whatever religious form they come? That is the issue. Or are they going to stick that these people should be a part of Hindu and then only we will accept it? Is that going to be the line of action? Okay. And that is where the Periyar school of thoughts has not expressed itself, or nor I am able to locate any article on this subject.
Vijay, any comments on this one, Vijay or Raja?
Yes, I have a small comment on this.
Sure.
Thank you very much, sir, and I really enjoyed your presentation, very informative, and it was very important that you were here. I just have a small comment as regarding your approach to Periyar and Periyarism's approach to the the so-called fifth Varna or the Dalits. I have recently written an article called "In the Path of Ambedkar, Periyar and the Dalit Question," where I actually show how close Periyar was to Babasaheb in terms of thoughts when it comes to the Dalit question particularly. In fact, he takes inspiration from Babasaheb and quotes Babasaheb and tells the Dalits of Tamil Nadu to leave Hinduism and embrace Buddhism and to go in the path of Ambedkar. Initially, in the 1920s, 1930s, Periyar was urging the Dalits to convert to Islam to fight back against Hinduism. But after his interaction with Babasaheb after the Pune Pact, he has met him some 3-4 times. He became very convinced that Buddhism and Babasaheb Ambedkar's path was the path to follow for Dalits particularly and for all oppressed castes of Tamil Nadu. So Periyar makes the distinction.
The question is not of Periyar.
Yeah.
The question is of followers of Periyar.
Exactly. Of course, sir.
The question is whether the followers of Periyar are ready to accept.
Yes.
The direction given by Periyar that conversion is the only way out to gain respectability and social mobility.
Okay.
That is where the issue lies. It doesn't lie with Periyar. It lies with the followers of Periyar. Whether they are ready to accept that. If they are ready to accept, then you have a very big movement on your hand. And that's what I've said, that the Periyar movement needs to work on it.
Nice. Any other questions from audience?
I have got a question to sir. Thanks for the nice session. What's your view on the social representation on all aspects of powers, like political powers, not just for class-based representation, even gender representation as well? Right now, if you take political power, judicial power, administrative power, in education, if we look in Tamil Nadu, I think it's a common pattern throughout India. You can please enlighten us. The local panchayat and all, not like MLA or MPs, there is a representation of 33% for the women, which is still less than 50%. It has to be 50%. Is it just enough having it only on that that level of power? Should it not be elevated to that MLA level? Should it not be extended towards MP level, as well as in the judicial level, in jobs as well, in public sector, private sectors? Would that give a power sharing and more empowerment and freedom for the both for everyone? What's your view on this, sir?
See, law doesn't change society. Law forces society to change. We have 33% representation for the women. But do you find that the society has changed? No. You have to hit the bullseye very hard. If you have to hit the bullseye, you have to first find out what is the discrimination, where the discrimination lies. I'll give you one simple example. Today, we are not still speaking about the caste-based religious priesthood. Yes, I'm aware of it that Karunanidhi once made an attempt in the Tamil Nadu Assembly to have a priesthood from whoever wants it without keeping it to caste-based. He passed a law, no doubt, but he couldn't put it into practice. You have to first find out where the discrepancy lies. And the discrepancy lies basically in your priesthood. So you have to attack, I would not use the word attack, but I would like to say that the caste-based priesthood needs to be changed into an educated-based priesthood. And once you say an educated priesthood, it means that the state would have to establish an institution where the priesthood is created, and that priest becomes a priest for the society as such. This is where the whole thinking process starts changing. Law doesn't change. You have to start the process of rethinking in the society and rebuilding the moral values in the society. That's the need, I would say.
Any other questions from audience? Raja or Vijay, anyone?
No.
Okay, I have one more question, sir. You mentioned that national leaders should come from backward, a combination of backward and scheduled caste. So can you hear me? Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah. So even right now, Modi is also from backward, or most backward.
Who told you he's from backward? He's a Bania.
Yeah. Okay.
See, this is where the fallacy lies. You don't have a leader in the backwards. Anybody claiming that he is a backward, the backwards just join him, and then later on it is established that he is not a backward, but he's a forward.
Okay.
So the leadership has to come from the movement itself.
Nice. Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Thanks for your participation and your nice talk. We will move to the next session. I think we are done with the session 1. I thank again all participants and experts for giving their talk. Now we are going to start the next session that is based on Tamil. I'll hand over to Kabilan. He will take over the next session. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So the second session will be in Tamil. Sorry for that. We have to accommodate the Tamil Nadu political leaders. And the third session again will continue with English.
Can you disconnect me from your side, because I can't do it here?
Yeah. Yeah. So third session will consist of Professor Ashok Swain, Professor Ramu Manivannan, and Rajesh Sundaram, and Dr. Brothre UK and Mohua. So that continue from 5:30. Now 4 to like India 5:30. Sorry. And now it will continue with the Tamil session. We will hand over to Kavilan and Loganathan to handle it. It will be in Tamil. Bear with us, professors.
I'm sorry, I'm not unable to start the video. Okay, please.
இப்ப ட்ரை பண்ணுங்க.
Yeah. Cooler.
Continue.
எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். ஹலோ, கேக்குதுங்களா?
தொடருங்க.
கன்டினியூ பண்ணுங்க தோழர்.
எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம் தோழர்களே. தோழர் திலீபன் அவர்களுடைய இந்த நினைவந்தல் அதை செய்து வைக்க திரு நாகை திருவள்ளுவன் அவர்களை அன்புடன் அழைக்கிறேன். அதற்கு முன்பாக இந்த பெரியாரும் இந்திய அரசியலும் அப்படின்ற தலைப்பில் இன்னைக்கு தொடர்ச்சியாக நடைபெற்று கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த மாபெரும் கருத்தரங்கத்துக்கு ஆதரவளிக்கக்கூடிய அனைத்து தோழர்களுக்கும் பங்கேற்றிருக்கும் அனைத்து தலைவர்களுக்கும் பெரியாரிய அம்பேத்கரிய தோழர்களின் கூட்டமைப்பு சார்பாக மிகுந்த நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். தோழர் நாகை திருவள்ளுவன் அவர்களை இந்த நினைவேந்தல் நிகழ்வை செய்ய அன்புடன் அழைக்கிறேன்.
வணக்கம்.
வணக்கம். நாகை திருவள்ளுவன் தோழர், நீங்க நினைவேந்தல் நிகழ்வுடன் ஆரம்பிக்கலாம் தோழர்.
ஆரம்பிக்கலாமா? தோழர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். ஐரோப்பிய பெரியாரிய அம்பேத்கரிய தோழர்கள் கூட்டமைப்பு நடத்துகிற இந்த வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க இந்த நிகழ்வினை முன்னெடுத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய அனைத்து தோழர்களுக்கும் தமிழ் புலிகள் கட்சியின் சார்பில் நெஞ்சார்ந்த வணக்கத்தினை உறுதாக்கிக் கொள்கிறேன். நிகழ்ச்சிக்கு நுழைவதற்கு முன்பாக நம்முடைய தமிழீழ விடுதலை போர்க்களத்தில் அந்த தமிழீழ விடுதலைக்காக தன்னுடைய உயிரை கொடையாக கொடுத்து சென்றிருக்கக்கூடிய மாவீரன் திலீபன் அவர்களுக்கு கூட்டமைப்பின் சார்பிலும் தமிழ் புலிகளின் சார்பிலும் நெஞ்சார்ந்த வீர வணக்கத்தினை உறுத்தாக்கிக் கொள்கிறேன். அவருடைய கனவு எந்த நோக்கத்திற்காக தன்னுடைய உயிரை மாய்த்து கொண்டாரோ அந்த கனவு இன்னும் நிறைவேறாமல் இருக்கிற காரணத்தினால் திலீபனுடைய கனவு நாடாக கருதப்படுகிற தமிழீழம் அமைகிற வரை நம்மை போன்ற சொல்ல கேக்குதா?
தொடருங்க தோழர்.
திலீபன் அவர்களுடைய அந்த கனவு நாடாக கருதப்படுகிற தமிழீழம் அமைகிற வரை நாம் அவரை நினைவு கூர்வது மட்டுமல்ல, அவருடைய லட்சிய பயணத்தை முன்னெடுக்க வேண்டிய கடமை தமிழனாக பிறக்கிற ஒவ்வொருவருக்கும் இருக்கிறது என்கிற அந்த உணர்வை நாம் வலுப்படுத்திக் கொள்வதற்காகவே இந்த நினைவேந்தல் நிகழ்வை நாம் ஆண்டுதோறும் அனுசரித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். மாவீரன் திலீபன் அவர்களுடைய அந்த தியாக உணர்வு என்பது வெறுமனையாக வார்த்தைகளால் சொல்லக்கூடிய நிகழ்வாக இல்லை. இன்றைக்கு எத்தனையோ பேர் உண்ணாநிலை அறப்போராட்டத்தை முன்னெடுத்தாலும் திலீபன் அவர்களை போன்ற ஒரு அறப்போராட்டத்தை முன்னெடுத்து அந்த நாட்டினுடைய விடுதலைக்காக எங்களுடைய உயிரையும் தர தயாராக இருக்கிறோம் என்று உயிரை துச்சமென மதிக்கக்கூடிய அளவிற்கு, உயிரை விட இந்த நாட்டை நேசிக்கக்கூடிய அந்த மாண்பிற்கு ஈடாக எவரையும் சொல்ல முடியாது என்கின்ற அடிப்படையில் அவருடைய தியாகம் அமைந்திருக்கிறது. இந்த வீர வணக்க நாளில் அவருடைய குறிக்கோள்களை இட்டு செல்வதற்கு தமிழர்களாக இருக்கிற நாம் ஒன்றிணைந்து ஒன்றுபட்டு அந்த கோரிக்கையை வெளிப்படுத்துவதற்கு உறுதுணையாக நிற்போம் என்று சொல்லி, இந்த ஐரோப்பிய பெரியாரிய அம்பேத்கரிய தோழர்கள் கூட்டமைப்பு மிக தேவையான நேரத்தில் ஒரு தேவையான அல்லது ஒரு அவசியமான ஒரு நிகழ்வை இன்றைக்கு முன்னெடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். பெரியார் இந்திய அளவில் இன்றைக்கு ஏன் தேவைப்படுகிறார் என்கிற அந்த கருத்து, ஆழமான கருத்து என்பது இந்த நேரத்தில் மிக மிக அவசியமான ஒரு கருத்தாக நாம் பார்க்கிறோம். ஏனென்று சொன்னால், ஒரு காலத்தில் கிழக்கிந்திய கம்பெனிக்காரர்கள் நம்மை அடிமைப்படுத்தினார்கள், எனவே கிழக்கிந்திய கம்பெனிக்காரர்களை விரட்டிவிட வேண்டும் என்கின்ற அடிப்படையில் இந்திய விடுதலை போராட்டம் தொடங்கியது இந்திய வரலாறு என்று நாம் பார்க்கிறோம். ஆனால் இன்றைய நிலை என்னவாக இருக்கிறது என்று சொன்னால், கிழக்கிந்திய கம்பெனியர்கள் வெளியேறிய பிறகு வடக்கிந்திய கம்பெனியர்கள் இந்த நாட்டை ஆண்டு கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். வடக்கிந்திய கம்பெனியர்கள் பார்ப்பனிய சிந்தனை கொண்டு இந்த மண்ணை ஆண்டு கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள் என்பதுதான் இன்றைய நம்முடைய இந்திய நாட்டினுடைய நிலைமையாக இருக்கிறது. எனவே இந்த வடக்கிந்திய கம்பெனிக்காரர்களிடமிருந்து நாம் இந்த நாட்டில் வாழக்கூடிய தேசிய இனங்களையும் தேசிய உரிமைகளையும் மீட்டெடுக்க வேண்டும் என்பது நம்முடைய ஒவ்வொருவருடைய அடிப்படை கடமை என்று நாம் உணர்கிறோம். ஒரு இனத்தை அழிக்க வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால் அந்த இனத்தினுடைய மொழியை அழித்து விட வேண்டும் என்று சொல்வார். அந்த அடிப்படையில் தான் இந்தியா என்கிற நாட்டில் பல்வேறு தேசிய இனங்கள் வாழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். ஒவ்வொரு தேசிய இனங்களினுடைய பண்பாட்டையும் மொழியையும் சிதைத்துவிட்டு பார்ப்பனிய பண்பாட்டையும் பார்ப்பனர்களினுடைய மொழியையுமே இந்த நாட்டினுடைய பண்பாடாகவும் நாட்டினுடைய மொழியாகவும் திணிக்கக்கூடிய முயற்சி பல வடிவங்களில் இந்த நாட்டை ஆண்டு கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய பாரதிய ஜனதா கட்சி மிக தீவிரமாக முன்னெடுத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அதனுடைய வடிவம்தான் ஒரே நாடு, ஒரே மக்கள், ஒரே மொழி என்கிற அந்த கோட்பாட்டை நாம் பார்க்கிறோம். அந்த ஒரே நாடு, ஒரே மொழி, ஒரே பண்பாடு என்கிற அந்த கோட்பாட்டின் அடிப்படையில் தான் பாரதிய ஜனதா கட்சி முன்னெடுக்கக்கூடிய ஒவ்வொரு திட்டங்களும் அல்லது ஒவ்வொரு மசோதாக்களும் அதை நோக்கியே நகன்று கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அது மின்சார திருத்த சட்டமாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, தொழிலாளர் திருத்த சட்டமாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, மீனவர் திருத்த சட்டமாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, அல்லது வேளாண்மை திருத்த சட்டமாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, அத்துணை திருத்தங்களும், அது நீட் தேர்வாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, அத்துணை முன்னெடுப்புகளும் ஒரே நாடு, ஒரே மொழி, ஒரே பண்பாடு என்கின்ற அந்த இந்துத்துவா பார்ப்பனிய கோட்பாடுகளை முன்னிறுத்துவதாகவே இருக்கிறது என்பதைத்தான் நாம் கண்கூடாக பார்த்து கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். அதற்கு அவர்கள் எண்ணற்ற முயற்சிகளை மேற்கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். உதாரணமாக இப்பொழுது கூட பண்பாட்டு ஆய்வுக்குழு என்கின்ற ஒரு குழுவை நியமித்து இந்தியாவினுடைய வரலாறுகளை ஆய்வு செய்ய போகிறோம் என்று ஒரு குழுவை அவர்கள் முன்னெடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள் அல்லது நியமித்திருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த குழுவில் அனைவரும் பிராமணியர்கள் அல்லது பிராமணிய கருத்தை உள்வாங்கியவர்கள். அவர்களுடைய வேலை என்னவென்று சொன்னால், இந்தியாவினுடைய பண்பாட்டை, கலாச்சாரத்தை, நாகரிகத்தை ஆய்வு செய்வது அல்ல. பார்ப்பனிய கலாச்சாரத்தை, பார்ப்பனிய பண்பாட்டை இந்தியாவினுடைய பண்பாடாக, கலாச்சாரமாக திணிக்க வேண்டும் என்பதுதான் அவர்களுடைய நோக்கம். அந்த அடிப்படையில் தான் ஒவ்வொரு செயல் திட்டங்களையும் அவர்கள் முன்னெடுத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அறிவியல் பூர்வமாக, ஆய்வு ரீதியாக நிரூபிக்கப்பட்ட அனைத்தையும் புறந்தள்ளிவிட்டு புராணங்களிலும் இதிகாசங்களிலும் சொல்லப்படுவதையெல்லாம் வரலாறாக சித்தரித்து அதையே பண்பாடாக மாற்றக்கூடிய முயற்சியில அதை திணிப்பை நம்மீது திணிப்பதற்கான அனைத்து நடவடிக்கைகளிலும் அவர்கள் ஈடுபட்டுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். இதைத்தான் அவர்கள் ஆட்சி பொறுப்பிற்கு வந்தவுடன் செய்தார்கள். கிட்டத்தட்ட 2 லட்சத்திற்கும் மேற்பட்ட வரலாற்று புத்தகங்களை எல்லாம் இருட்டடிப்பு செய்வதோடு மட்டுமல்ல, அந்த புத்தகங்களை எல்லாம் காணாமல் ஆக்கினார்கள் அல்லது தீயிட்டு கொளுத்தினார்கள் என்று நாம் நரேந்திர மோடி அரசு கடந்த ஆட்சியை கைப்பிடித்த அந்த துவக்கத்திலேயே இதை செய்தார்கள். பிராமணைய கருத்தாக்கத்திற்கு எதுவெல்லாம் இந்த கருத்துக்களாக இருக்கிறதோ அத்துணை கருத்துக்களையும் அழித்தொழிக்கக்கூடிய முயற்சிகளிலே அவர்கள் ஈடுபட்டுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். இப்படி தன்னுடைய வரலாறுகளை இந்தியாவினுடைய வரலாறுகளாக திணிக்க முயற்சிப்பதும், தன்னுடைய மொழியையே இந்தியா முழுவதும் ஆட்சி மொழியாகவும் இந்தியா முழுவதும் ஒரே மொழியாகவும் மாற்றக்கூடிய முயற்சிகளிலும் இன்றைக்கு மிக தீவிரமாக ஈடுபட்டுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அதற்கு ஏற்றாற்போல் மக்களை பழக்குவதற்கான முயற்சியிலும் அவர்கள் மக்களை பழக்கப்படுத்திக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள் என்பதை நாம் பார்த்து கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். எனவே இப்படி ஒரே நாடு ஒரே தேசம் என்கிற இந்த பார்ப்பனிய சித்தாந்தத்திற்கு ஏற்றாற்போல் இந்த நாட்டை வடிவமைத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த கால சூழ்நிலையில் இதற்கு எதிராக ஒவ்வொரு தேசிய இனங்களும் அந்தந்த தேசிய இன உணர்வு கொண்டு எழ வேண்டும் என்கின்ற கருத்தை இந்தியா முழுவதும் பல தலைவர்கள் முன்னெடுத்தாலும் தமிழகத்தில் தமிழ் தேசிய இன உணர்வை இந்த மண்ணில் விதைத்து தமிழுக்காக, தமிழர்களுக்காக, தமிழ் இனத்திற்காக தன் ஆயுள் முழுவதும் போராடிய மகத்தான தலைவர் தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்களுடைய அந்த போர்க்குணமும் அவருடைய அந்த அர்ப்பணிப்பும் தியாகமும் தான் இன்றைக்கு இந்தியாவிலேயே தமிழகத்தை ஒரு தனித்த அடையாளம் மிக்க ஒரு நாடாக, ஒரு தேசிய இன கூறுகளாக வைத்திருப்பதற்கு ஒரு அடிப்படை கட்டமைப்பை விதைத்தவர் தந்தை பெரியார். இன்றைக்கு இந்தியாவில் வேறு எந்த மாநிலத்திலும் இல்லாத அளவிற்கு ஒரு சமூக சீர்திருத்த கோட்பாடுகளாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, பார்ப்பனிய எதிர்ப்பு சித்தாந்தங்களாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, அந்த தேசிய இனத்தினுடைய விடுதலைக்காக, தேசிய இனத்தினுடைய நலத்திற்காக போராடுகிற போர்க்குணமாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, இந்தியாவில் தமிழகத்தில் மிக கூர்மையாக இருக்கிறது என்று சொன்னால் அந்த அளவிற்கு இந்த தமிழ் தேசிய இனத்திற்கு தமிழ் இன உணர்வை ஊட்டியவர் தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள். அந்த தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்களுடைய அந்த இன உணர்வு தான் இன்றைக்கு இந்தியாவில் தமிழகத்தை ஒரு தனித்த தேசிய இனமாக அடையாளப்படுத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறது என்று சொன்னால் அது மிகையாக. அப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு தலைவரினுடைய அந்த சிந்தனைகளை இன்றைக்கு இந்தியா முழுவதும் எடுத்து செல்ல வேண்டும். இந்தியா முழுவதும் என்பதை விட உலகம் முழுவதும் எடுத்து செல்ல வேண்டும் என்று நான் இந்த இடத்திலே ஒரு கருத்தாக பதிவு செய்ய விரும்புகிறேன். ஏன் உலகம் முழுவதும் அதை எடுத்து செல்ல வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால், இந்தியாவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த சாதிய கட்டமைப்போடு உலகமெங்கும் இந்தியாவை சார்ந்தவர்கள் செல்கிறார்கள் அல்லவா, அவர்கள் இந்தியாவில் எந்த நாட்டிற்கு சென்றாலும் தன்னுடைய சாதியையும் எடுத்துக்கொண்டு போகிற ஒரு மோசமான நிலைமை இந்த மண்ணில் இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது என்பதை நாம் நினைத்து பார்க்க வேண்டிய கடமை இருக்கிறது. தந்தை பெரியார் இந்த மண்ணில் வாழ்ந்த காலத்தில், இந்த மண்ணுக்காக போராடிய காலத்தில் சாதியினுடைய பெயருக்கு பின்னால் சாதி என்கின்ற அடையாளத்தை வைத்துக் கொண்டிருப்பது கௌரவம் என்று கருதப்பட்டது. ஆனால் தந்தை பெரியார் இந்த மண்ணில் போராடிய காலத்தில்தான் சாதி என்பது அவமானம், எனவே சாதியை தூக்கி எறிவதுதான் அடிப்படை கடமை என்கின்ற அடிப்படையிலே பல சீர்திருத்த கருத்துக்களை இந்த மண்ணிலே விதைத்ததனுடைய விளைவாக தமிழகத்தில் பெயருக்கு பின்னால் சாதியை பயன்படுத்துவதே கூச்சமாக இருக்கிறது என்று சொல்லி சாதி அடையாளங்களை தமிழகத்தில் தூக்கி எறிந்திருக்கிறார். இந்தியாவில் எந்த மாநிலத்தில் எடுத்தாலும் பெயருக்கு பின்னால் சாதி இருக்கிறது. அது இந்த நாட்டை ஆளக்கூடிய ஜனாதிபதிகளாக, பிரதமர்களாக, மந்திரிகளாக, சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்களாக இருக்கிற அத்தனை பேருடைய பெயருக்கு பின்னாலும் கூட சாதியுடைய அடையாளம் இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அது பல்வேறு சித்தாந்தங்களை உள்வாங்கியவர்களை கூட விட்டு வைக்கவில்லை என்பதை நாம் பார்க்க முடிகிறது. ஆனால் தமிழகத்தில் மட்டும்தான் சாதி என்பது அவமானம் என்கின்ற அடிப்படை கூற்றுகளை நாம் உணர முடிகிறது என்று சொன்னால் அது தந்தை பெரியார் விதைத்த விதை என்பதை நாம் மறந்துவிட முடியாது. ஆனால் அப்படி விதைத்த இந்த தமிழகத்தில் இன்றைக்கு மீண்டும் சாதி என்பது அவமானம் அல்ல, அதுதான் தமிழர்களினுடைய அடையாளம் என்று சொல்லுகிற அளவிற்கு சாதியினுடைய போக்கு அல்லது சாதி வெறியினுடைய போக்கு மிக தீவிரமாக இந்த மண்ணில் வேர் ஊன்ற தொடங்கி இருக்கிறது. அது மத ரீதியாக இருக்கக்கூடிய RSS சித்தாந்தங்களை உள்வாங்கியவர்கள், சாதிய சித்தாந்தங்களை உள்வாங்கியவர்களை நரேந்திர மோடி தலைமையிலான அரசு இருமுறை ஆட்சி கட்டிலே அமைந்த காரணத்தினால் மிக எளிமையாக சாதி உணர்வையும் மத உணர்வையும் அனைத்து நிலைகளிலும் கொண்டு செல்வதற்கான முயற்சிகளை அவர்கள் மேற்கொண்டு கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். மதுவினுடைய அந்த போதையில் சிக்கி தவிப்பவர்கள் கூட விடிந்தால் அந்த மது போதையினுடைய அந்த மயக்கம் கலைந்து விடும். ஆனால் சாதி மத போதையில் சிக்குண்டவர்களுடைய அந்த மயக்கம் என்பது அவர்கள் மரணிக்கிற வரை மறையாது என்பதை போலத்தான் இன்றைக்கு சாதி மத போதையில் சிக்கிக்கொண்டு பல்வேறு வகையான அரசியலை முன்னெடுப்பவர்கள் கூட அதில் சிக்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்கள்தான் இன்றைக்கு தமிழ் தேசிய இன உணர்வை அல்லது தமிழர்களுக்காக தமிழ் தேசிய இனத்திற்காக இயக்கத்தை முன்னெடுக்கிறோம் என்கின்ற பெயரிலே முன்னெடுக்கக்கூடிய இயக்கங்களும் கூட இந்த சாதி மத போதையில் சிக்கி கிடக்கிறது. சாதி நமக்கு அவமானம் இல்லை, சாதிதான் நம்முடைய அடையாளம் என்று சொல்லுகிற அளவிற்கு அவர்களுடைய பிற்போக்குத்தனமான அல்லது வலதுசாரி சிந்தனையோடு கூடிய தமிழ் தேசியர்கள் இன்றைக்கு இந்த மண்ணிலே நடமாட துவங்கி இருக்கிறார்கள். இதுவெல்லாம் தந்தை பெரியாருக்கு எதிரான நிலைப்பாடு மட்டுமல்ல, தமிழ்நாட்டினுடைய தேசிய இனத்தினுடைய வளர்ச்சிக்கும் அல்லது விடுதலைக்கும் தடையாக இருக்கக்கூடிய நபர்களாக அல்லது இயக்கங்களாக இன்றைக்கு தமிழகத்தில் சில பேர் காலூன்ற தொடங்கி இருக்கிறார். எனவே சாதி மத உணர்வுகளை இந்த மண்ணில் விதைத்து தமிழ் தேசிய இனத்தினுடைய விடுதலைக்கு தடையாக இருக்கக்கூடிய பல அரசியல் முன்னெடுப்புகளை இந்த மண்ணில் விதைக்க தொடங்கி இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த பாரதிய ஜனதா கட்சியினுடைய ஆட்சி காலத்தில் பெரியார் தமிழகத்திற்கு மட்டும் தேவையில்லை, இந்தியா முழுவதும் தேவைப்படுகிறார். இந்தியா மட்டுமல்ல, உலகமெங்கும் வாழக்கூடிய சாதி மத உணர்வுகள் கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய அனைத்து இடங்களிலும் தந்தை பெரியார் தேவைப்படுகிறார் என்கின்ற அந்த அடிப்படை கூற்றை உணர்ந்ததனுடைய விளைவாகத்தான் இன்றைக்கு இந்த ஐரோப்பிய பெரியாரிய அம்பேத்கரிய தோழர்கள் கூட்டமைப்பு பெரியாரை அம்பேத்கரை தொடர்ச்சியாக நாம் எல்லாம் இங்கே பட்டி தொட்டி எல்லாம் கொண்டு போய் சேர்த்து கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். ஆனால் இந்த கூட்டமைப்பு பன்னாடுகளிலே இருக்கக்கூடிய அனைத்து தரப்பு மக்கள் மத்தியிலும் தந்தை பெரியாரையும் அம்பேத்கரையும் கொண்டு போய் சேர்த்து கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய மிக முக்கிய பணிகளிலே அவர்கள் ஈடுபட்டு கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்களுடைய முயற்சி பாராட்டுக்குரியது மட்டுமல்ல, ஒரு அடிப்படை தேவையானதும் கூட. எனவே தந்தை பெரியாரினுடைய கூற்று இன்னும் ஆழமாக தேவைப்படுகிறது. பெரியாரினுடைய சிந்தனைகளை இன்னும் நாம் வேகமாக முன்னெடுத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டிய அவசியம் இருக்கிறது. இன்றைக்கு நாட்டை ஆண்டு கொண்டிருக்கிற நரேந்திர மோடி தலைமையிலான அரசு பெரியாரை ஒரு காலத்தில் ஈவேரா என்று அழைப்பவர்கள் கூட அண்மையிலே பாரதிய ஜனதா கட்சியினுடைய தமிழக தலைவர் எல் முருகன் அவர்கள் பெரியாரினுடைய கருத்துக்கள் மதிக்கத்தக்கதுதான் என்று ஒரு கருத்தை பதிவு செய்திருக்கிறார்கள். ஆனால் இந்த கருத்தை பாரதிய ஜனதா கட்சி சொல்லி இருக்கிறதே என்று வரவேற்கலாம் என்ற தோற்றத்தில் அதை நாம் பார்க்க முடியாது என்றே நான் தமிழ் புலிகள் கட்சியின் சார்பிலே கருத விரும்புகிறேன். ஏனென்று சொன்னால், பார்ப்பனியம் என்பது ஒன்று விழுங்க முயற்சிக்கும் அல்லது அதனோடு சமரசம் செய்ய முயற்சிக்கும். ஆனால் இரண்டுமே அதனுடைய சித்தாந்தத்தை இந்த மண்ணிலே விதைப்பதற்கு தானே ஒழிய ஒருபோதும் பெரியார் மீதோ அம்பேத்கர் மீதோ அவளுடைய கருத்தின் மீதோ அக்கறை கொண்டவர்களாகவோ அல்லது உடன்பாடு கொண்டவர்களாகவோ இருக்க முடியாது என்கின்ற அந்த எல் முருகன் அவர்களுடைய அந்த கருத்தை நாம் எச்சரிக்கை உணர்வோடு புரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டிய அவசியம் இருக்கிறது. இந்த கருத்தின் மூலமாக பெரியாரையும் அனுசரித்து இந்த மண்ணிலே கால் ஊண்ட செய்து விடலாம் என்று அவர்கள் ஒருவேளை கனவு காண்கிறார்கள் என்று சொன்னால், பெரியார் என்பவர் முழுக்க முழுக்க, அம்பேத்கர் என்பவர் முழுக்க முழுக்க இந்த மண்ணில் வாழக்கூடிய தேசிய விடுதலைக்காக தொடர்ச்சியாக போராடிய மகத்தான தலைவர்கள். இவர்கள் முழுக்க முழுக்க சாதி மத கோட்பாட்டிற்கு எதிரான சித்தாந்தத்தை கொண்டவர்கள், இந்து மதத்தை ஒருபோதும் ஏற்காதவர்கள். குறிப்பாக தந்தை பெரியார் கூட இந்து மதத்தை ஏற்காதவர், கடவுளை ஏற்காதவர் என்கின்ற ஒரு கருத்து பரவலாக எல்லாராலும் அறிய முடிகிறது. ஆனால் அம்பேத்கர் இந்து மதத்தோடு சமரசம் செய்து கொண்டார் என்பதைப் போல, அல்லது அவர் இந்து மதத்தை ஒருபோதும் எதிர்க்கவில்லை என்பதை போன்ற ஒரு தோற்றத்தை தொடர்ச்சியாக இந்த சங் பரிவார் இயக்கங்கள் கொண்டு போய் சேர்த்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். ஆனால் பெரியாரை விட மிக அழுத்தம் திருத்தமாக இந்து மதத்தினுடைய நெற்றியில் சம்பட்டி அடி அடித்தவர் புரட்சியாளர் அம்பேத்கர் என்பதை நாம் மறந்துவிட முடியாது. அந்த கருத்தையும் நாம் நாடுகள் முழுவதும், பட்டி தொட்டிகள் முழுவதும் கொண்டு போய் சேர்க்க வேண்டிய அவசியம் இருக்கிறது. ஒடுக்கப்பட்ட விளிம்பு நிலை மக்களாக இருக்கக்கூடிய பட்டியல் மற்றும் பழங்குடியின மக்கள் மத்தியிலே அம்பேத்கரின் பெயரில் இன்றைக்கு இந்துத்துவ சித்தாந்தங்களை திணிக்கக்கூடிய முயற்சியும் ஒரு மோசமான நிலையில் நாம் நின்று கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். எனவே பார்ப்பனியமும் முதலாளியமும் தான் நம்முடைய பிரதான எதிரி என்று புரட்சியாளர் அம்பேத்கர் முழங்கிய அதே முழக்கத்தை தான் தந்தை பெரியார் முழங்கி இருக்கிறார். எனவே தந்தை பெரியாரும் அம்பேத்கரும் இருவேறு நபர்கள் அல்ல. அவர்கள் எப்படி நாணயத்திற்கு இரண்டு பக்கங்கள் என்பதை போல தந்தை பெரியாரும் புரட்சியாளர் அம்பேத்கர் அவர்களும் நாணயத்தினுடைய இரண்டு பக்கங்களாக, கண்ணாடியினுடைய இரண்டு ஒளிகளாக தெரியக்கூடிய தலைவர்கள். எனவே இவர்கள் தன்னுடைய ஆயுள் முழுவதும் சாதி மதத்திற்கு எதிராக, இந்து மத கோட்பாட்டிற்கு எதிராக போராடிய தலைவர்கள். அவருடைய கருத்துக்களை நாம் இன்னும் அதிவேகமாக இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த சூழ்நிலையில் இன்னும் வேகமாக, வீரியமாக முன்னெடுக்க வேண்டிய அவசியம் இருக்கிறது என்பதை உணர்ந்து முன்னெடுத்திருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த கூட்டமைப்பு தோழர்களுக்கு நான் சார்ந்திருக்கக்கூடிய தமிழ் புலிகள் கட்சியின் சார்பில் நெஞ்சார்ந்த நன்றியை பதிவு செய்து கொண்டு, இது போன்ற கருத்து பரப்புரை நிகழ்ச்சிகள் இன்னும் நீங்கள் வலுவாக முன்னெடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று வேண்டுகோள் விடுத்து, உங்களுடைய கூட்டமைப்பிற்கு என்றென்று நாங்கள் கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கிறோம். உங்களுடைய கூட்டமைப்பு எடுக்கக்கூடிய அத்துணை நிகழ்வுகளுக்கும் தமிழ் புலிகள் கட்சி முழு ஒத்துழைப்பு நல்கும் என்று கேட்டுக்கொண்டு வாய்ப்பிற்கு நன்றி பாராட்டி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
தோழர், மிக்க நன்றி தோழர், சிறப்பான ஒரு உரை. லோகநாதன் தோழர், நீங்க அடுத்த சிறப்பு பேச்சாளரை அழைக்க வேண்டுகிறேன் தோழர்.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். ஐரோப்பிய அம்பேத்கர் பெரியார் கூட்டமைப்பின் சார்பாக கலந்து கொண்ட அனைவரையும் வரவேற்கிறேன். அடுத்தது திரு மலை சத்யா அவர்கள் உரையாற்றுவார், பெரியாரும் அண்ணாவும் சார்பாக. மலை சத்யா அவர்கள் மதிமுகவின் துணை பொதுச் செயலராக இருக்கிறார். அனைவருக்கும் வருந்ததே. தமிழகத்தின் வாழ்வாதார பிரச்சனைகள், ஈழ பிரச்சனைகள் கட்சி தொடங்கியிலிருந்து முழு முழுதாக மக்களுக்காக போராடி கொண்டு வருகிறார்கள். அதையும் தாண்டி மலை சத்யா அவர்கள் இளைஞர்களுக்கு அவருடைய குங்ஃபு, பேசிக்கலி அவர் ஒரு ஸ்போர்ட் பர்சன் என்று அறியப்படுபவர். இளைஞர்களுக்கு குங்ஃபு பயிற்சியும் அளித்து கொண்டு வருகிறார். அவர் இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன்லேருந்து உலக அளவில் அவர்கள் குங்ஃபுவையும் உலக அளவில் பரப்பி கொண்டு வருகிறார்கள். அவர் வைகோவின் போர் தளபதியாக அறியப்படுபவர். அவரை இந்த ஐரோப்பிய ஒன்றிய பெரியார் அம்பேத்கர் சார்பாக பேச அழைக்கிறேன்.
அனைவருக்கும் அன்பு நிறைந்த வணக்கம். ஐரோப்பிய அம்பேத்கர் பெரியார் கூட்டமைப்பின் சார்பில் வடிவமைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்ற இந்த காணொலி கருத்தரங்கத்தில் கலந்து கொண்டு நாவாடுவதற்கான உயர்ந்ததோர் சந்தர்ப்பத்தை எனக்கு உள்ளன்போடும் ஓப்போடும் வழங்கியிருக்கின்ற என் இனிய நண்பர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய தலைதாழ்ந்த வணக்கத்தை மறுமலர்ச்சி திராவிட முன்னேற்றத்துடைய பொதுச் செயலாளர், திராவிட இயக்கத்தின் போர்வால் என் அன்பு தலைவர் வைகோவின் சார்பில் உங்களுக்கு நான் சமர்ப்பிக்க கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கின்றேன். என்னை விட என் நாடு பெரியது, என் நாட்டை விட என்னுடைய சமுதாயம் பெரியது. அந்த சமுதாயத்துக்கு ஆற்ற வேண்டிய பணிகள் மலை போல் கொட்டி கிடக்கிறது என்பதற்காக வண்ணமுத்து மண்டபமும் மயிர்மணி பஞ்சனையும் தூக்கி எறிந்தாரே உலக வரலாற்றில் உறவு முறை சொல்லித்த முதல் தலைவன். பாபா என்றால் தந்தை, சாஹேப் என்றால் பெரியார் என்று வட இந்தியாவில் தந்தை பெரியார் என்று அழைக்கப்பட்ட பாபா சாஹேப் அண்ணல் அம்பேத்கர் அவர்கள் பற்றியும், இங்கே திராவிட இயக்கத்தின் முதுபெரும் தலைவராக ஊன்றி வரும் தடிசட் நடுக்கக்கூடும் உள்ளத்தின் உரத்தினிலே நடுக்கமில்லை, தோண்ட வரும் அடிவினிலே நடுக்கம் தோண்டும் தவளாத கொள்கையிலே நடுக்கமில்லை, வான் தமிழும் வெண்மேக தாடியாடும் மதமான சிந்தனைக்கு ஒரு ஆட்டம் இல்லை, ஆண்டவிழ்ந்த பெரியாருக்கும் பெரியார், எங்கள் ஐயா தந்தை பெரியாருக்கு நிகர் எவரும் இல்லை என்று அகிலம் பாராட்டுகின்ற பெரியாரை பற்றியும் நாவாடுகின்ற ஒரு சூழலை இன்றைக்கு ஐரோப்பிய பெரியார் அம்பேத்கர் கூட்டமைப்பு உருவாக்கி இருக்கிறது. ஏன் இந்த இருவரும் ஆளுமைகள் இந்த நாட்டிற்கு தேவை என்ற கேள்வி எழாமல் இல்லை. நான் என்னுடைய கருத்தாக சொல்வதனை காட்டிலும் 1970ஆம் ஆண்டு யுனெஸ்கோ ஐநா மன்றத்தின் ஒரு பிரிவாக இருக்கின்ற யுனெஸ்கோவின் சார்பில் ஒரு விருதை எங்கள் தந்தை பெரியாருக்கு வழங்கினார்கள். அந்த விருது புத்துலக தொலைநோக்காளர், தென்கிழக்கு ஆசியாவின் சாக்ரட்டிஸ், சமூக சீர்திருத்த இயக்கத்தின் தந்தை, அறியாமை, மூட நம்பிக்கை, அர்த்தமற்ற சமுதாயங்கள் ஆகியவற்றின் கடும் எதிரி என்று யுனெஸ்கோ ஆராதித்து அவருக்கு பட்டயம் தீட்டி வழங்கியது. அந்த பெரியாரை ஏன் நாம் கொண்டாடிடுவேன் என்பதனை காட்டிலும் உலகம் வழிகாட்டி இருக்கிறது. 1932 நான் நினைக்கின்றேன், ஐயா தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள் ஆப்பிரிக்க ஐரோப்பிய சுற்றுப்பயணம் மேற்கொண்ட போது மே திங்களில் ரஷ்யாவுக்கு அழைக்கப்படுகிறார். ரஷ்யாவின் அதிபராக பொறுப்பேற்றிருக்கின்ற அந்த நாட்டுடைய இரும்பு படித்தவர் ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள் அவரிடம் அறிமுகப்படுத்தப்படுகிறார். ஐயா தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள் அறிமுகப்படுத்தப்பட்ட போது அன்றைக்கு இருக்கின்ற மேதின விழா பேரணியில் ஐயா தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள் அந்த நாட்டின் அரசு விருந்தினராக கௌரவிக்கப்பட்டார் என்ற செய்திகள் எல்லாம் எண்ணி பார்க்கின்ற போது நாடுகளை கடந்து, தேசங்களை கடந்து, கடலாண்மைக்கு அப்பாலும் எங்கள் ஐயா தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள் போற்றி பாராட்டப்பட்டார் என்பதை மறந்துவிடக் கூடாது. எனவேதான் முத்தமிழ் டாக்டர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள் சொன்னார்கள், பாராட்டி போட்டி வந்த பழவிலோகம் ஈரோட்டு பூகம்பத்தால் இடிதுபார் என்று அவர் சொன்ன வார்த்தை, அது வார்த்தை அலங்காரத்துக்கு அல்ல, அது உண்மையான வார்த்தைகள். தி சாம்பியன் ஆஃப் சோசியல் ஜஸ்டிஸ் என்று ஐயா தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்களை ஆராதிக்கிறது உலகம், தமிழ்நாடு, இந்தியா. தி விட்னஸ் ஆஃப் எரரா, தி மிரர் ஆஃப் ரெவல்யூஷன் என்று சொல்லப்படுகின்ற விதத்தில் ஒரு சகாப்தத்தின் சாட்சியாய், புரட்சியின் பிரதிபிம்பமாய் விளங்கியவர் அறிவாசான் தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள். எனவே தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள் 1879ஆம் ஆண்டு செப்டம்பர் 17ஆம் தேதி இந்த பூவுலகில் பிறந்தார். அவர் பிறந்ததற்கு பின்னால் தான் இங்கே மூட நம்பிக்கைகளில் புறையோடி போயிருந்த, பழமையினால் நம்மை அடிமையாக்கி வேதத்தின் காரணமாக நம்மை அடிமைப்படுத்தி வைத்திருந்த அந்த சூழலை எல்லாம் உடைத்தருகின்ற வல்லமையை ஐயா தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள் பெறுகிறார். அவர் இல்லை என்று சொன்னால் இன்றைக்கு இந்த காணொலியில் அமர்ந்து பேசுவதற்கு சத்யாவுக்கு இடம் இருந்திருக்காது. எனக்கு முன்பாக பேசிய அன்பு தோழர் நாகி திருவள்ளுவனுக்கு இடம் இருந்திருக்காது. உலக நாடுகளில் கொடிகட்டி பறக்கின்ற, ஐரோப்பிய நாட்டில் இன்றைக்கு வெட்டி கொடி நாட்டி இருக்கின்ற என் இனிய தோழமைகளே, லோகநாதனோ அல்லது விஜயனோ அல்லது ரமேஷோ இந்த கொடிகட்டி பறக்கின்ற சூழல் இல்லாமல் போயிருக்கும். நம்மை வேதத்தின் காரணமாக அடிமைப்படுத்தி இருப்பார்கள். ஆனால் ஐயா தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள் மேற்கொண்ட அந்த நெடிய போராட்டம், புரட்சிகரமான அந்த சிந்தனையின் காரணமாகத்தான் அவர் நெடிய போராட்டத்தின் வெற்றிகளை பெற்றுக்கொண்டே வந்தார். அவர் ஏன் பெரியார், எதற்காக பெரியார் என்று அழைக்கப்படுகிறார் என்று நாம் கடந்து போய் விட முடியாது. கடல் பெரியது, கடல் எப்படி பெரியது, அது ஆழத்தில் பெரியது, பரப்பளவில் பெரியதாக இருக்கிறது. காடு பெரியது என்று சொல்வார்கள், காடு ஏன் பெரியது, பரப்பளவில் அடர்த்தியில் பெரியது என்று சொல்வார்கள். மலை பெரியது, ஏன் மலை பெரியது என்று கேட்டால் அது உயரத்தில் பெரியது. அதை போன்றுதான் சக மனிதர்களை காட்டிலும் இந்த சமூகத்தின் மேன்மைகளுக்காக உயர்ந்த இடத்தை சிந்தித்தவர் ஐயா தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள். அவர் இந்த மண்ணுலகில் வாழ்ந்தது ஏறக்குறைய 34,433 நாட்கள் இந்த மண்ணுலகில் வாழ்ந்திருக்கிறார். 34,433 நாட்கள். அவர் ஏறக்குறைய 15,12,000 கிலோமீட்டர் சுற்றுப்பயணத்தை மேற்கொண்டிருக்கிறார். அது இந்த உலக நாடுகளை 33 முறை சுற்றுவதற்கு சமமான ஒன்று. அவர் பேசிய பேச்சுக்கள் ஏறக்குறைய 2 ஆண்டுகள் 5 மாதம் 11 நாட்கள் கேட்கின்ற விதத்தில் இந்த சமூகத்தின் மேன்மைக்காக, இந்த சமூகத்தில் புறையோடி போயிருக்கின்ற மதத்தின் பெயரால், ஜாதியின் பெயரால் அடக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்ற இந்த சூனியத்திலிருந்து விடுபடுவதற்காக அறிவாசான் தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள் பேசினார். அவர் காங்கிரஸ் பேரியக்கத்தில் இணைந்து பணியாற்றினார், மாற்று கருத்து இடமில்லை. காரணம், அவர் அந்த காலகட்டத்தில் இந்த மண்ணின் விடுதலைக்காக அவர்கள் கொடி உயர்த்தி போராடினார்கள் என்பதற்காக அதில் களம் காணுகிறார். ஆனால் பெரியார் இருந்த அந்த சூழலை பார்க்கின்ற போது, அவர் பிறந்த காலகட்டத்தில் ஒரு ஊர் இருக்கும், அந்த கோயில் இல்லாத ஊரில் குடியிருக்க கூடாது என்பது ஒரு முதுமொழியை நம்மை எறியாமலே நம் மூளையில் புகுத்தினார்கள் நம்மை ஆண்ட வேதத்தின் பேரால் ஆண்டவர்கள். எனவே கோயில் இல்லாத ஊரில் குடியிருக்க கூடாது என்று சொல்லிவிட்டு அந்த கோவில் சுற்றி யார் இருந்தார் என்று சொன்னால் உடனடியாக அந்தணர்கள் அங்கே அக்ரகாரத்தை அமைத்து வாழ்ந்தார். அதற்கு பின்னால் மாட வீதிகளும் ராஜ வீதிகளும் அமைக்கப்பட்டது. தேர் ஓடுகின்ற சாலைகளில் அவ்வாள்களுக்கு நிகரானவர்களை அங்கே அமர வைத்தார். அவ்வாள் ஒன்றாகத்தான் இருக்க முடியும், அவ்வாள் வேறு யார் இருக்க முடியும் என்று பார்க்கின்ற போதுதான் தான் தனிமைப்படுத்தி விடக் கூடாது என்பதற்காக அவ்வாள் என்று தங்களை அழைக்கின்றவர்களை அவர்கள் உயர் ஜாதிகளை இனம் கண்டு ஜாதி இந்துக்களுக்கு அவர்கள் பெயர் வைத்தார்கள். முதலியார் வாழ், ரெட்டியார் வாழ், நாய்க்கர் வாழ் என்று வாள்களை இணைத்து தங்களுடன் இணைத்துக் கொண்டு ஆதிக்க ஜாதியினரை அல்லது ஜாதி இந்துக்களை தன்னுடன் இணைத்துக் கொண்டார். அவர்கள் அந்த ராஜ வீதிகளிலும் மாட வீதிகளிலும் அமர்த்தப்பட்டார்கள். இந்த நாட்டின் உழைக்கின்ற மக்கள், முதுகு வலிக்க முதுகு தேய அல்லது கால் தேய உழைக்கின்ற ஒடுக்கப்பட்ட மக்கள், உழைக்கின்ற தோழர்களை ஊருக்கு வெளியே புறம்பில் வைத்து அழகு பார்த்தார். அவர்கள் காலில் செருப்பு போடக்கூடாது, ஊரில் நடமாடக்கூடாது, பொது சாலையில் நடக்கக்கூடாது, ஆலயத்தை நுழையக்கூடாது, பொதுக்கிணறுகள் தண்ணீர் எடுக்கக்கூடாது என்கின்ற இந்த சூழலை எதிர்கொண்ட போதுதான் இருவரும் ஆளுமைகள், நான் துவக்கத்தில் சொன்னதை போன்று தந்தை பெரியாரை வடமொழியில் மொழிபெயர்த்தால் அது பாபா சாஹிப் என்று வரும். சாஹிப் என்றால் பெரியார், பாபா என்றால் தந்தை. எனவே வட இந்தியாவில் அம்பேத்கர் அவர்கள் இதைதான் மகத்து குலத்தில் ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய போராட்டத்தை எடுத்து இந்த குலத்தில், இந்த மகத்து குலத்தில், சவுகார் குலத்தில், சவுகாருக்கு சொந்தமான இந்த குலத்தில் ஆடு மாடுகள் வந்து தண்ணீர் அருந்தலாம், நாய் தண்ணீர் அருந்தலாம், பாம்புகள் மேயலாம், தவளைகள் தண்ணீரில் இருக்கலாம், ஆனால் சக மனிதன் நான் தண்ணீர் எடுத்தால் தீட்டுப்பட்டு விடும் என்ற இந்த கொடுமையை மக்களை திரட்டி ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய போராட்டத்தை முன்னெடுத்து நகர்த்துகிறார் அண்ணல் அம்பேத்கர் அவர்கள். அவர் நடத்திய அந்த போராட்டத்தின் காரணமாகத்தான் அவர் அந்த மகத்து குலத்தில் சட்டத்தின் பாதுகாப்போடு அவர் உள்ளே சென்ற போது ஜாதி இந்துக்கள் அவர் மீது கல்லெறிந்தார்கள், அவர் மீது சாணியை கரைத்து ஊற்றினார்கள். ஆனால் எதை பற்றியும் கவலைப்படாமல் தன் ஊமையாக கிடக்கின்ற தன் மக்களின் விடியலுக்காக அவர் அந்த குளத்தில் இறங்கி முதல் தண்ணீரை எடுத்து கையில் எடுத்து அதை குடிக்கின்ற முயன்ற போதுதான் கூடியிருந்த ஊமைகளாக, அதுவரையிலும் பேசா மடந்தைகளாக இருந்த சமூக மக்கள் எழுந்து நின்று சொன்னார்கள், ஜெய் பீமாராவ் அம்பேத்கர் என்று உறக்க முழங்கினார். அந்த ஜெய் பீமாராவ் அம்பேத்கர் தான் இன்றைக்கு அம்பேத்கர் இயக்கங்களுடன் தாரக மந்திரமாக ஜெய் பீம் என்கின்ற தாரக மந்திரமாக மாறியது என்பது வரலாறு. அதே போராட்டத்தில் தான் தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள் இங்கே எடுக்கின்றார்கள். இங்கே வைக்கத்தில் போராட்டம் நடத்துகிறார் ஈடவர்களாக இருக்கின்றவர்கள், அதே போன்று சலவை தொழிலாளர்கள், அங்க இருக்கின்ற நாடார் பெருமக்கள் ஒரு சாலையில் நடக்கக்கூடாது, அது திருவிதாங்கூர் சமஸ்தானத்துக்கு சொந்தமான இடம் என்று சொல்லி அந்த சாலையில் நடப்பதற்கு தடை விதிக்கிறார். அங்க இருக்கின்ற ஜோசப் உள்ளிட்ட காங்கிரஸ் தலைவர்கள் போராட்டத்தை முன்னகர்த்தி சென்று கொண்டிருக்கின்ற போதுதான் திருவனந்தபுரம் இருக்கின்ற அந்த சமஸ்தானம் அவர்களை கைது செய்து சிறையில் அடைக்கிறது. கடிதம் வருகிறது தந்தை பெரியார். கடிதத்தை பெற்றுக்கொண்டு நான் ஏற்கனவே ஒப்புக்கொண்டிருக்கின்ற குளித்தலை மாநாட்டுக்காக செல்கிறேன், அவசியப்பட்டால் வருகிறேன் என்று சொன்னதற்கு பின்னால் மறு தந்தி ஐயாவுக்கு வருகிறது, விரைந்து வாருங்கள், நிலைமை மோசம் என்று சொல்லப்படுகிறது. இறுதியாக தந்தை பெரியார் இந்த போராட்டத்தை முன்னெடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று காங்கிரஸ் கட்சியின் தலைவராக இருக்கின்ற தான் தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஏராளமான பொறுப்புகள் இருக்கிறது, இருந்தாலும் சகோதர மாநிலம் பாதிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்ற போது அவர்களை காப்பதற்காக தந்தை பெரியார் தன்னுடைய தொடர் வண்டியில் இங்கிருந்து புறப்படுகிறார். ஐயா தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள் அங்க இருக்கின்ற அந்த சமஸ்தானத்துடைய மன்னர் எப்பொழுதெல்லாம் பெங்களூர் அல்லது டெல்லி செல்கின்றாரோ அப்பொழுதெல்லாம் தந்தை பெரியாருடைய இல்லத்தில் வந்துதான் தங்கி ஓய்வெடுத்து விட்டு தன்னுடைய பயணத்தை மேற்கொண்டவராக திருவாங்கூர் சமஸ்தானத்துடைய மன்னர் இருந்தார். இப்பொழுது தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள் தன்னுடைய ராஜ்யத்துக்கு வருகிறார் என்று சொன்ன போது அரசு முறையோடு அவருக்கு சிவப்பு கம்பள வரவேற்பு அளித்திட வேண்டும் என்று சொல்லி ராணுவ மரியாதையோடு காவல்துறை அதிகாரியோடு அழைத்து வாருங்கள் என்று காவல் நிலையத்திற்கு அதிகாரிகளையும் அரசு அமைச்சர்களையும் அதே போன்று துபாஷ் என்று சொல்லப்படுகின்ற மொழிபெயர்ப்பாளர்களையும் அங்கு அனுப்பிய போதுதான் தந்தை பெரியார், நான் இங்கே என் நண்பனின் விருந்தினராக வரவில்லை, அரசு முறை பயணமாக நான் இங்கு வரவில்லை, மாறாக இந்த அரசாட்சியை எதிர்த்து ஒடுக்கப்பட்ட மக்களின் ஆதரவுக்காக நான் இங்கு வந்திருக்கிறேன், எனவே உங்களுடைய வரவேற்பை ஏற்றுக்கொள்ள முடியாது என்று சொல்லி போராட்டத்தை மேற்கொண்டார். வேறு வழி இல்லாமல் கைது செய்தார். கைது செய்யப்பட்டு மீண்டும் விடுதலை செய்யப்படுகிறார். மீண்டும் போராட்ட களத்தில் முன்னெடுக்கிறார். போராட்ட களம் வீரியம் அடைகிறது, விசுரூபம் எடுக்கிறது. இறுதியாக சத்ருகு சம்சாரம் என்று சொல்லப்படுகின்ற எதிரிகளை நாசம் செய்கின்ற அழிக்கின்ற ஒரு யாகத்தை அங்க இருக்கின்ற நம்பூதிரிகள் மேற்கொண்ட போது ஐயா தந்தை பெரியார் இந்த யாகத்தின் காரணமாக இறந்து விடுவார் என்று கருதிய போது அங்கே ஐயாவுக்கு எந்த ஆபத்து வரவில்லை. மாறாக திருவிதாங்கூர் சமஸ்தானத்துடைய மன்னர் இறந்து போகிறார். மன்னர் இறந்த செய்தி காட்டு தீயாக பரவுகிறது. இந்த யாகம் தோற்று போய்விட்டது பெரியாரிடம் சொன்னதற்கு பின்னால் யாகத்தை காட்டிலும் பெரியார் பெரியவர் என்பது அன்றைக்கு படிப்பனையாக மேற்கொள்ளப்பட்டது. இறுதியாக ராணியார் பொறுப்பேற்று ஒரு ஒப்பந்தத்திற்கு வருகிறார். இறுதியாக ஒப்பந்தம் நடைமுறைப்படுத்தப்படுகிற போகின்ற போது இந்த சாலையில் அனைவரும் பயணிக்கலாம் என்று சொல்லுகின்ற போதுதான் இதற்கான ஒப்பந்தத்தில் கையெழுத்துப்படுவதற்கு தந்தை பெரியார் தான் வேர்வை சிந்தினார். தந்தை பெரியார் தான் சிறை தலைப்பட்டார். ஆனால் பெரியாரை அழைக்காமல் காங்கிரஸ் அல்லது சத்தியாகிரக போராட்டத்திற்கு தீண்டாமை ஒழிப்புக்காக களம் கண்ட நாட்டின் தேசபிதா மகாத்மா காந்தியை அழைத்து வந்து ஒப்பந்தத்தில் கையெழுத்து போட்டார்கள் என்பது செய்தி. எனவே முதல் தீண்டாமை ஒழிப்பு போராட்டம் சாலை நகர்வு போராட்டத்தை நகர்த்தி வெற்றி பெற்றவர் ஐயா தந்தை பெரியார் என்பது ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய சிறப்புக்குரிய ஒன்று. அதே போன்றுதான் இங்க இருக்கின்ற வகுப்புவாரி பிரதிநிதித்துவத்தை ஏறக்குறைய 6 ஆண்டுகள் 1920 திருநெல்வேலி, 1921 தஞ்சையில், அதற்கு 22 திருப்பூரில், 23 சேலத்தில், 24 திருவண்ணாமலையில், 25வது ஆண்டு காஞ்சியிலும் இந்த வகுப்பாரி பிரதிநிதித்துவத்தை கொண்டு வந்து நிறைவேற்ற வேண்டும் என்று காங்கிரஸ் கட்சியில் முடிவெடுத்த போது அதற்கு நேரமாறாக காங்கிரஸ் செயல்பட்ட காரணத்தினால் காங்கிரஸ் கட்சியிலிருந்து நவம்பர் மாதம் காஞ்சிபுரத்தில் நடைபெற்ற அந்த மாநாட்டிலிருந்து வெளியேறினார். வெளியேறியதற்கு பின்னால் காங்கிரஸை ஒழிப்புதான் தன்னுடைய உரையில் 1927 நீதி கட்சியுடன் இணைந்து பணியாற்றுகின்ற நீதி கட்சி
விஜய் விஜய் மியூட் பண்றீங்களா உங்களுக்கு?
பாலாசிங் அவர்கிட்ட இருந்து நாய்ஸ் வருது.
ஒரே நிமிஷம் தோழர்.
பாலாசிங்
ஒரே நிமிஷம் தோழர், ஒரே நிமிஷம் நாங்க மியூட் பண்ணிடுறேன் எல்லாத்தையும். நானு இப்ப மியூட் பண்ணிட்டேன். நான் நீங்க பேசுங்க தோழர். மியூட் பண்ணிட்டேன்.
என்ன அது இடையூறா இருக்கு?
சாரிங்க தோழர், சாரிங்க தோழர். நீங்க கண்டினியூ பண்ணுங்க தோழர்.
வகுப்புவாரி பிரதிநிதித்துவத்தை கொண்டு வருவதற்காக நீண்டடிய போராட்டத்தை ஏறக்குறைய 6 ஆண்டுகள் 21 25 வரையிலும் கொண்டு வந்ததற்கு பின்னாலும் காங்கிரஸ் ஏற்க மறுத்த காரணத்தினால் காங்கிரஸ் விட்டு வெளியேறுகிறார். அதற்கு பின்பாக நீதி கட்சியில் முத்தையா முதலியார் அவர்கள் அமைச்சராக இருந்த போது அதை சாத்தியப்படுத்துகிறார். எனவே அந்த காலகட்டத்தில் பிறக்கின்ற குழந்தைகளுக்கு பெயர் வைக்க வேண்டும் என்று ஐயா தந்தை பெரியாரிடம் கேட்ட போது முத்தையா என்று பெயர் வைத்தார் என்பது ஒரு வரலாறு. அதற்கு கூட 1950 ஒரு வழக்கு சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தில் நடந்த போது நீதிமன்றம் நமக்கு எதிராக தீர்ப்பை தந்தது. இது சட்டவிரோதமானது, இந்த இடஒதுக்கீடு சமூக நீதிக்கான திட்டம் என்று சொல்லி அறிவித்த அந்த நாளில் இருந்தே போராட்டத்தை அறிவாசான் தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள் மேற்கொண்டார்கள். விளைவு இந்திய அரசு சாசனத்தினுடைய சட்டத்தை முதலாக திருத்துவதற்கு காரணம் உருவாகிறது. 54 விசுரம் எடுத்த அந்த போராட்டத்தின் காரணமாக சட்ட திருத்தம் 15 4வது உட்பிரிவில் முதலாக சட்ட திருத்தம் கொண்டு வந்து வகுப்பாரி பிரதிநிதித்துவத்திற்கு சட்ட அங்கீகாரத்தை பெற்றுத்தந்த மகத்தான தலைவர் நம்முடைய பெரியார் என்பது வரலாறு. அதே போன்று ராஜாஜி அவர்கள் குலக்கல்வி கொண்டு வந்த போது அதையும் கடுமையாக எதிர்த்து தன்னுடைய உற்ற நண்பனாக ராஜாஜி இருந்த போதும் அதை எதிர்க்கின்ற கடனில் நிலையாக நின்று ராஜாஜி தன்னுடைய பதவியை இழக்கின்ற சூழல் ஏற்பட்டது என்பது வரலாறு. ஆகிய இந்த மண்ணின் விடுதலைக்காக தமம் இருந்தவர் அறிவாசான் தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள். அவர் மேற்கொண்ட அந்த நெடிய போராட்டத்தின் காரணமாகத்தான் இன்றைக்கு உலகம் இவ்வளவு விசுரூபம் எடுத்திருக்கின்ற காலகட்டத்தில் இன்றைக்கு இந்தியாவில் தமிழர்கள் தனித்து அடையாளம் காட்டப்படுகிறார் என்று சொன்னால் தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்களுடைய வீரியம் நிறைந்த போராட்டமும் அவர் வீரியம் நிறைந்த தொலைநோக்கான சிந்தனையும் தான் நம்மை இந்த உலகத்திற்கு அடையாளம் காட்டியிருக்கிறது என்பது ஒரு வரலாறாக பதிவு செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. எனவேதான் பெரியார் அவர்கள் 1973 டிசம்பர் 24 அவர் இயற்கை எழுதிய போது அன்றைக்கு அரசு முறை அடக்கம் செய்ய வேண்டும் என்று அன்றைய முதலமைச்சராக இருந்த முத்தமிழறிஞர் டாக்டர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள் முயற்சி மேற்கொண்ட போது, அரசு அதிகாரிடம் ஆலோசனை கேட்ட போது அன்றைக்கு அதிகாரிகள் இது கூடாது, முடியாது என்று சொல்லுகிறார். ஏன் என்று கேட்ட போது பெரியார் எந்த அரசு பதவியிலும் இருந்தவரில்லை என்று பதில் வருகிறது. அப்பொழுதுதான் டாக்டர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள் கேட்கிறார்கள், இந்த நாட்டுடைய தேசபிதா மகாத்மா காந்தி அவர்கள் கோட்சேவால் படுகொலை செய்யப்பட்ட போது அரசு முறை மரியாதை நல்லடக்கம் செய்யப்பட்டதே எப்படி என்று கேட்டபோது அவர் இந்த நாட்டுடைய தந்தை என்று சொன்னார். அவர் இந்தியாவின் தந்தை என்று சொன்னால் எங்கள் தமிழ்நாட்டுடைய தந்தை தந்தை பெரியார் என்று சொல்லி அவருக்கு அரசு முறை நல்லடக்கத்திற்கான ஏற்பாடை செய்தவர் டாக்டர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள். இது செய்வதனால் என்னுடைய அரசு பறிபோகும் என்றாலும் அதை பற்றி நான் கவலைப்படவில்லை, நான் செய்து தீர்வேன் என்று தந்தை பெரியாருக்கான அந்த உயர்ந்த இடத்தை திராவிட இயக்கத்தின் வழிதோன்றலில் வந்த கலைஞர் அவர்கள் செய்தார். எனவே இது போன்ற காலகட்டங்களில் தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள் இந்த காலகட்டத்திற்கு நமக்கு அவசியம் தேவை என்பது நம்மால் புரிந்து கொள்ள முடிகிறது. அறிவாசான் தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள் மறைந்து ஏறக்குறைய 41 ஆண்டுகள் உருண்டோடி விட்டது. அவர் மறைந்தாலும் அவருடைய கொள்கை சித்தாந்தங்கள் இன்றைக்கும் நிலைத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. எனவேதான் பாஜகவை சார்ந்த ஒரு மனிதர் தந்தை பெரியாருடைய சிலை உடைக்கப்பட வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னார். உடைக்க வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால் அர்த்தராத்திரில் வர வேண்டாம், நாள் குறித்து விட்டு வாருங்கள், எதிர்கொள்வதற்கு நாங்கள் ஆயத்தமாக இருக்கிறோம் என்று எங்கள் அன்பு தலைவர் வைகோ அவர்கள் அறிவித்தார். ஆனால் இன்றைக்கும் இணை எதிரிகள், நேரடியாக நாம் எதிர்கொள்ள முடியாதவர்கள் மறைமுக தாக்குதலை தான் இன்றைக்கும் தொடர்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார். தந்தை பெரியாரை வீழ்த்துவதற்கு ஒரு மோடி அல்ல, ஒரு பாஜக அல்ல, 1000 மோடிக்களும் 1000 பாஜகக்களும் ஒன்று சேர்ந்து வந்தாலும் தந்தை பெரியாரையும் திராவிட இயக்கத்தின் சித்தாந்தங்களையும் எவராலும் அழித்து விட முடியாது. தந்தை பெரியாரின் படங்களை நாம் ஒவ்வொரு வீடுகளில் மாட்ட வேண்டும் என்று நான் எல்லாரிடத்திலும் சொல்லுவேன். சொல்வதற்கான காரணங்களை சொல்லிவிட்டு சொல்வேன். இன்றைக்கு இருக்கின்ற தலைமுறை நாம் எப்படி வந்திருக்கிறோம் என்பதை அறியாத இந்த தலைமுறை தந்தை பெரியாரை அறியாத ஒரு சூழல் இன்றைக்கு இருக்கின்ற இளம் தலைமுறையில் உருவாகி இருக்கிறது என்ற கவலை தோய்ந்த செய்தியை நான் சொல்லி இருக்கிறேன். இது நடந்தால், இது நீடிக்குமேயானால், லெனின் சிலை ரஷ்யாவில் ரஷ்ய இளைஞர்களால் ஏன் உடைக்கப்பட்டது என்று கேட்கின்ற போது லெனினை பற்றிய வரலாற்றை அந்த அரசுகள் போதிக்க மறந்ததன் காரணமாக லெனினை பற்றி அறியாமல் இருந்தார் என்பது ஒரு செய்தியை நாம் உள்வாங்கிட வேண்டும். எனவே பாடத்திட்டங்களில் தந்தை பெரியாருடைய செய்திகளை புகுத்திட வேண்டும். பால பருவத்திலிருந்து, மாணவர் பருவத்திலிருந்து பெரியாருடைய சிந்தாந்தங்களையும், அவர் எதற்காக போராடினார், ஏன் இப்பேற்பட்ட துயரங்களை அவர் சுமந்தார் என்பதை இருக்கின்ற மாணவர்களுக்கு சொல்லித்தர வேண்டிய கடமையில் நாம் நின்று கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். அப்படி செய்தால்தான் தந்தை பெரியார் இன்றைக்கு தொடர்ந்து அந்த பயணத்தில் மேற்கொள்ள வேண்டிய சூழலில் நாம் தள்ளப்படுவோம். ஆக தந்தை பெரியாரை படத்தை மாற்றிட வேண்டும். தந்தை பெரியாருடைய சிலையை உடைப்பேன் என்று சொல்பவர்களை பார்த்து நாங்கள் சொல்லி இருக்கிறோம். 1000 மோடிக்கள் ஒன்று சேர்ந்து வந்தாலும் எங்கள் தந்தை பெரியாருடைய முகத்தில் இருக்கின்ற, தாடியில் இருக்கின்ற ஒரு மயிராவ கூட ஆக முடியாது என்பதை நான் பதிவு செய்திருக்கிறேன். இந்த அன்பார்லிமெண்டரி வேர்ட்ஸ் என்று சொல்லப்படுகின்ற இந்த வார்த்தை ஒருவேளை தவறாக இருக்குமேனால் அருகூர்ந்து பொறுத்தருளுங்கள். எங்கள் தந்தை பெரியார் இங்க இருக்கின்ற தலைவர்கள் அனைவரையும் காட்டிலும் அவர் உயர்ந்தவர் என்ற அந்த கர்வத்தோடு, கம்பீரத்தோடு அதை பதிவு செய்ய வேண்டிய கடமை எனக்கு இருக்கின்ற காரணத்தினால் அதை நான் சொல்ல விரும்புகிறேன் என்பதையும் இந்த நேரத்தில் சொல்லி, இந்த சூழலை நாம் எதிர்கொள்ள வேண்டிய கட்டாயத்தில் நின்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். மறுமலர்ச்சி திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தை பொறுத்தவரையிலும், எங்கள் அன்பு தலைவர் வைகோ அவர்களை பொறுத்தவரையிலும் தந்தை பெரியாருடைய கொள்கைகளில் என்றைக்கும் சமரசம் செய்து கொண்டவர்கள் அல்ல. அரசியல் நிலைப்பாட்டில், தேர்தல் அரசியலில் சில சமரசங்களும் சில பின்வாங்கலும் தவிர்க்க முடியாதவை. ஆனால் பெரியாருடைய லட்சியங்களில் ஒருபோதும் நாங்கள் பின்வாங்கியது இல்லை. எனவேதான் தந்தை பெரியாருடைய ஆய்வு மையம் டெல்லியில் இடிக்கப்பட்ட போது அதை எதிர்த்து களம் கண்டவர் தலைவர் வைகோ அவர்கள் அன்றைய பிரதமராக இருந்த அடல் பிகாரி வாஜ்பாயிடம் மாண்புமிகு ஆசிரியர் வீரமணி அவர்களையும், முன்னாள் பாரத பிரதமராக இருந்த VP சிங் அவர்களையும், நாடாளுமன்ற மேதை என்று வரவில் வைக்கப்பட்ட ஐயா செழியன் அவர்களையும் அழைத்துக் கொண்டு சென்று நாங்கள் தனிநாடு கேட்டவர்கள், எங்களை மீண்டும் அந்த இடத்தில் தள்ளிவிட வேண்டாம் என்று சொல்லி ஆய்வு மையம் டெல்லியில் தலைநகரில் அமைவதற்கு காரணமாக தலைவர் வைகோ அவர்கள் இருந்தார்கள் என்ற செய்தியை பதிவைப்பதோடு, திராவிட இயக்கங்களில் தமிழ்நாட்டில் தலைநகர் சென்னையில் எங்கள் தலைமையகம் அமைந்திருக்கின்ற தாயகத்தில் தான் ஐயா தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்களுக்கும் பேரறிஞர் அண்ணா அவர்களுக்கும் வலது பக்கத்தில் பெரியாரும் இடது பக்கத்தில் அண்ணாவுடைய சிலையும் வைத்திருக்கின்ற அரசியல் கட்சியாக நாங்கள் இருக்கிறோம் என்பதையும் இந்த நேரத்தில் பதிவு செய்து, தொடர்ந்து திராவிட இயக்கத்தின் சித்தாந்தங்களை முன்னெடுத்த வேண்டிய களத்தில் அழுத்தமாக நாங்கள் தடம் போடுவோம். தந்தை பெரியாருக்கும் அண்ணல் அம்பேத்கருக்கும் எந்த சூழலில் ஆபத்து ஏற்பட்டாலும் அந்த லட்சியங்களை வென்றெடுக்கின்ற களத்தில் நாங்கள் எங்களை முன்மாதிரியாக வைத்துக் கொண்டு அதில் எல்லாவித தியாகத்தையும் ஏற்பதற்கு தயாராக இருக்கிறோம். தலைவர் வைகோ அவர்கள் தான் நாடாளுமன்றத்தில் அண்ணல் பாபா சாஹிப் அம்பேத்கருடைய திருவுருப்படம் திறக்கப்பட வேண்டும் என்று சொல்லி அன்றைய பிரதமராக இருந்த விஸ்வநாத் பிரதாப் சிங் என்று சொல்லப்படுகின்ற விபி சிங் பிரதமராக இருந்த போது அவரிடம் வாதாடினார். இந்திய அரசியல் சாசனத்தை வர்த்தெடுத்த தந்தை, அதனுடைய சிற்பி, அவருடைய திருவுருப்படம் ஏன் இந்த பாராளுமன்றத்தில் இல்லை, வைத்தால் தீட்டுப்பட்டுவிடும் என்று கருதியா இதை நீங்கள் தவிர்த்திருக்கிறீர்கள் என்று கேட்டதோடு மட்டுமல்லாமல் பாராளுமன்றத்தில் புரட்சியாளர் அம்பேத்கருடைய திருவுருப்படத்தை திறப்பதற்கு காரணமாக இருந்தவர் தலைவர் வைகோ என்கின்ற செய்தியும் இங்கே பதிய வைத்து, தந்தை பெரியார் அதே போன்று அண்ணல் அம்பேத்கர் இவர்கள் இருவரும் வேறல்ல ஒருவர் என்பதை நாங்கள் உள்வாங்கிக் கொண்டு அந்த பாதையில் அழுத்தமாக தடம் போட்டு செல்கின்றோம். எதிர்வரும் பிரச்சனைகளை எதிர்கொள்வதற்கு சித்தமாக இருக்கின்றோம். தடைகளை உடைத்தெறிந்து வெற்றி சமவெளிக்கு திராவிட இயக்கங்களை முன்னெடுத்து செல்ல வேண்டிய களத்தில் அழுத்தமாக நாங்கள் தடம் பதித்து செல்வோம் என்பதை நேரத்தில் பதிய வைத்து, காலத்தின் அருமைப்பாட்டை கருதி பேச வேண்டிய செய்திகள் நிரம்ப இருந்தாலும், தந்தை பெரியார் குறித்தும் அண்ணல் அம்பேத்கர் அவர்களை பற்றியும் பேசுவதற்கு நிரம்ப இருந்தாலும், நிறைய பெருமக்கள் அண்ணன் கொளத்தூர் மணியவர்கள், அண்ணன் கோவை ராமகிருஷ்ணன் உள்ளிட்ட தலைவர் பெருமக்கள் பேச வேண்டி இருக்கின்ற காரணத்தால் என்னுடைய உரைக்கு திரை வைத்து என்னை நாவாடுவதற்கான வாய்ப்பை நல்கிய ஐரோப்பிய அம்பேத்கர் பெரியார் பாசறைக்கு என்னுடைய நன்றியறிதலை என் அன்பு தலைவர் வைகோவின் சார்பில் உரித்தாக்கி இடம் சார்கின்றேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
நன்றி திருமலை சத்யா அவர்களே, உங்களுக்கு உரை வீச்சு மிகவும் அருமையாக இருந்தது. நன்றி. தொடர் நீங்க அடுத்தது.
நன்றி மல்லை சத்யா அண்ணா அவர்களை. ஒரு வீரியமிக்க ஒரு உரை, வரலாற்று சிறப்பு மிக்க சில தகவல்களையும் பகிர்ந்தீங்க. மிக்க நன்றி. அடுத்ததாக கொளத்தூர் மணி ஐயா அவர்களை பேச அழைக்கிறேன். காலை முதல் இந்த தொடர் கருத்தரங்கள் நீங்க தொடர்ந்து இணைந்திருக்கிறீங்க. அதுக்கு மிக்க நன்றி நாங்க தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறோம் எங்களுடைய கூட்டமைப்பு சார்பாக. உங்களுடைய தலைப்பு பெரியாரும் தமிழ் தேசியம் என்ற தலைப்பில் உரையாட உங்களை அழைக்கிறேன் ஐயா.
சரி. பெரியாரிய அம்பேத்கரிய ஒரு நிமிடம் தோழர். பெரியாரிய ஐரோப்பிய பெரியாரிய அம்பேத்கரிய தோழர்களின் கூட்டமைப்பின் சார்பில் முன்னெடுக்கப்படுகிற இந்த 2 நாள் கருத்தரங்கின் ஒரு அங்கமாக தமிழகத்தை சார்ந்தோர் தமிழில் உரையாடும் ஒரு கருத்தரங்கில் பெரியாரும் தமிழ் தேசியமும் என்ற தலைப்பில் உரையாடுகிற வாய்ப்பை அளித்ததற்கு முதலில் நன்றிகளை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். பொதுவாக நாட்டு விடுதலை என்று வருகிற போது உலகின் ஐநாவின் சாசனங்கள் அப்படிப்பட்ட உரிமையை ஒவ்வொரு தேசிய இனத்திற்கும் வழங்கியிருந்தாலும், தமிழ்நாட்டில் பெரியார் தமிழ் தேசியம் என்ற சொல்லை பயன்படுத்தாமல் தமிழ்நாடு, தனித்தமிழ்நாடு என்று கேட்டிருப்பதும் ஒரே பொருள் கொண்டு இருக்கிறது என்றாலும் கூட அந்த தேசிய இனங்களின் சுயநிர்ணய உரிமை என்ற பார்வையில் அது கேட்கப்படவில்லை என்பதுதான் உண்மை. ஆனாலும் கூட அவர் சில காலகட்டங்களில் அந்த சொல்லாடலை அவர் பயன்படுத்தித்தான் இருக்கிறார். ஒரு கட்டத்தில் இது குறித்து பேசுகிற போது பெரியாரின் இடதுசாரி தமிழ் தேசியம் என்கிற நூலை வெளியிடுகிற வாய்ப்பில் மாப்போசி அவர்களை பற்றி விமர்சனம் வைக்கிற போது 46ஆம் ஆண்டு அவர் தமிழ் தேசிய தமிழரசு கட்சியின் சார்பாக, தமிழரசு கழகத்தின் சார்பாக தேசிய இனங்களின் சுயநிர்ணய உரிமை என்ற அடிப்படையில் கோரிய முதற் பெருமை அவருக்கு உண்டு என்ற அந்த நூலில் குறிப்பிட்டிருந்தார். அப்போது அதற்கு மறுப்பு தெரிவித்த நாம், அந்த பெருமை கூட மாப்போசி சேராது என்பதை நான் அப்போது சுட்டிக்காட்டினேன். 2 இடங்களில் 1940ஆம் ஆண்டில் பெரியார் அது குறித்து பேசுகிறார். தமிழ்நாட்டின் திராவிட நாட்டின் எதிர்கால திட்டத்தை நிலையை வகுக்க நிர்ணயிக்க தமிழ்நாட்டுக்குத்தான் உரிமை உண்டென்று நான் விளக்கி கொண்டு வருகிறேன் என்று சொல்லிவிட்டு, உண்மையிலேயே தமிழ் மகன் சுயநிர்ணய உரிமையை பெற்றிருந்தால் தன்னை பார்ப்பனியத்திற்கு அடிமைப்படுத்தி தன்னை தாசி மகன், வேசி மகன், சூத்திரன் என்று அழைத்துக் கொள்ள வெட்கப்படாமல் இருப்பானா என்று கேட்கிறோம். இந்த இழிதன்மை, மானங்கெட்ட வாழ்வு ஒழிய வேண்டுமானால் தமிழனுக்கு சுயநிர்ணய உரிமை இருத்தல் வேண்டும் என்பது நன்கு விளங்கும் என்ற ஒரு கருத்தை அவர் சொல்லுகிறார். அவர் தமிழ்நாடு கேட்டதற்கு வேறு நோக்கம் இருந்தாலும் கூட அதோடு உலக அளவில் பின்பற்றப்படுகிற கருத்தையும் உள்வாங்கியோராகத்தான் பெரியார் இருந்தார் என்பதற்காக 1943ஆம் ஆண்டில் கூட ஒரு தலையங்கத்தை சுயநிர்ணய உரிமை கோருவது ஆக்கிரமிப்பா என்ற தலைப்பில் அவர் ஒரு தலையங்கத்தை எழுதுகிறார். முஸ்லிம்களோ திராவிடர்களோ சுயநிர்ணய உரிமை கோருவது எவ்வாறு ஆக்கிரமிப்பாகும் என்று சொல்லி 2ஐயும் இணைத்து, ஜின்னா கேட்கிற அந்த சுயநிர்ணய உரிமையும் இதையும் இணைத்ததாக அந்த சொல்லை அவர் பயன்படுத்துகிறார். இன்னொன்று, இப்போ பொதுவாகவே பேசப்படுகிற போது பெரியார் பலமுறை சொல்லி இருக்கிறார், எனக்கு நாட்டுப்பற்று, மொழிப்பற்று, இனப்பற்று எதுவும் இல்லை, ஒரே ஒன்று பற்று மானுடப்பற்றுதான், மனிதப்பற்றுதான், அதுவும் வளர்ச்சி நோக்கிய மனிதப்பற்று மட்டும்தான் எனக்கு என்று சொல்லுவார். இருந்தாலும் தான் விரும்பிய சமுதாயத்தை படைப்பதற்கு இங்கு கட்டமைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிற அல்லது அதற்கு முன்னாலே கட்டமைக்க முயன்று கொண்டிருந்த இந்திய தேசியம் என்பது இடையூறாக இருக்கும் என்பதற்கு அவர் மிக நீண்ட காலமாக இந்த விடுதலை போராட்டத்தின் மீதான விமர்சனத்தை அவர் தேசியம் என்பதற்கு என்று சொன்னாலும் கூட இந்திய தேசியத்தான் சொல்லால் சொன்னால் அரசியலை சமப்படுத்திய கருத்தும் இந்தியாவின் பழைய நாகரிகத்திற்கும் பழக்க வளத்திற்கும் ஏற்ற அரசியலை ஸ்தாபிக்க செய்த சூழ்ச்சியை தவிர வேறு இல்லை. அதுக்குதான் கேட்டுக்கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள் என்று சொல்லுவார். இன்னொரு இடத்துல சொல்லுவாரு, தேசம், தேசியம், சுயராஜ்யம் என்பவை எல்லாமே பழைய தங்களுடைய பார்ப்பன சாம்ராஜ்யத்தை நிறுவிக்கொள்வதற்கு, தோலை கடித்து துருத்தியை கடித்து வேட்டை நாய் ஆகிவிட்டது என்பதை போல தேசியமானது ஒரு பக்கம் அரசு சுதந்திரம் கேட்டுக்கொண்டும் மற்றொரு பக்கம் வர்ணாச்சிரம ஜோயராஜ்யம் பெற முயற்சிகள் நடைபெறுகின்றன என்று 1931ஆம் ஆண்டில் சொல்லுகிறார். ஏன்னா பெரியாருக்கு முன்னாலே பலர் தமிழ்நாட்டிலிருந்து இந்த குரலை எழுப்பி வந்திருக்கிறார். இப்ப தமிழன் என்பதற்கே என்ன சிக்கல் என்றதெல்லாம் இப்போ பேசிக் கொண்டிருக்கிற சூழல், இப்போ தமிழன் யார் என்பதற்கு கூட அடையாளப்படுத்துகிற போது அதை பற்றி எல்லாம் சில பேர் அதற்கான அடையாளங்களாக வைப்பது என்பது வேறு வேறு அடையாளத்தை வைக்கிறார். அதுல இப்போது நான் சொல்ல விரும்புகிற ஒரு தலைவராக 1912ஆம் ஆண்டிலே கூட அயோத்திதாசர் அவர்கள் யாரெல்லாம் சுதேசி என்று 2 சுதேசிகளை அவர் சொல்லுகிறார். சுதேசிகள், சுயதேச வாசிகள் என்று கொஞ்சம் பேரை சொல்லுகிறார், இன்னொன்று சுதேசிகள் என்று சொல்லுகிறார். அதுல யாருன்னா இந்த தேசத்திலேயே வாழ்ந்து தமிழ் தேசத்திலே பிறந்து வளர்ந்து அதன் பலனை அனுபவித்து வந்தவர்களை சுதேசிகள் என்று சுயதேச வாசகர்கள் சொல்லலாம். அதை விட பின்காலத்து காலம் இங்கே வந்து குடியேறி 100 வருடத்துக்கு மேலாக காலம் கழிப்பவர்களையும் சுதேசி என்றுதான் கூறத்தகும் என்று சொல்லிவிட்டு, யார் யார் மற்றும் இந்த ஆந்திர, கன்னட, மகாராஷ்டிரம் பூர்வகுடிகளே ஆவர், திராவிடர்களை போல தேச விருத்தியை நாடியவர்களும் இவரெல்லாம் யதார்த்த சுதேசிகள் என்று சொல்லிவிட்டு இன்னொருவரை சொல்லுகிறார், சாதி பேத செயலால் ஒற்றுமையை கெடுப்போரும் சமய பேதத்தால் சோம்பலை பெருக்கி தேசத்தை கெடுப்போரும் சுதேசிகள் ஆக மாட்டார். அவங்க யாருன்னு சொல்றாரு அவரு, சிந்து நதி ஓரமாக வந்து குடியேறி இந்துக்கள் என்று அழைக்க பெற்றோர் இந்திய தேசத்தின் நூதன குடிகள் ஆதலில். இப்போ வந்து யாருன்னா புதுசா வந்தவங்க, அவர்களுக்கு சுதேசிகள் என்ற பெயரே கிடையாதுங்கிறார். தமிழ்நாட்டில் யாருக்கு இல்லை என்பது அவருடைய கருத்தில் அயோத்திதாசர் 16/10/1912 இந்த கருத்தை அவர் சொல்லுகிறார். அது இல்லாம கூட இவர்கள் இப்போதெல்லாம் சொல்லிக் கொண்டிருப்பது நீதி கட்சி என்ற பெயரால் ஆந்திராக்காரர்களும் மற்றவர்களும் உள்ளே நுழைந்து அவர்கள்தான் இப்போ இந்த செய்தியை தமிழ் தேச ஏதாவது திராவிடம் என்ற சொல்லுக்கே பெரியாருக்கு அவர்கள்தான் திணித்து நம்முடைய நாட்டை தமிழ்நாடுன்னு சொல்றதுக்கு இல்லாம கூட பண்ணிட்டாங்க என்று சொல்லுவார்கள். அதை அது தவறானது என்பதற்காக நான் சொன்னேன். இப்ப நேரடியாக வேக வேகமாக சொல்லிவிட வேண்டும் என்று கருதுகிறேன். அண்ணா அவர்கள் பின்னாலே திராவிட நாடு என்று ஒன்று கேட்டார்கள். அது பெரியார் கேட்ட திராவிட நாடுக்கு அதுக்கு வேறுபாடு, அதை பற்றி பின்னால் வருவோம். ஆனால் ஜஸ்டிஸ் ஏட்டில், ஜஸ்டிஸ் கட்சி நடத்திய ஜஸ்டிஸ் ஏட்டில் தலையங்கமாக டாக்டர் டி.எம். நாயர் அவர்கள் ஒரு தலையங்கத்தை எழுதுகிறார். அதுல இந்த ஜஸ்டிஸ் மூவ்மெண்ட் எதற்காக என்பதை பற்றி சொல்லுகிற போது, டு carve out a separate sovereign republic of South India என்று சொல்லுகிறார். That was the reason why the party was named as South Indian Liberal Federation, devoting a federation of the Telugu, the Tamil, the Karnataka and Kerala and Karnataka provinces, அதையெல்லாம் ஒன்றாக சேர்ந்த ஒரு கூட்டரசை அமைக்க வேண்டும் என்பதுதான் அவருடைய நோக்கமாக இருந்திருக்கிறது. அதை கூட அண்ணா இந்தியாவுக்கு விடுதலை வந்த போது பெரியார் துக்க நாள் என்று சொன்னார். அதற்கு விமர்சனம் வைக்கிற போது அது குறித்து மனவை திருமலைசாமி அவர்கள் அதற்கான மறுப்பை எழுதினார். பெரியாரை விட்டு மிக நீண்ட காலத்திற்கு முன்னால், அதற்கு முன்னால் 6 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்னே பெரியாரை விட்டு வெளியேறி போனவர். நகரதூதன் என்ற ஒரு ஏட்டை நடத்தி கொண்டு எழுதி கொண்டிருந்த அவர்தான் பல வேளைகளில் பெரியாருக்கு ஆதரவான கருத்துக்களை பதிவு செய்வார். 47 இந்திய விடுதலைக்கு இன்ப நாள் என்று அண்ணா சொன்னதற்கான விமர்சனத்தையும் எழுதினார். 49 திருமணத்தை காரணம் கட்டி வெளியேறிய போது மிகப்பெரிய துவேஷ புயல் என்ற தலைப்பில் ஒரு நீண்ட கட்டுரையை அவர் எழுதியிருக்கிறார். இதுல சொல்லுவாரு, அவர் சொல்றாரு, நீங்கள் வந்தீங்களே அண்ணா, நான் ஒரு நாள் அண்ணாதுரை அவர்களே, நான் ஒரு நாள் அலுவலகத்துக்கு வந்த போது உங்கள் மேடையில் 4 அடுக்கு 4 புத்தகம் பைண்டிங் இருந்தது. அது ஜஸ்டிஸ் பத்திரிகையினுடைய பைண்டிங்கு. அதுல 9/1/17 எடுத்து பாருங்கள். கேரளம், கன்னடம், ஆந்திரம், தமிழ் பிரதேசங்கள் அடங்கியதுதான் தென்னிந்தியா. இவைகள் சேர்ந்த இன்றைய சென்னை மாகாணம். இந்த தென்னிந்தியாவில் வாழும் மக்கள் ஒரே கூட்டத்தவர். இந்த 4 சகோதரர்கள் பேசும் பாஷைகள் ஒரே மூலத்திலிருந்து பிரிந்தவை. இந்த தென்னிந்தியா இந்தியாவின் மத்திய அரசிலிருந்து விலகி 4 பிரதேசங்களும் சேர்ந்து கூட்டரசு ஏற்பட வேண்டும் என்று எங்கள் தென்னிந்தியர் நல உரிமை சங்கம் அதற்காகவே ஏற்பட்டது, அதற்காகவே பாடுபட போகிறது என்று எழுதியிருப்பதை நீங்கள் பார்க்கவில்லையா என்று எழுதி வேறொரு கருத்துக்காக அவர் பதில் எழுதுவார். ஆக இந்த கருத்து நீண்ட காலமாக நீதி கட்சி காலத்தில் இருந்து, நீதி கட்சிக்கு அடுத்ததாக வந்த, நீதி கட்சிக்கு முன்னதாக யார் சுதேசிகள் அவர் நிர்ணயித்தார். நீதி கட்சி 4 அரசுகளுடைய கூட்டாட்சியாக திராவிட நாட்டை உருவாக்க போகிறோம் என்று சொன்னார்கள். அதைவிட இன்னொருவர் 1926ஆம் ஆண்டில் தமிழ்நாட்டிலிருந்து போன ஒரு சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர், டெல்லிக்கும் சட்டமன்றம் தான் பேர் அப்போ, இங்கதான் இங்க கவுன்சில், அங்க சட்டமன்றம். அங்க இன்னொன்று ராஜ்யசபாவை போல கவுன்சில் ஆஃப் ஸ்டேட்ஸ் என்று ஒன்று இருந்தது. அதில் உறுப்பினராக இருந்தவர் இங்கு சென்னையில் நீதிபதியாக இருந்தார், உயர் நீதிமன்றத்தில் நீதிபதியாக இருந்து அதற்கு பின்னால் அரசியலுக்கு போனவர். வைஸ்ராய் கவுன்சிலில் புரட்சியாளர் அம்பேத்கர் அவர்கள் 42ஆம் ஆண்டு அதனுடைய பதவியேற்றதை போல் இவர் 1915 பதவியேற்றவர், வைஸ்ராய் கவுன்சில் உறுப்பினர். 1919 நடந்த ஜாலியன்வாலாபாக் படுகொலைக்காக அந்த பதவி விட்டு விலகி வந்தவர் சர்சி சங்கரநாயர் என்ற ஒருவர். அவர் ஒரு தீர்மானத்தை 1926ஆம் ஆண்டு மார்ச் 15ஆம் தேதி கொண்டு போறார். என்ன தீர்மானம்னா, this council recommends to the governor general in council to advise his majesty's government to take such steps as may be required to constitute the following districts inhabited by the Tamil speaking race. அவர் மலையாளி, ஆனா அவர் எதை கேட்கிறாருன்னா, inhabited by the Tamil speaking race, that is to say Chingalpet, North Arcot, Salem, Coimbatore, South Arcot, Tanjore, Tiruchirappalli, Madura, Ramnad and Tirunelveli into a province with complete self government என்று சொல்லிவிட்டு அதற்கு விளக்கம் பின்னால சொல்றாரு. அதற்கு தனி அரசு இருக்க வேண்டும், தனி பார்லிமெண்ட் இருக்கணும். The parliament should have power to make laws for peace, order and good government of province in respect of all subjects, including taxation, expenditure, loans, postal and telegraphs, railways, aeroplanes, naval, military and air force. தனக்கான ரயில்வேயை, தனக்கான வானூர்தி சேவையை, தங்களுக்கான கடற்படையை, வான்படையை, தரைப்படையை கொண்டிருக்கிற ஒரு நாடாக, அதன் நாடாளுமன்றம் கொண்ட நாடாக அப்படி வேணும்னு 15/3/26 கொண்டு வராரு தீர்மானம். முன்னோடிகளே முதல் தமிழ்நாட்டுக்காக பேசப்பட்டது. ஏன்னா பெரியாரை ஒரே ஒரு வார்த்தை திராவிடர் என்ற சொல்லை பயன்படுத்தி விட்டார். அடிக்கடி இந்த இவர்கள்லாம் சொல்லுவார்கள், நாட்டு வைத்தியர்கள், நீ எதை சாப்பிட்டாலும் புளி சாப்பிட்டீங்கன்னா அது பயன்படாம போயிடும் என்று சொல்லுவார்கள். எல்லாத்தையும் முறிச்சிடும், எல்லா மருந்துடைய சக்தியை போல பெரியார் 1000 போரிட்டு இருந்தாலும், இந்த நாட்டுக்காக உழைத்திருந்தாலும், போராடி இருந்தாலும், உரிமையில் பெற்று தந்திருந்தாலும் திராவிடர் சொல்லுதான் எல்லாத்தையும் கெடுத்துருச்சு என்று இப்போதும் பல பேர் பேசிக்கொண்டு தான் இருக்கிறார்கள். விவரம் தெரியாமல் பேசுவரும், விவரம் தெரிந்து பேசுகிற சிலரும் இப்போது தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கிறார்கள். ஆனா தொடக்க காலத்தில் பெரியார் எல்லா நிகழ்ச்சிகளிலும் தமிழர் என்ற சொல்லைத்தான் பயன்படுத்தி வருகிறார். 1924 இருந்து வைத்துக் கொள்ளலாம். சேரன்மாதேவி குருகுல சிக்கல் வந்த போது அதற்காக நிதி திரட்டி கொடுத்தவர்கள் ஒரு பக்கமும், அதை பார்ப்பனருக்கு முன்னுரிமையும் அதிக சலுகையிலும் கொடுத்தும் பார்ப்பனல்லாத மாணவர்களை இழிவுபடுத்தியும் நடத்திய இந்த சபைக்கு எதிராக ஒரு கூட்டம் தொடர்ந்து அவர்கள் குழுவாக இருக்கிறார். டாக்டர் வரதராஜன் நாயுடு இருக்கிறார், பெரியார், வைசு சண்முகம் அவர்கள், காரைக்குடி முருகப்பா போன்ற பலர் அதற்கு எதிர்ப்பு. ஏன்னா அதிக நன்கொடை கொடுத்தவர்கள் வைசு சண்முகம் தான். வைசு சண்முகம் காநாடு காத்தான் வைசு சண்முகம் பெரியாரோட சுயமரியாதை தொடர்ந்து இருந்தவர். சுயமரியாதை திருமணத்தை பற்றி பேசுகிறோம். 1935 வைசு சண்முகத்தினுடைய மகள் பார்வதிக்கு திருமணம் நடந்த போது மேடையில் தாலி கட்டிக்கொள்ள மறுத்தவர் எல்லோரும் சமாதானப்படுத்திய போது சொன்னார், நானும் வேண்டுமென்றால் அவருக்கு ஒரு தாலி கட்டுகிறேன் என்றால் தான் அனுமதிப்பேன் என்று திருமண மேடையில் 1935ஆம் ஆண்டில் போராடக்கூடிய ஒரு சிந்தனையை கொண்டவருடைய தந்தை அவர். அவர்தான் சேரன்மாதேவி குருகுலத்துக்கு 31 ஏக்கர் நிலத்தை தன் சொந்த காசில் வாங்கி தருகிறார். இப்ப சந்திப்புகள், அதற்கு எதிராக நடக்கிற கூட்டத்துக்கெல்லாம் தமிழர் கூட்டம் என்றுதான் பெயர் வைக்கிறார். முதல்ல கூட்டம் சென்னையில் இருக்கிற தமிழ்நாடு அலுவலகத்தில் வைசு சண்முகத்தினுடைய தலைமையில் ஒரு கூட்டம் நடக்குது. அதற்கு பேர் தமிழர் கூட்டம். மீண்டும் ஏப்ரல் 25 இன்னொரு கூட்டம், அதுவும் தமிழர் இயக்கம், சென்னை தலைமையகம் வைத்து நடக்கணும். கிராமந்தோறும் கிளைகள் வேண்டும், திருவிக்காவை துணைக்கு வைத்துக் கொள்ளலாம், அவரை கூப்பிடணும், அங்கிருந்தாலும் சரி, ஜஸ்டிஸ் கட்சி இதனோடு இணைத்து விடலாம் என்று தீர்மானங்கள் நிறைவேற்றுகிறார். அதில் தமிழர் ஒற்றுமை, சர்வசமய ஒற்றுமை, கோயில் நுழைவு போன்ற தீர்மானங்களையும் இது எடுக்குது இந்த தமிழர் இயக்கம். அதற்கு பின்னாலும் ஒரு முறை கூடுகிறார்கள், தமிழர் இயக்கம் பெயர் கொண்டு கூடுகிறார்கள். 25 வைஷ்ணவ வீட்டுல மீண்டும் ஒரு கூட்டம் கூடுகிறது, இதே தமிழர் கூட்டம். அதற்கு நவசக்தியில செய்தியா கூட வருது 3/7/25. பிறவியினால் உயர்வு இல்லைன்னு ஒரு துண்டறிக்கையில் போட்டு நாடு முழுக்க பரப்பணும். தேசமெங்கும் பிரசங்கம் செய்ய வேண்டும். சமத்துவம், சகோதரத்துவம், சுதந்திரம் போன்ற உணர்ச்சிகள் வளர்க்க பிரச்சாரம் செய்ய வேண்டும். எல்லா கட்சி பிராமணர்களாலும் கூடும் மாநாட்டை நடத்த வேண்டும் என்றெல்லாம் ஒரு தீர்மானத்தை தமிழர் கூட்டம் எடுக்கிறது. அதற்கப்புறம் பெரியார் காஞ்சிபுரம் மாநாடு நடக்கிற போது வகுப்பாரி உரிமை தீர்மானத்துக்கு மறுப்பு தருகிறார்கள் என்பதற்காக அவர் ஒரு தலையங்கம் எழுதுறார். நாம எல்லாம் கூடணும். எப்ப அது நடந்து 22-23 நடக்குது, நவம்பர் மாதம் 1925. 8ஆம் தேதி குடியரசு தலையங்கம் எழுதுகிறார். தமிழர் மாநாடு என்று போட்டு ஒரு தலையங்கத்தை எழுதுகிறார். நாம் எல்லாம் அங்க கூடுவோம், கூடி அதில் நாம் முடிவெடுத்தாக வேண்டும். வகுப்பாரி உரிமைக்கு எதிர்ப்பு தெரிவித்தால் என்ன செய்வது மீண்டும் என்று பேசுகிறார். அதே மாதிரி 15/11/1925 வேண்டுகோள்னு போட்டு கீழே ஈவேரா என்று கையெழுத்து போட்டு ஒரு அறிக்கை, காஞ்சிபுரம் தமிழர் மாநாட்டுக்கு அனைவரும் வாருங்கள், பார்ப்பனராக வந்து கலந்து கொள்ளுங்கள் என்று பேசுகிறார். அந்த மாநாட்டிலும் இந்த காஞ்சிபுரம் காங்கிரஸ் மாநாடு பந்தலிலேயே நடத்துகிறார்கள் ஒரு சந்திப்பு. ஆக தமிழர் என்ற அடையாளத்தை அவர் விட்டவராக இருக்கவில்லை, அதற்கு எதிராகவும் அவர் இருக்கவில்லை. ஏன்னா இப்ப பெரிய வைக்கிற குற்றச்சாட்டே திராவிடன் சொல்லித்தான் இந்த சிக்கல்லாம் கொண்டு வந்து விட்டுட்டாரு பெரியார் பெரியார் என்று சொல்லிக்கொண்டே இருப்பார். இன்னொரு செய்தியை கூட நான் இந்த வேளையில் நான் சொல்ல வேண்டும். அந்த அவர் எப்படி இருந்தார் என்பதற்கு தமிழ்நாட்டை தவிர மற்ற பகுதியினரை வெளிநாட்டினர் என்றேதான் அழைக்கிற பழக்கம் பெரியாருக்கு இருந்திருக்கிறது. அவர் நம்முடைய அந்த கருத்தை கொண்டிருந்ததால் தான் அவர் 1900 காங்கிரஸ் விட்டு போன போட நெல்லூர்ல ஒரு மாநாடு நடக்குது. நெல்லூரில் ஒரு மாநாடு, நீதி கட்சி மாநாடு நடக்கிறது. அங்கெல்லாம் இவங்க என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா, பார்ப்பனர்களை உறுப்பினராக சேர்த்துக் கொள்ளலாம் என்று பேசுகிறார். அப்போ பெரியார் அந்த மாநாட்டுக்காக ஒரு அறிக்கை விடுகிற போது அதில் குறிப்பிடுகிறார் அவரு, இந்த மாநாடு தெலுங்கு நாட்டில் கூடுவது நமக்கு மிக்க பலவீனம் என்றே தோன்றுகிறது. ஏனெனில் தெலுங்கு நாட்டு மக்களுக்கு இந்த விஷயம் அவ்வளவுதான் கவலைப்படுத்தாக இல்லை. அவர்களுக்கு இன்னும் பார்ப்பனராதர் என்கிற விஷயம் அர்த்தமானதாகவே சொல்வதற்கில்லை. இதற்கு முக்கிய உதாரணம் என்னவென்றால், ஆந்திர தேசத்தில் இன்னும் காங்கிரசுக்கு மதிப்பும் ஆதரவும் இருப்பதே ஆகும். சொல்லிவிட்டு, ஆந்திர தேசத்து பார்ப்பனராதர்கள் இனியும் மத சம்பந்தமான புராணங்களில் குருட்டு நம்பிக்கையில் ஈடுபட்டவர்கள் ஆவார்கள். எவ்வளவுக்கு எவ்வளவு குருட்டு நம்பிக்கைகளையும் புழுகு புராணங்களில் ஈடுபட்டு இருக்கிறார்களோ அவ்வளவுக்களோ அவர்களை மேதாவிகள் என்றும் பெரியவர்கள் என்றும் நினைத்துக் கொண்டிருப்பவர்கள். எனவே மூட நம்பிக்கையிலிருந்தும் கண்மூடி பின்பற்றும் குருட்டு நடவடிக்கையிலிருந்தும் என்று ஆந்திர தேசத்தவர்கள் விடுதலை பெறுகிறார்களோ அன்றுதான் அவர்கள் பார்ப்பனர்களின் மதிப்புகளிலிருந்தும் அரசியல் பொருட்களிலிருந்தும் விடுதலை அடைய முடியும். ஆதலால் அதுவரையிலும் நாம் எந்த வகையிலும் ஆந்திர தேசத்தவர்களை பின்பற்றுவது மறுபடியும் குழியில் போய் விடுவதையே ஒக்கும் என்று பெரியார் கூறுகிறார். அவங்க எல்லாம் ஒன்றாக இணைந்திருந்த காலம்தான் அது. 1922/1929 சொல்றாரு. இன்னும் வேடிக்கையாக இருக்கும், இன்னும் சில பேரை அவர் வெளிநாட்டுக்காரர்கள் என்றார். யார் யார சொல்றாங்கன்னு பார்த்தா நமக்கு கூட வியப்பாக இருக்கும். இந்த காங்கிரஸ் கூட்டங்களுக்கு வெளியே இருந்த ஆட்கள் எல்லாம் கூட்டு வருவாங்க. மாளவியா வந்திருக்கிறார், காந்தி வருகிறார், பட்டேல் இங்கு வந்திருக்கிறார். அந்த காலகட்டங்களில் எல்லாம் பெரியார் என்ன சொல்லி இருக்கிறார் என்பதை பார்த்தால் கூட வியப்பா இருக்கும். அதுவும் 1929 தான் எழுதுறாரு. மலையாளமும் மாளவியாவும் மாளவியா வர்றார். தென்னாட்டு பார்ப்பனர்கள் அரசியலாவது மத இயலாவது சமூக இயலாவது தங்கள் புரட்டுகள் எல்லாம் வெளியாகி விடுவதன் மூலம் செலவாகி விட்டால் வடநாட்டிலிருந்து யாராவது ஒருத்தர் கூட்டி வர்றாங்கன்னு எழுதிட்டு பின்னால சொல்றாரு, இவங்க நமக்கு எதிராக வெளியில் புறப்பட்டு பிரச்சாரம் செய்ய முடியாத காலகட்டங்களில் வெளிநாட்டிலிருந்து யாரையாவது பிடித்து கொண்டு வந்து அவர்கள் மதிப்பின் மறைவில் மேடையில் ஏறி பேச நினைக்கிறார்கள். இதுக்கு முந்தைய அப்படி கூட்டி வந்திருக்காங்க. அதாவது சென்ற வருஷத்தின் முன் காந்தியாரை கூட்டி கொண்டு வந்து அந்த சாயம் வெளுத்து போச்சு. அதுக்கப்புறம் திரு பஜாஜை கூட்டிட்டு வந்தாங்க. அதற்கு இவங்கெல்லாம் கூட்டு வந்தாங்க. அப்ப யாருக்கு? பெரியாருக்கு குஜராத்தில் பிறந்த காந்தியும் ராஜஸ்தான்ல பிறந்த மாளவியாவும் கூட, உத்தரப்பிரதேச மாளவியாவும் பஜாஜ் இவங்கெல்லாம் கூட வெளிநாட்டுக்காரர்கள் என்கிறார். அது மட்டும் இல்ல, இவ்வளவு போதாமல் வெளிநாடுகள் இருந்து திருவாளர் காந்தி, மாளவியா, மூஞ்சே இவங்கெல்லாம் கூட்டி வர்றாங்க. இன்னொரு இடத்துல எழுதுறாரு அவர். பட்டேலை கூட்டி வர்றாரு. நம்ம நாட்டுல இவருக்கு என்ன வேலை என்று சொல்லுகிற போது, திராவிட தேசத்துக்கு வந்த அவருக்கு ஆரிய தர்மத்தை பற்றி பிரச்சாரத்தில் கவலை எதற்காக வேண்டும்? இந்த நாட்டில் ஏற்பட வேண்டிய சீர்திருத்தங்களுக்கெல்லாம் அவங்க தானே எதிர்ப்பு. நாகரீகம் பண்பாட்டை பற்றி பேசுகிற போது இந்த இடத்துல சொல்றாரு, திராவிட தேசத்துக்கு வந்தவர் எதுக்கு ஆரிய தர்மத்தை பற்றி பேசுகிறார்? இந்த பார்வைகள் எல்லாம் தொடர்ச்சியாக நாடு என்று தமிழ்நாடு என்றும், பண்பாட்டை பற்றி பேசுகிற போது திராவிடம் என்றும். ஏன்னா பெரியாருக்கு முன்னாலே பல பேர் இருந்திருக்கிறாங்க. 28ஆம் ஆண்டு 27ஆம் ஆண்டில் பெரியார் விருதுநகர்ல ஒரு கோவில்பட்டியில் ஒரு கூட்டம் நடக்குது. அது திராவிடர் கழகத்தினுடைய 18வது ஆண்டு விழா என்று நடக்கிறது. அதில் பெரியாரை அழைக்கிறார். நடத்தினவர் சிவஞான யோகி, விருதை சிவஞான யோகி என்ற ஒருவர். பெரியாரும் வஉசியும் அதில் கலந்து கொள்கிறார். இப்ப அந்த காரணத்தால் அதுலயும் பேசுறாரு. என்றைக்கு ஆரியர்கள் இந்த நாட்டில் நுழைந்தார்களோ, நம் மீது வர்ணாசிரம பண்பாட்டை திணித்தார்களோ, அப்போதே திராவிடர்கள் சங்கம் துவக்க வேண்டிய தேவை வந்து விட்டது என்று அந்த கூட்டத்திலும் அவர் பேசியவராக இருக்கிறார். அப்படிப்பட்ட நிலையில் தான் எதற்கு இதெல்லாம் சொல்றேன்னா, இப்ப பெரியார் ஏதோ திடீரென்று அவர் திராவிடம் என்பதை கொண்டு வந்து தமிழ் என்பதை வெறுத்தொதுக்கி விட்டு வந்து விட்டார் என்பதை போல அவர் சொல்லுவதற்கு இன்னும் சிலவற்றை நாம், பெரியார் வந்து 1938 தமிழ்நாடு தமிழருக்கு என்ற முழக்கத்தை எழுப்பினார். அதுவும் கொஞ்சம் பேர் சொல்ல ஆரம்பிச்சுட்டாங்க. இவர் எங்க சொன்னாரு, மறைமலடிகளும் சோமசுந்தர் பாரதி தான் சொன்னாங்க என்று சொல்லிக் கொண்டு இருப்பவர்கள் கொஞ்சம் பேர் இருக்காங்க. அன்றைக்கு மட்டும்தான் சொன்னாங்க, அடுத்த நாள் சொன்னாங்களான்னு யாரும் கேட்பதில்லை. ஆனாலும் கூட அவர் எப்போதிருந்து இந்த கருத்தை கொண்டிருக்கார் என்பதை எல்லாம் சொல்லிவிட வேண்டும். வன்னியகுல சத்திரியர் மாநாடு சேலத்தில் நடக்கிறது. அந்த மாநாட்டில் பேசுகிற போது அவர் பெரியார் ஒன்று சொல்லுகிறார். இந்தியா ஒரு நாடு என்று ஆனால்தானே இந்தியா முழுமையும் பற்றி பேச நமக்கு உரிமை உண்டு. இப்போது இந்தியா ஒரு நாடா என்று யோசித்து பாருங்கள் என்ற சொல்லை அதில் பேசுகிறார். அதுக்கு பின்னால முதலாக 35 நேரத்தில் தான் தை 1ஆம் நாளை தமிழ் புத்தாண்டு என்று முடிவு செய்ய வேண்டும் என்ற தீர்மானத்தை 29 சொல்றாங்க, 35 ஒரு முறை எடுத்ததாக சொல்லுகிறார். 36ஆம் ஆண்டு பொங்கல் விழா நடத்தப்படுகிறது. தமிழ் திருவிழா என்ற பெயரால் அது எடுக்கப்படுகிறது பச்சைப்பன் கல்லூரியில. அதுல பெரியாரையும் அழைத்திருக்கிறார். அதுல போய் பெரியார் பேச, அதுல மற்றதெல்லாம் விட்டுருவோம், சில இடத்துல மட்டும் சொல்றோம். அந்த கூட்டத்தில் பெரியார் சொல்லுகிறார், பொங்கல் விழாவை தமிழ் திருநாள் என்று அப்போது எடுக்கிறார்கள். தமிழ் புத்தாண்டு என்று அறிவிக்கப்பட்ட ஆண்டு அதுதான். சில இடத்துல சொல்லுவாங்க, ஷேக்ஸ்பியர் வேண்டுமா இங்கிலாந்து வேண்டுமா என்றால் இங்கிலீஷ் மகனே ஷேக்ஸ்பியர் வேண்டும் என்பானாம். நாம் எதை கேட்பது? இந்தியா வேண்டுமா கம்பராமாயணம் வேண்டுமா என்றால் உண்மை தமிழ்மன் என்ன சொல்லுவான்? 2 சனியனும் வேண்டாம் என்று தானே சொல்லுவான். இப்ப இது 38 தான் தமிழ்நாடு தமிழருக்கே முழக்கம். 36 சொல்றாரு, அவன் ஷேக்ஸ்பியர் வேண்டுமா இங்கிலாந்து வேண்டுமா என்றால் அவன் ஷேக்ஸ்பியர் தான் வேணுமானா, பரவாயில்ல இங்கிலாந்து கூட வேண்டாம். நம்ம நாட்டுல அப்படி ஒரு கேள்வி அவனா கேட்கிறான்னு வச்சுக்கங்க என்று சொல்லுகிறார். கம்பராமாயணம் வேண்டுமா இந்தியா வேண்டுமா என்றால் 2 சனியனும் வேண்டாம் என்றுதானே நாம் சொல்லுவோம் என்பதை எப்ப சொல்றாரு? 36. இப்படி நிறைய கருத்துக்களை
குறுக்கிட்டதுக்கு மன்னிக்கணும் அண்ணா,
சொல்லுங்க.
ஒண்ணு இல்லைண்ணா, நேரம் கடந்து போறதுனால 5:30 மணிக்கு தொடங்கணும்.
மன்னிக்கணும். இல்ல எனக்கு 30 நிமிஷம்.
மன்னிக்கணும்.
15 நிமிடம் மன்னிக்கணும் தோழர், மன்னிக்கணும். அப்ப சரி அப்ப நான் மன்னிக்கணும்.
இன்னும் 2 பேர் இருக்காங்க நம்ம பக்கம்.
சீக்கிரம் முடிச்சுட்டான், இதோட முடிச்சிடறேன் நானு. அப்ப 2 செய்திகளை மட்டும் நான் இப்போது சொல்ல வேண்டும் என்று கருதுகிறேன். ஒன்று, திராவிடம் என்ற சொல்லே ஏதோ தவறான சொல் என்பதை போலவும், நம்மை ஏய்க்க வந்த சொல் என்பதை போலவும், பெரியார் அவர்களை இணைப்பதற்காக என்று சொல்லுவ காரணத்தால் ஆந்திரா பிரிந்த போது மகிழ்ச்சி அடைந்தேன் என்று சொன்னார். கேரளமும் கர்நாடகமும் சீக்கிரம் ஒளிந்தால் தேவலாம் என்றிருந்த நல்ல வாய்ப்பாக போய்விட்டது என்று சொல்லுகிறார். அதற்கு பின்னால் அவர் எரிக்கிறார் இந்திய படத்தை, தமிழ்நாடு நீங்களான இந்திய படத்தை, வரைபடத்தை எரிக்கிற போது ஆந்திராவையும் கர்நாடகையும் சேர்ந்துதான் எரித்தார். அவர் கேட்ட தமிழ்நாடு இவர்களை போல அஞ்சி கேட்டதல்ல, வெளிப்படையாய் தனித்தமிழ் நாடு என்ற சொல்லாய் கேட்டார். ஆனால் அதற்கான நோக்கம் வேறு. அதற்கான நோக்கமாக அவர் கொண்டிருந்தது தமிழர்கள் மீது சுமத்தப்பட்டிருக்கிற சமூக இழிவு ஒழிய வேண்டும் என்பதும், வடநாட்டு சுரண்டல் ஒழிய வேண்டும் என்பது இருந்தாலும், அதையும் விட முக்கியமாய் இந்த இழிவு அகற்றிய, இழிவு இல்லாத, இன இழிவு நீங்கிய ஒரு சமுதாயத்தை படைக்க வேண்டும் என்ற நோக்கத்தோடு கேட்டப்பட்ட அந்த தமிழ்நாட்டை, அதற்காக பேசப்பட்ட தமிழ் தேசியத்தை, இவங்க பெயர்ல சொன்னால் தமிழ் தேசியம், அதைத்தான் பெரியார் தொடர்ந்து பேசி வந்தார். தொடர்ந்து தன் இறுதி நாள் வரை இந்த வாய்ப்பில்லாது தமிழ்நாடு தமிழருக்கு ஆகாதா என்பதை தன்னுடைய இறுதி சொற்பொழிவான 1973ஆம் ஆண்டு டிசம்பர் 19ஆம் நாளும் பேசினார். அந்த கருத்தை கொண்டிருந்த பெரியாரை இப்போது ஏதோ புதிதாக வந்தவர்கள் அந்த ஒரு சொல்லால் சொல்லுகிற அந்த வாய்ப்புக்கு, அந்த வாய்ப்பு கேடான ஒன்றுக்காக நம்முடைய வருத்தத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்வோம். நாம் காண விரும்பியது ஒரு சுதந்திர தமிழ்நாடு என்பது ஜாதி ஒழிந்த தமிழ்நாடு, பெரியாரின் லட்சியங்களை நிறைவேறிய வாய்ப்பான தமிழ்நாடு. அதை கேட்கிற தமிழ் தேசியர்கள் இப்போது இருக்கிறார்களா என்பதையும் நாம் ஒத்துப்பார்த்து பெரியாரின் தமிழ் தேசியத்தை உணர்ந்து கொள்வோம் என்று கூறி கூடுதல் நேரம் எடுத்ததற்கு என்னுடைய வருத்தத்தை தெரிவித்து முடித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Just a small information, because Dr. Srikanth Bothra has also joined. Actually, the session 3 has to start at 5:30 Indian time, and it's around 1 o'clock in the UK time, but we are a little bit delayed with session 2. Sorry for that. We will be try to maintain the time. Srikanth, sorry for that. Sorry for making you to wait. We will start soon with the session 3 after our speakers in session 2 ends up their opinion and speaks. Yeah, Kavilanthula, you can continue.
Sorry for the delay, Mr. Srikanth. மிக்க நன்றியை குளத்தூர் மணி ஐயா அவர்களே. அடுத்ததாக நான் தோழர் புனித பாண்டியன் அவர்கள் தலித் முரசு அந்த பத்திரிகையின் ஆசிரியர் அவர்களை இந்தியா முழுவதும் இணைய வேண்டிய பெரியாரிய அம்பேத்கரிய தோழர்களின் ஒருங்கிணைப்பு அது சம்பந்தமான அந்த கருத்தை கூற அழைக்கிறேன்.
ஐரோப்பிய பேசலாமா தோழர்?
நீங்க பேசுங்க.
ஐரோப்பிய பெரியாரிய அம்பேத்கரிய தோழமை கூட்டமைப்பை சார்ந்த அதனுடைய தலைவர் அவர்களே, ஒருங்கிணைப்பாளர்களே, வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய தோழர்களே, நண்பர்களே, அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். மிக மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருக்கின்றது என்னை பேச அழைத்ததற்காக மட்டுமல்லாமல் அம்பேத்கரையும் பெரியாரையும் இணைத்து ஒரு உலக அளவில் ஒரு பரப்புரையை நீங்கள் செய்து கொண்டிருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை நினைக்கும் பொழுது உள்ளபடியே நான் அதற்கான நன்றியையும் வாழ்த்துகளையும் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். ஏனென்று சொன்னால் ஒரு 20 ஆண்டு காலமாக இந்த இருவேறு சிந்தனையாளர்களினுடைய சிந்தனைகளை தாங்கி ஒரு பத்திரிகையை நான் தொடர்ச்சியாக நடத்தி வந்தேன் என்ற அளவில் அதை என்னால் அந்த இரு சிந்தனைகளையும் ஒருங்கிணைப்பது என்பது ஒரு விதமான ஒரு கெமிஸ்ட்ரியை அது உருவாக்குகிறது. அது ஒரு நல்ல விளைவை உண்டாக்குகிறது. அதை உணர்ந்தவன் என்ற அடிப்படையில் நீங்கள் உலக அளவில் அம்பேத்கரையும் பெரியாரையும் இணைத்திருப்பது உண்மையிலேயே வரவேற்கத்தக்கது. இன்றைக்கு இந்தியா முழுவதும் செயல்படக்கூடிய செயல்பாட்டாளர்கள் இந்த இரு சிந்தனையாளர்களுடைய கருத்துக்களை நாம் இடையறாமல் பரப்புரை செய்ய வேண்டும் என்பதை மட்டும் இங்கே அழுத்தம் திருத்தமாக நான் பதிவு செய்ய விரும்புகிறேன். தோழர்களே, சமூக மாற்றத்தை நிகழ்த்த வேண்டும் அல்லது ஒரு அரசியல் மாற்றத்தை நிகழ்த்த வேண்டும் என்று களத்திற்கு வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய தோழர்கள் அவர்கள் முதலில் ஒரு அரசியல் மாற்றத்தை நிகழ்த்த வேண்டும் என்பதற்கு தான் முன்னுரிமை கொடுத்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார். ஆனால் அது சமூக மாற்றமாக இருந்தாலும் அரசியல் மாற்றமாக இருந்தாலும் பண்பாட்டு மாற்றத்திற்காக போராடக்கூடியவர்களாக இருந்தாலும் அவர்கள் முதலில் இந்தியா என்பது ஒரு சமூகமாக இருக்கிறதா, இந்தியாவினுடைய கட்டமைப்பு என்னவாக இருக்கிறது என்ற ஒரு சமூக உண்மையை புரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும். அதுதான் அதற்கான அடிப்படை. அந்த அடிப்படையை அவர்கள் மிக சரியாக உள்வாங்கிக் கொள்வார்களே ஆனால் புரட்சியாளர் அம்பேத்கரையும் தந்தை பெரியாரையும் பொருத்தி பார்ப்பது அல்லது நம்முடைய கள செயல்பாட்டுக்கான தத்துவங்களாக மாற்றிக்கொள்வது என்பது மிக எளிதாகிவிடும். இங்க சிக்கலே என்ன என்று சொன்னால், தமிழ் சமூகம் என்று எடுத்துக்கொண்டாலும் சரி, இந்தியா முழுவதும் இருக்கக்கூடிய சமூகம் என்று எடுத்துக்கொண்டாலும் சரி, இந்தியாவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய மக்கள் ஒரு சமூகமாக வாழவில்லை. அவர்கள் 6000 ஜாதிகளாக பிரிந்து கிடக்கிறார்கள். அதுதான் அந்த சமூக உண்மை. எவ்வளவு காலமாக இது நிகழ்கிறது? எவ்வளவு காலமாக அவர்கள் ஜாதிகளாக பிரிந்திருக்கிறார்கள் என்று சொன்னால் அது 2500 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்னால் வரை அது செல்கிறது. அப்ப இத்தனை காலமும் எத்தனையோ அரசாங்கங்கள் வந்திருக்கின்றன, எத்தனையோ மாற்றங்கள் இங்கே நிகழ்ந்திருக்கின்றன. ஆனாலும் 2000 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு மேலாக இங்கே வாழக்கூடிய மக்கள், இந்த நாட்டின் தொல்குடி மக்கள் ஒரு சமூகமாக வாழவில்லை. அவர்கள் இன்றைய கணக்கெடுக்கின்படி அல்லது மண்டல் குழு பரிந்துரை தந்திருக்கக்கூடிய அடிப்படையின்படி அவர்கள் 6000 ஜாதிகளாக படிநிலைப்படுத்தப்பட்ட ஒரு பாகுபாட்டு தன்மையோடு வாழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள் என்பதைத்தான் நாம் புரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும். 6000 ஜாதிகளில் எந்த 2 ஜாதியும் ஒன்றோடு ஒன்று இணையானது அல்ல. ஒன்றுக்கு கீழ் இன்னொன்று, ஒன்றுக்கு கீழ் இன்னொன்று என்பதுதான் 6000 ஜாதிகளும் இங்கே வர்ணாசிரம தர்மத்தின் அடிப்படையில் இங்கே உருவாக்கப்பட்டு அதுதான் இன்னும் இயங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அப்ப இந்த சமூக உண்மையை நாம் சிதைக்காமல் அல்லது இந்த சமூக யதார்த்தத்தை ஒரு சமூகமாக கூட உருப்பெற முடியாத ஒரு ஜாதி திரளை நாம் எப்படி ஒரு தேசமாக மாற்றப் போகிறோம், நாம் எப்படி ஒரு நாடாக இதை மாற்றப் போகிறோம், அல்லது எந்த விதமான சிந்தனைகளை இங்கே நாம் விதைக்கப் போகிறோம் என்பதுதான் நம் முன்னால் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய சவாலாக இருக்கிறது. இங்குதான் இதை நாம் சரியாக விளங்கி கொண்டால் புரட்சியாளர் அம்பேத்கரும் தந்தை பெரியாரும் இந்த ஜாதிகளாக பிரிந்திருக்கக்கூடிய மக்களை மனிதர்களாக ஒரு சமூகமாக ஒன்று திரட்டுவது எப்படி என்பதை நமக்கு அவர்கள் கற்றுக் கொடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். அதுதான் இங்க ரொம்ப ரொம்ப அடிப்படையாக இருக்கிறது. இன்றைக்கு வரக்கூடிய இளைஞர்கள், இன்றைக்கு நடக்கக்கூடிய போராட்டங்கள் எல்லாம் ஒரு அரசியல் மாற்றத்திற்கான போராட்டமாகவே அது அமைந்து விடுகிறது. நீங்கள் சமூகத்தை மாற்றாமல் அரசியலுக்கு அடித்தளமாக இருக்கக்கூடிய சமூகத்தையும் மதத்தையும் பண்பாட்டையும் நீங்கள் எந்த கேள்வியும் கேட்காமல் ஓர் அரசியல் மாற்றம் நிகழ்ந்துவிடும் என்று சொன்னால் அது அப்படி நிகழ்ந்து விடாது என்பதை நமக்கு வரலாறும் காட்டுகிறது. அம்பேத்கர் பெரியார் தத்துவம் அதை நமக்கு உணர்த்துகிறது. உலகத்திலேயே அரசியல் போராட்டங்களுக்கும் அரசியல் கட்சிகளுக்கும் அரசியல் இயக்கங்களுக்கும் தான் முன்னுரிமை அளிக்கப்பட்டது. ஆனால் உலகத்திலேயே இல்லாத அளவில் தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள்தான் ஒரு சமூக இயக்கத்தை கட்டி எழுப்பினார். அது மட்டுமல்ல, தன்னுடைய இயக்கம் ஒருபோதும் அரசியலுக்கு செல்லாது என்ற வரையறையை அவர் வைத்தார். அதற்கு காரணம் என்ன என்று சொன்னால், ஒரு சமூக புரட்சியை இந்த மண்ணில் உருவாக்காமல், ஒரு மத புரட்சியை இந்த மண்ணில் உருவாக்காமல் நீங்கள் ஒரு அரசியலை கட்டமைக்க முடியாது என்பதுதான் பெரியாருடைய மிக உறுதியான கோட்பாடு. நாம் இங்கே இன்றைக்கு குறிப்பாக தமிழ்நாட்டை பொறுத்தளவிலே ஒரு தமிழ் தேசியத்தை நாம் உருவாக்கிவிட முடியும், அப்படி உருவாக்கிய பிறகு நாம் சாதியை ஒழித்து விடலாம் என்பது போன்ற சித்தாந்தங்கள் எல்லாம் இங்கே முன்னெடுக்கப்பட்டு வருகின்றன. நாம் ஒன்றை புரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும். 6000 ஜாதிகள் என்று சொன்னேன். இந்த 6000 ஜாதிகளும் இப்படி பார்த்தால் இந்தியாவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய 8 லட்சம் கிராமங்களும் எதன் அடிப்படையில் பிரிந்திருக்கிறது என்று சொன்னால், ஊர் என்றும் சேரி என்றும் 8 லட்சம் கிராமங்களும் பிரிந்திருக்கின்றன. அப்ப ஒரு 120 கோடி மக்கள் தொகையில் ஒரு 25 கோடி மக்களை ஊருக்கு வெளியே நாம் நிறுத்தி வைத்திருக்கிறோம். சரி, ஊருக்குள்ளே இருக்கக்கூடிய மக்கள் எப்படி இருக்கிறார்கள் என்று சொன்னால், நான் முன்பே குறிப்பிட்டது போல எந்த 2 ஜாதியினரும் இணையானவர்கள் அல்ல, ஒருவர் மேல் ஒருவர் கீழ். இதுதான் நம்மிடையே இருக்கக்கூடிய மிகப்பெரிய சவால். இந்த சமூக அமைப்பை, இந்த ஜாதிய சமூக அமைப்பை நாம் தகர்க்காமல், இந்த ஜாதிய சமூக அமைப்பு எப்படி இருக்கிறது என்று சொன்னால், அது ஒரு கான்கிரீட் தளமாக இருக்கிறது. அந்த கான்கிரீட் தளத்தில் நீங்கள் உடைக்காமல், அந்த கான்கிரீட் தளத்திற்கு ஆதாரமாக இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்து மதத்தையும் புராணங்களையும் இதிகாசங்களையும் இந்து ஆகமங்களையும் இந்து புனித நூல்கள் என்று சொல்லப்படுகின்றவர்களையும் அதற்கு ஆதாரமாக இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்து கடவுள்களையும் நீங்கள் அழித்தொழிக்காமல், நீங்கள் இங்கே எந்த சித்தாந்தத்தையும் எந்த அரசியலையும் எந்த பொது உடைமையையும் இங்கே நீங்கள் விதைக்க முடியாது என்பதை மிக அழுத்தம் திருத்தமாக அம்பேத்கரும் பெரியாரும் நமக்கு சுட்டிக்காட்டிவிட்டு சென்றிருக்கிறார்கள். அதைத்தான் நாம் புரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும். தமிழ்நாட்டை எடுத்துக்கொண்டால் இன்றைக்கு அரசே ஒத்துக்கொண்டதைப் போல 8000 கிராமங்களில் இன்னும் இரட்டை குவளை முறை இருக்கின்றது. பல 1000 கிராமங்களில் இன்றும் தலித்துகளுக்கு என்று தனி சுடுகாடு இருக்கின்றது. இதையெல்லாம் நாம் களையாமல், இதற்கு ஆதாரமாக இருக்கக்கூடிய மதத்தை நாம் கேள்வி கேட்காமல், இந்துக்களாக இருந்து கொண்டு ஒரு புரட்சியை, ஒரு மாற்றத்தை நாம் நிகழ்த்த முடியாது என்பதுதான் அம்பேத்கர் பெரியாரினுடைய பாலபாடமாக இருக்கிறது. ஒரு 2 நேரம் கருதி ஒரு 2-3 செய்திகளை மட்டும், அம்பேத்கரும் பெரியாரும் ஏன் நமக்கு ஒன்றாக தேவைப்படுகிறார்கள், அந்த பிணைவு என்பது ஏன் மிக இன்றியமையாததாக இருக்கிறது என்பதை மட்டும் சொல்லி என்னுடைய உரையை நான் முடித்து விடுகிறேன். சில ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்னால் ஐஐடியிலே அம்பேத்கர் பெரியார் படிப்பு வட்டம் தொடங்கப்பட்ட பொழுது அதற்கு ஒரு தடை விதிக்கப்பட்டது. இந்தியா முழுவதும் இருந்து அதற்கு கண்டன குரல்கள் வந்தன. ஒருவேளை அது அம்பேத்கர் பெயரில் மட்டுமோ அல்லது பெரியார் பெயரிலுமோ மட்டுமோ இருந்திருந்து அது தடை செய்யப்பட்டிருந்தால் அது இந்தியா முழுவதும் கண்டனத்திற்கு ஆட்பட்டிருக்காது. இப்ப இந்தியா முழுவதும் அம்பேத்கர் பெரியார் படிப்பு வட்டம் அவர்கள் இணைக்கப்பட்ட அந்த சிந்தனைகளினுடைய அந்த பிணைப்பு இருக்கிறதே, அதை தடை செய்யும் பொழுது இந்தியா முழுவதும் இருந்து குரல் வருகிறது. ஏனென்று சொன்னால் அம்பேத்கரும் பெரியாரும் தாங்கள் வாழ்ந்த காலத்தில் மிக குறிப்பாக அவர்கள் முன்னெடுத்த களப்பணி, கள போராட்டம் என்று சொன்னால், ஒருவர் மகத் குளத்திலே நீரெடுக்கும் போராட்டம், இன்னொருவர் வைக்கத்தின் தெருவிலே நடப்பதற்கான அனுமதி மறுக்கப்பட்ட போராட்டம். ரெண்டுமே அம்பேத்கர் மிக அழகாக சொன்னார். காலங்காலமாக இந்த குளத்திலே எங்களுக்கு தண்ணீர் மறுக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது, அதனால் நாங்கள் ஒன்றும் செத்து போய்விடவில்லை. ஆனால் நாங்களும் மனிதர்கள்தான், எங்களுக்கும் அதிலே உரிமை இருக்கிறது, பொது குளத்தில் நீர் எடுப்பது. அதனால் அந்த உரிமையை நிலைநாட்டுவதற்காகத்தான் நாங்கள் அங்கே நீர் எடுக்கும் போராட்டத்திற்கு முன்னுரிமை தருகிறோம். மற்றபடி அந்த தண்ணீரை குடிக்காமல் இருப்பதால் நாங்களும் செத்து போய்விடவில்லை. தந்தை பெரியார் அதே போலதான் கேட்டார். 5 அறிவுள்ள நாய்க்கும் பன்றிக்கும் வைக்கம் தெருக்களிலே நடக்கும் உரிமை இருக்கும் பொழுது என்னுடைய 6 அறிவுள்ள சகோதரனுக்கு மட்டும் ஏன் அது போராடி பெற வேண்டிய உரிமையாக இருக்கிறது என்று கேட்டார். 5 அறிவுள்ள நாய்க்கும் பன்றிக்கும் அது பிறப்புரிமையாக இருக்கிறது. ஆனால் 6 அறிவுள்ள என்னுடைய சகோதரனுக்கு மட்டும் அது ஏன் போராடி பெற வேண்டிய உரிமையாக இருக்கிறது என்று கேட்டார். தோழர்களே, இந்த ரெண்டுமே, அந்த 2 மகத்குல போராட்டமாக இருந்தாலும் வைக்கம் போராட்டமாக இருந்தாலும் அவர்கள் இருவரும் வலியுறுத்துவது எது என்று சொன்னால், 6 அறிவுள்ள மனிதனுக்கு உரிமைகள் பிறப்புரிமையாக இருக்க வேண்டும். இங்கே பிறப்பின் அடிப்படையில் உரிமைகள் மறுக்கப்படுகின்றது. அதைத்தான் 2 பேரும் கண்டித்தார்கள். அதற்கு ஒரு செயல் திட்டத்தை அம்பேத்கர் உருவாக்கினார். அதுதான் நாம் சொல்லக்கூடிய அனிகிலேஷன் ஆஃப் காஸ்ட் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய, இந்தியாவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஜாதியை அழித்தொழிப்பது எப்படி. அந்த ஜாதியை அழித்தொழிப்பதற்கு அம்பேத்கர் ஒரு மேனிஃபெஸ்டோ, ஒரு கம்யூனிஸ்ட் மேனிஃபெஸ்டோ போன்ற ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய பேரறிக்கையை வெளியிட்டார்கள். பெரியாருக்கு ஆங்கிலம் தெரியாமல் இருந்திருக்கலாம், ஆனால் இந்தியாவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய எல்லா மற்ற மொழிகளில் வருவதற்கு முன்னால் அடுத்த 2 மாதங்களிலேயே பெரியார் அவர்கள் அந்த நூலை தமிழில் மொழிபெயர்த்தார்கள், ஊரெங்கும் பிரச்சாரம் செய்தார்கள். காரணம் என்ன என்று சொன்னால், அந்த ஜாதியை அழித்தொழிக்கும் வழி என்பதுதான் இந்து மதத்தை அடிப்படையை கேள்வி கேட்கக்கூடியதாக இருக்கிறது. இது 2வது. 3வது, அம்பேத்கர் அவர்கள் ஷெட்யூல்டு காஸ்ட் ஃபெடரேஷன் என்ற ஒரு அரசியல் கட்சியை உருவாக்கினார்கள். அப்பொழுது அவர்கள் சொன்னார்கள், ஷெட்யூல்டு காஸ்ட் ஃபெடரேஷன் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய இந்த அரசியல் அமைப்பில் இந்த பெயர் ஒருவேளை பிற்படுத்தப்பட்ட மக்கள் தங்களை இணைத்துக் கொள்வதற்கு இந்த ஷெட்யூல்டு காஸ்ட் என்ற பெயர் ஒருவேளை உங்களுக்கு தடையாக இருக்குமே, ஆனால் அந்த பெயரை கூட நான் மாற்றுவதற்கு தயாராக இருக்கிறேன் என்று சொன்னார். அதே போலதான் தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள் ஷெட்யூல்டு காஸ்ட் ஃபெடரேஷனில் தாழ்த்தப்பட்ட மக்கள் இணைவதை நான் தடுக்கவில்லை. அவர்கள் திராவிடர் கழகத்தில் இணைந்தாலும், அவர்கள் ஷெட்யூல்டு காஸ்ட் ஃபெடரேஷனிலே இருந்தாலும், திராவிடர் கழகத்தினுடைய உழைப்பை அனுபவிப்பதற்கான எல்லா சொந்தமும் கொண்டாடுவதற்கான எல்லா உரிமையும் தாழ்த்தப்பட்ட தோழர்களுக்கு உண்டு என்று சொன்னார். அதே போல இறுதி காலகட்டத்திலே அம்பேத்கர் பௌத்தத்தை தழுவினார். தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள் ஒரு பகுத்தறிவு நெறியை தேர்ந்தெடுத்தார். 2மே வெவ்வேறு என்று இன்னைக்கு சொல்லிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். 2மே இணையானது. பெரியார் பகுத்தறிவு என்று சொன்னார், அம்பேத்கர் பௌத்தம் என்று சொன்னார். பௌத்தத்தின் இன்னொரு பெயர் பகுத்தறிவு. ஆகவே தோழர்களே, அம்பேத்கருடைய போராட்டமாக இருந்தாலும், அம்பேத்கருடைய தத்துவமாக இருந்தாலும், பெரியாருடைய போராட்டமாக இருந்தாலும், பெரியாருடைய தத்துவமாக இருந்தாலும், இரண்டுமே ஜாதியை அழித்தொழிப்பதற்கு அடிப்படையாக இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்து மதத்தை, இந்து கடவுளர்களை, இந்து புராணங்களை கேள்வி கேட்பதற்கான ஒரு போராட்டம். சுயமரியாதைக்கான போராட்டம் என்று தந்தை பெரியார் அதை சொன்னாலும், சமூக ஜனநாயகத்தை வென்றெடுப்பது என்று அம்பேத்கர் அதை முன்மொழிந்தாலும், இரண்டுமே ஜாதிய சமூகத்தை கேள்வி கேட்பதற்கான, ஜாதிய சமூகத்தை இல்லாமல் செய்வதற்கான, ஒரு ஜாதியற்ற சமூகத்தை உருவாக்குவதற்கான அடிப்படை கோட்பாடுகள், அடிப்படை போராட்டங்களை அவர்கள் நிகழ்த்தி இருக்கிறார்கள். அதற்கு பிறகுதான் ஒரு ஜாதியற்ற ஒரு சமூகத்தை உருவாக்கிய பிறகுதான், ஒரு சுதந்திரமான சமூகத்தை உருவாக்கிய பிறகுதான் இங்கு சகோதரத்துவம் என்பது தழைத்தோங்கும். எனக்கு இந்த அமர்வுக்கு முன்னால் நடந்த அமர்விலே பேசிய நம்முடைய மதிப்பிற்குரிய பிரகாஷ் அம்பேத்கர் அவர்கள் ஒரு கருத்தை தெரிவித்திருந்தார்கள். ஏன் அம்பேத்கரும் பெரியாரும் தேவை என்பதற்கான நியாயத்தை நான் சொல்ல முன்வைக்கிறேன். அதோடு என்னுடைய உரையை நான் நிறைவு செய்கிறேன். அவரை இறுதியிலே கேட்ட பொழுது அவர் சொன்னார், அம்பேத்கர் அவர்கள் 5ஆம் வர்ணத்திற்காகவும் பெரியார் அவர்கள் 4ஆம் வர்ணத்திற்காகவும் போராடினார் என்று சொன்னார். நான் வருத்தத்தோடு தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன், அது பிழையான ஒரு கருத்து. பெரியார் போராட்டமாக இருந்தாலும், பெரியாருடைய கருத்தியல் என்பதாக இருந்தாலும், அம்பேத்கருடைய கருத்தியல் என்பதாக இருந்தாலும், தலித்துகளை அல்லது 5ஆம் வர்ணத்தினரை தனியாக இந்த சமூகத்தில் இருந்து விடுதலை செய்துவிட முடியாது, அல்லது சூத்திரர்களை தனியாக விடுதலை செய்துவிட முடியாது. ரெண்டு பேரும் அதை மிக ஆழமாக புரிந்து கொண்டதால் தான் இந்த ஜாதிய சமூக அமைப்பை நீங்கள் உடைத்தெறியும் பொழுதுதான் இங்கே சூத்திரர்களும் பஞ்சமர்களும் விடுதலை பெற முடியும் என்ற ஆணித்தரமான கருத்தை அவர்கள் கொண்டிருந்தார்கள். அப்ப ரெண்டு பேரும் வெவ்வேறு வர்ணத்திற்காக போராடினார்கள் என்பது அடிப்படையில் தவறானது. அதனால்தான் இந்த கருத்து ஒரு பொது கருத்தாக திட்டமிட்டு உருவாக்கப்படுவதால் தான் அம்பேத்கருடைய அந்த இணைப்பு, அம்பேத்கர் பெரியாருடைய இணைப்பு மிக மிக தேவையாக இருக்கிறது. ரெண்டு பேருமே ஒடுக்கப்பட்ட மக்கள், ஒடுக்கப்பட்ட பெரும்பான்மை மக்கள், வாய்ப்புகள் மறுக்கப்பட்ட பெரும்பான்மை மக்கள், பிறப்பின் அடிப்படையிலேயே பிரித்தாளப்பட்ட சூத்திரர்களும் பஞ்சமர்களும், அவர்களுக்கு அந்த ஊரும் அந்த சேரியும் குறியீடாக இணைவது என்பதுதான் ஒரு சாதியற்ற சமூகம், ஒரு சமத்துவமான சமூகம் உருவாவதற்கான ஒரு அடிப்படை. இந்த அடிப்படையை நாம் செய்யாமல் நாம் எந்த தத்துவத்தையும், இங்கே எந்த அரசியலையும் நாம் கட்டமைக்க முடியாது என்பதை மட்டும் சுருக்கமாக சொல்லி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
நன்றி தோழர் அவர்களே, மிக ஆழ்ந்த சிந்தனை, ஆழ்ந்த கருத்து. அடுத்ததாக தந்தை பெரியார் திராவிடர் கழக தலைவர் கோவை ராமகிருஷ்ணன் ஐயா அவர்களை பெரியாரின் அன்றைய குரல் இன்றைய தேவை என்ற தலைப்பில் பேச அழைக்கிறேன்.
Meanwhile, Professor Ashok Swain from Uppsala University also joined. As we are getting delayed, our next session speakers are getting joining one by one. So I request this panelist to finish as early as possible.
கேட்கலாம்?
ஐயா கேக்குது, பேசலாம்.
அறிவுலக ஆசான் தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்களின் பிறந்த நாளை 2 நாட்களாக வடிவமைத்து இந்த கருத்தரங்கத்தை ஏற்பாடு செய்து நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்ற ஐரோப்பிய ஒன்றிய அம்பேத்கர் பெரியார் வாசகர் வட்டத்தின் பொறுப்பாளர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் முதற்க நன்றியும் வணக்கத்தையும் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். தந்தை பெரியார் அவர்கள் என்று சொன்னால் சுயமரியாதை, பெரியார் என்று சொன்னால் மனிதநேயம். இந்த இரண்டையும் தான் அவர் வாழ்நாளிலே எங்கெல்லாம் மனிதநேயம் இல்லையோ அங்கெல்லாம் அவர் நின்றார். சுயமரியாதை எங்கே பாதிக்கப்பட்டதோ அதற்காக போராடினார். அப்படி தந்தை பெரியாரினுடைய அன்றைய லட்சியம் இன்றைக்கும் தேவை என்கின்ற போது அதன்றைக்கு உலகமே அதை உணரத் தொடங்கி இருக்கின்றது. புரட்சி கவிஞர் பாரதிதாசன் அவர்கள் சொன்னது போல மண்டை சுரப்பை உலகு தொழும். இன்றைக்கு உலகம் தொழுது கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. அதனுடைய வடிவமாகத்தான் புலம்பெயர்ந்து உலகம் முழுவதும் வாழக்கூடிய தமிழர்கள் இன்றைக்கு பெரியார், அம்பேத்கர் வாசகர் வட்டமாக இருந்து பெரியாரையும் அம்பேத்கரையும் உலகம் முழுவதும் கொண்டு செல்கின்ற பணியை மேற்கொண்டிருக்கிறது. பெரும் மதிப்புரிய தோழர்களே, சுருக்கமாக நேரம் கருதி சுருக்கமாக உரையாற்றுகிறேன். தந்தை பெரியார் அன்றைக்கு சொன்ன ஒவ்வொன்றும், அன்றைக்கு போராடிய ஒவ்வொரு செயலும் இன்றைக்கு வெற்றி வடிவமாக, இன்றைக்கு மக்கள் ஏற்றுக்கொள்கின்ற வடிவமாக இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. 1925 பெரியார் அவர்கள் இந்தியை எதிர்த்து போராடினார். காங்கிரஸ், காந்தி, அன்றைக்கே காந்தி இந்தியை இந்தியா முழுவதும் மொழியாக கொண்டு வர வேண்டும் என்று சுதந்திர போராட்டத்துக்காக திரட்டிய நிதிகளை எல்லாம் இந்தி வளர்ச்சிக்காக காந்தி அன்றைக்கு மடைமாற்றம் செய்தார். அதைத்தான் இன்றைக்கு மோடி மொழிகள் இன்றைக்கு இந்தியா முழுவதும் பல நூறு மொழிகள் இருந்தாலும் சமஸ்கிருதம் மட்டுமே பல ஆயிரம் கோடிகளை ஒதுக்குகின்ற போது தமிழ்நாட்டு இளைஞர்கள் மட்டுமல்ல, தென் மாநிலத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய அத்தனை இளைஞர்களும் இன்றைக்கு உணரத் தொடங்கிவிட்டார்கள். இந்தி தெரியாது போடா என்ற முழக்கம் பெரியாரை தெரியாத, பெரியாரை அறியாத இளைஞர்களால் சொல்லப்படுகிறேன்னு சொன்னால் அது பெரியார் அன்றைய கொள்கை இன்றைக்கு தேவைப்படுகின்றது என்பதுதான். அதே போல காங்கிரஸை விட்டு வெளியே வந்தபோது காந்தியை ஆதரித்த பெரியார், ஆனால் காந்தியினுடைய பல செயல்களை எதிர்த்தார். கதரை எதிர்த்தார். கதர் இன்றைக்கு அறிவுலகத்துக்கு, அறிவியலுக்கு ஏற்புடையதல்ல என்று சொல்லி சொன்னார். ஒரு தக்கிலியாலோ ஒரு ஆட்டையாலோ நாம் அதை நூற்று கொண்டிருந்தால் ஒவ்வொரு இத்தனை கோடி மக்களிலே ஒவ்வொரு மனிதனுக்கும் ஒரு கோமணம் கூட கிடைக்காது என்று அறிவியல் மாற வேண்டும், அறிவியல் பெற வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக அந்த கருத்தை சொன்னார். இன்றைக்கு அது பெரியாருடைய அந்த வார்த்தைகள் இன்றைக்கு வெற்றி பெற்றிருக்கிறது. அதே போல பெண்ணடிமைத்தனத்தை அவர் ஒழிப்பதற்காக ஆண் பெண் என்ற பேதம் இல்லாமல் சமத்துவத்தை உருவாக்குகின்ற தன்மையிலே அவர் போட்ட ஒவ்வொரு தீர்மானமும் இன்றைக்கு நிறைவேற்றப்பட்டதோடு மட்டுமல்ல, 1929 செங்கல்பட்டு மாநாட்டிலே அவர் போட்ட தீர்மானம் ஆண்களுக்கு சமமாக பெண்களுக்கும் சொத்துரிமையில பங்கு வேண்டும் என்று அன்றைக்கு உணர்த்தினார். அது 1989 தமிழ்நாட்டிலே கலைஞர் அவர்கள் சட்டமன்றத்தில் நிறைவேற்றினார்கள். ஆனால் 2005 தான் இந்தியா முழுவதும் அது நடைமுறைக்கு வந்தது. அதை எதிர்த்து உச்ச நீதிமன்றத்திலே வழக்குகள் தொடுக்கப்பட்டது. அந்த வழக்கின் தீர்ப்பு கடந்த ஆண்டு வந்தது. ஆண்களுக்கு சமமான உரிமையான சொத்துரிமை, தாய் தந்தையுடைய சொத்துரிமையிலே பெண்களுக்கும் மகளுக்கும் பங்கு உண்டு என்பதை இன்றைக்கு உச்ச நீதிமன்றம் 2020 ஒப்புக்கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. இது அன்றைக்கு பெரியார் சொன்னது இன்றைக்கு இந்தியா ஏற்று நடைமுறைப்படுத்த வேண்டிய கட்டாயத்துக்கு உட்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. அதே போல சமூக நீதி இன்றைக்கு பெரியார் அவர்கள் பெரியார் அவர்களுக்கு முன்பே ஆங்கிலேயர் காலத்திலிருந்து சிறுக சிறுக நடைமுறைப்படுத்தி இருந்தாலும் 1950 பெரியார் அரசியல் சட்டம் உருவாக்கப்பட்ட பின்னால் அந்த அரசியல் சட்டத்திலே செல்லாது என்று உச்ச நீதிமன்றமோ உயர் நீதிமன்றமும் கம்யூனல் ஜீவோவை வகுப்புரிமையை புறக்கணித்த போது 1952 பெரியார் சட்டமன்றத்துக்கு செல்லாத, பாராளுமன்றத்துக்கு செல்லாத பெரியார் மக்கள் மன்றத்திலிருந்து போராடினார். போராடியனுடைய விளைவு இந்திய அரசியல் சட்டம் முதலாக மாற்றப்பட்டது, முதலாக திருத்தப்பட்டது. அந்த திருத்தப்பட்ட சட்டம் தான் இன்றைக்கு இந்தியா முழுவதும் இன்றைக்கு சமூக நீதி தலை தோன்றுவதற்கு பிற்படுத்தப்பட்டவர்களுக்கும் தாழ்த்தப்பட்டவர்களுக்கும் கல்வியிலும் இடஒதுக்கீட்டிலும் உரிமையை பெற்றுத் தந்தது பெரியார் அவர்களுக்கு போராடி சட்டத்தை திருத்த வைத்த அந்த போராட்டம் தான். இன்றைக்கு அது தமிழ்நாட்டிலே பார்த்தீர்களானால் மருத்துவக் கல்லூரியிலே 50% இடஒதுக்கீடு 15% இடஒதுக்கீடு இருக்கின்ற போது அதை மறுத்தவர்கள் அரசு மறுத்தாலும் மத்திய அரசு மறுத்தாலும் உச்ச நீதிமன்றம் நியாயப்படுத்தி அது தர வேண்டும் என்று ஒப்புக்கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. அது பெரியார் அவர்கள் அன்றைக்கு சொன்ன லட்சியம் இன்றைக்கு தேவைப்படுகின்றது, ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளப்படுகின்றது. இது போல ஒவ்வொரு துறையிலும் பெரியார் அவர்கள் உடைய மண்டை துறப்பை உலகம் தொழுது கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. பெரியார் அவர்கள் நான் ஏன் இந்த பணிக்கு வந்தேன் என்று சொன்னால், இந்த சமூகத்தை மானமும் அறிவும் உள்ள சமூகமாக மாற்றுவதற்கு எனக்கு தகுதி இருக்கோ இல்லையோ, வேறு யாரும் முன்வராத காரணத்தால் இதை மாற்ற முன்வந்திருக்கின்றேன் என்று சொன்னார்கள். அந்த மாறுதல் இன்றைக்கு பெரியார் வழியிலே இந்த சமூகம் ஏற்றுக்கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. பெரியார் தேவைப்படுகின்றார், பெரியாரை ஏற்றுக்கொள்கின்றார்கள். இந்த இளைஞர்கள் அவர்கள் கடவுள் நம்பிக்கை உள்ளவர்களாக இருந்தாலும் பெரியார் தேவை தேவை என்று உணர்கின்றார்கள். அவருடைய வெளிப்பாடுதான் இன்றைக்கு புலம்பெயர்ந்து சென்றிருந்தாலும் ஐரோப்பிய ஒன்றியங்களிலே பெரியார், அம்பேத்கர் வாசகர் வட்டமாக இருந்து இன்றைக்கு இந்த பரப்புரையை செய்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற இந்த அருமையான பணியை செய்கின்ற தோழர்களுக்கு நன்றி கூறி விடைபெறுகின்றேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். ஐயா திரு கு. ராமகிருஷ்ணன் அவர்கள் உங்களுடைய பேட்டி கொஞ்சம் சுருக்கமா பேச வேண்டியதா இருந்தது. ஆனா நீங்க சென்ற முறை நம்ம நேரில் வந்து பேசியிருந்தீங்க, ரொம்ப அருமையான நிகழ்வா இருந்தது. அடுத்ததா நம்ம ஆங்கிலத்துல தொடர்போம். Our next guest is Dr. Shrikantji, Shrikant Borkar. He has done his doctorate from Brighton University, Essex University, and also he is an anthropologist and he's an activist. He is also an Ambedkarist. He has worked with lots of Bahujan Samaj Party people, and also he is one of the personalities in UK who is always involved in Dalit rights and freedom of oppressed people in the community. Last time I met him in Ambedkar House in London. That's where we met each other, we come to know. So I would like to introduce Mr. Shrikantji. Shrikantji is very much known about, enlightened about the Tamil Nadu politics. He has said a lot of things about Periyar as well, which has kind of surprised me. He also knows there is a kind of difference between, like Dalit Murasasiriyars, Punitha Pandiyan said, there is a kind of negative portraits being pictured against Periyarji, but some certain Dalit community. He is also aware of it. So basically, Dr. Shrikantji is going to speak about how Periyar has influenced in UP and North India, even in today and even past days, yesterday's as well. He has personally witnessed lots of conflicts in North India whenever the Periyar name comes up. So he's going to share his experience and views on Periyar in Indian politics. Sir, the stage is yours now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Raj. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for my kind introduction, and thank you, all of you. Actually, as Raji has said, I've been active all these years, and then we met the way the activists usually meet. So the bond between us is a bond of an ideology and bond of our creed of the anti-caste and pro-nation humanitarian great leaders. That's what the creed we belong to. So Raj, should I start?
Yes, sir, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank to the European Union Periyar Ambedkar Comrade Federation for organizing such a relevant and a much needed conference. Um, in fact, it's a matter of joy for me and honor for me that I'm participating in a conference which has been inaugurated by person like a Veeramani, a great man like Veeramani ji, who has been closely associated with none other than Thanthai Periyar himself. It's a great honor for me. And also, I have a mixed feeling, as Raj referred to, that I'm aware about what is happening in South among our natural allies, and then it gives me a kind of a mixed feeling of joy and grief that such a great man like Veeramani, he is alive, he is with us, and then he has to kind of witness the agonizing rife between the natural allies, the so-called scheduled caste, and OBCs. Both are the sons of Periyar, both are the followers of the Periyar, and actually they should have been together. But then what is happening is really agonizing, and then more agonizing is that a person like Veeramaniji has to witness this. I met when I was in India, and even before even when I came abroad, I met many activists, especially scheduled caste activists from South India. And although I am from Maharashtra, and then being a part of a Bahujan movement, we always held Periyar as a great ancestor, as a great leader. And we always used to find pride in reading him and connecting with him. But then other co-activists, especially the scheduled caste co-activist brothers from Tamil Nadu, when I met them, I was really very much kind of disturbed, and it was a matter of distress for me. So I think that from that point of view, few days ago there was the Periyar's birth anniversary, and then a couple of UK activists we met here to pay him tribute and to contemplate and revisit his ideas and how to connect North and South in these troubled political times when the Brahman Baniya hegemony and the Brahman Baniya oligarchy is having a naked, ruthless dance in the democratic India, the biggest democracy in the world, so-called the democracy in the world. So there in that meeting, I voiced my concern, and I said that rather than glorifying what Periyar has done or how great he was, it is a high time for us to contemplate, to introspect that how come our brothers, so-called OBCs, or so-called Shudras, according to the Brahmin ideology, Chaturvarna ideology, they have become a new Brahmin, and then how come they are aping to the Vedic charlatans and their culture and the Hindu culture. And then that's why I was giving stress on one thing, that what is needed is a socio-economic study, research, or analysis of how our intermediary castes or the landed castes, how they cannot give away the incentives of the traditional caste system upheld by the Brahminical ideology that allows them to extract cheap labor from the erstwhile untouchables or the so-called SC communities, which is a root cause of this disharmony or discord between these two natural allies, these two sons of soils. And that is what I stressed on in that particular meeting. And given this, what is happening in the field, I think conferences like this, I think we should not forget that conferences like this gives us a greater opportunity to bridge that gap and find reasons to work together to revisit the ideology of our great ancestors like Thanthai Periyar, Baba Sahib Ambedkar, and many other luminaries of the Bahujan universe. The topic I'm supposed to share with you and discuss with you, rather than a speech, I would say it is a dialogue with my brothers from all over the world. And that particular topic, Raj asked me, to shed light on how Periyar's ideology, Periyar's thought, and in general, Periyar has influenced northern India. Now, how Periyar's ideology, or what Periyar said, has politically, socially influenced or culturally influenced the Bahujan movements of North India or the Northern India in general. So before that, before that influence, we need to talk about the context. The context is the mainstream narratives of nation, nationality, and nationalism, which are existing in present India since last 70 years of the independent India. They never included the Northeast, they never included the representatives and great leaders of Northeast, the representative visionaries, great leaders, freedom fighters, and the social reformers of South India, and they never recognized and included the great leaders, the freedom fighters, and the great ancestors from the tribal communities. And that's why we can see that there has been a kind of a dominance of this northern India, and even in the northern India, there has been a dominance, a kind of a hegemony, lingual hegemony of spinning the discourse, making the narratives for entire India. That hegemony has been the hegemony of this particular cow belt, the cow belt Brahmins, and even among the cow belt Brahmins and Periyars. So they have created this mainstream discourses of what is nation, what is nationality, what is nationalism, and who are the great Indians, those who forged the nation. And interestingly enough, but not surprisingly, their great icons, they represent this bunch of Brahmins, some including the Bengali Brahmin for the hint, for the taste, for as a seasoning, some including the in Maharashtrian Brahmins, and that's all, and start of the present India and the fate of India, and including the independence struggle, are those North Indian Brahmins and Baniyas. From this point of view, given this sorry and very ungrateful, ungraceful, and unceremonious state of affairs of our national media, dominated by the Brahmin, Baniya, and their intellectuals, and those who are recently joined by even South Indians, some intermediate caste like Nayaras, the Reddys, and Chettias, and all hues and colors of Hinduized, Brahmanized South Indian. Those who want to wash their hands in the flowing, this dirty Ganga of this Brahminical RSS Hindutva policy. So those people, all those people, they deliberately ignored our ancestors, our great leader, the luminaries of the Bahujan universe. And from that point of view, I would like to highlight here one thing: the creed of Ambedkar, the creed of Ambedkar, the creed of Periyar, when it rose, and when it started asserting itself, the first thing they did is gleaning and finding out our own freedom fighters, our own emancipators. And those emancipators, surprisingly, they fought for entire India. They never fought for one sect, one subcaste, class, or one particular community. They were for entire India. They were for forging a nation, but they were such unceremoniously ignored in the mainstream discourses. Now, the intellectual integrity, the commitment of the creed of the Periyar and Ambedkar is quite obvious here. And I would like to highlight that integrity. The creation of a nation out of the people, leaving no one, of recognizing even the enemy and the greatness of the enemies, this is the denominating factor of the creed of Periyar and the creed of Baba Saheb Ambedkar. From that point of view, as we see that there is no reference to our leader, no reference to Ayyan Kali, no reference to Narayan Guru, no reference to Birsa Munda, no reference to the great Northeast warriors in their discourse. From that point of view, when we see, when the BAMSEF and BSP, and even before BAMSEF and BSP, they started a caravan of Baba Saheb and Periyar, and they started gleaning these great our leaders and starting creating the icons out of them and telling and enlightening the masses cutting across caste, creed, and all the communities so as to consolidate them into a Bahujan mass, a Bahujan Samaj. Even before that, you will be surprised just to hear that one follower of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, his name was Lalai Singh Yadav, and he always sneered, or he always was against referring him to Yadav or calling by his entitlement of the earlier life. This Lalai Singh ji, he was from the northern India, and he converted to Buddhism with Baba Sahib, and he was very much influenced by the Ambedkarite movement of that time, the contemporary Ambedkarite movement. So he not only converted to Buddhism, but he disowned his earlier entitlements of Yadava, being called Yadav or being called Chaudhary. And he used to say that, he used to assert, and he used to vehemently say, call me the Buddha, don't call me Yadav, don't call me Chaudhary. Because he identified the great design of Ambedkar, the nation of the Dravid fighting and divided Brahminical, fighting and divided caste, which are a prey, which were the prey of the Brahminical design and are the prey of the Brahminical design. So this Lalai Singh, this great man called Lalai Singh Baud or Lalai Singh Yadav, he first in 1963, he read about Periyar and he translated one of the greatest work of Periyar, the critical analysis of Periyar of Ramayana. And also he identified and he understood how the myths have become history in India, and how the history has been mythologized, and by the use of the myths, the lies of the Brahmins, the lies of the Brahmin traditional intellectual, Brahmin Badiya intellectuals, they spread and they inject through the culture into our veins of society, and then they enslave us. So first thing first, he took it to hand, he translated Sachi Ramayana, the real Ramayana, the critical analysis, the historical critical analysis of a Ramayana, one of the greatest epic, one of the epic stories of Indian cultural life that influences Indian masses a lot. And even recently, rather than addressing the grave and the worsening, deteriorating issues of the employment and entire debacle of the economy, the Ram Mandir has been created. You can understand the magnitude of this particular icon, myth of the Rama. So in 1963, even before Bonsip and BSP were born, this gentleman, this great man, this social reformer, he understood what Periyar wanted to do. And then he translated in Hindi in the cow belt in those days. And there was huge uproar against it. And then there was fights and the court cases and everything. And after the publication of this great work, Sachi Ramayana, which was the Hindi translation of Periyar's book, Periyar's take on the myth of the Rama, the ensuing battle, intense judicial court battle, and that was won by Lalai Singh. And this was the first instance, I would say, that felt the presence of the ideology, and the imageries of the Periyar. But still then, while this kind of awareness about which was connecting to our southern ancestors to the northern ancestors, our great ideologies together, although I have done a couple of degrees in anthropology and research methodology of the social sciences, I have kind of a dislike about the jargons used in Hindi and used in English. And even in English, there are no kind of synonym or the equivalent words, terms, which can echo the real meaning of the Indian word. Words. For example, Vichardhara. Ideology is one kind of a branch of the idea, but then Vichardhara is much deeper and much broader and much wider than particular this word ideology, which is used usually as a synonym of Vichardhara. Vichardhara is a stream of thought, and this stream of thought which flowed from Buddha till Periyar, till Baba Sahab, till today, till Veeramaniji, till all of us, this Vichardhara has been continuously flowing in India. And then Brahmins have always done one mischievous thing, one sinister design. They tried to divide north against south and the center and the caste against caste pitting, caste against caste, communities against communities, by identifying their petty interest and vested interest, and by glorifying and magnifying those differences with the use of dictum, maxioms, anecdotes, and various phrases and idioms. And this is poison the harmony between the various castes and creeds and communities of India. So Lalai Singh, who is also very affectionately and very reverently called the Periyar of the North, and Periyar Lalai Singh, Lalai Singh, by this feat of publishing Periyar's work in Hindi, he tried to connect with that vichardhara, the flow of our ideology, ideas, and our movement. Later on, till rose into the political horizon of India, and which organizedly and systematically started creating our icons and creating awareness and connecting various dots of our icons so as to create and consolidate the Bhujan Samaj. Till that moment, in Punjab and all in Delhi and also in Maharashtra, there were many efforts to kind of translate Periyar's thought, but then the credit of kind of creating a very strong iconography and historiography around Periyar's personality and Periyar's historical work, the credit definitely goes to MAMSEF and BSP. Now, this intellectual integrity of connecting all Indian great people in traditional in our mainstream academia, it has been, once again, which I hate to use this word, they say that this creating iconography of various people, taking Periyar, taking Birsa, taking Ayyankali, taking a Narayan Guru, they call it a tokenism. And this is again the Brahminism which is prevalent in intelligentsia and also in academia. How can they just reduce this great effort to consolidate India and to redocument, revisit, and refine and discover our own histories, which mainstream is not letting us know and hiding from us, and keeping this India literally divided, fighting among each other? How can this attempt to consolidate India through our great and their real historical work, not mythological work? How can this be reduced to a term, iconization, tokenism, and all this kind of bullshit? No wonder that in English, because of this when I first came to India and then to England, and then I heard about the word. This is the real silliness of these cow worshippers. And they have been, and unfortunately, we have fallen to that prey. We have fallen prey to that their trap, their sinister design, and there we have to work. I think sharpening the terminology of our ideology, that is going to help. When BAMSEP and BSP started working very systematically and organizing our people from all over India, the self-respect movement of Periyar, the imageries, the BAMSEP immensely. And nay, I should say it has become part and parcel of what BAMSEP and BSP is today. And that's why no wonder that when first Periyar was introduced to Uttar Pradesh, I would like to share this interesting event with you. First, Periyar, when Periyar was introduced to Uttar Pradesh in the northern belt, the great Supremo, the OBC leader, then political rival of BSP, and they were together, but then later on they become rival. None other than Mulayam Singh, who is an OBC leader who belongs to the Shudra community. In those days, when first Periyar was introduced, he used to sneer and say that, who is this Periyar? Where did he come from? Who is he? He himself OBC, he himself is a Shudra, and he was so oblivious about the greatness and the great work of Periyar, one of the founding fathers of Indian nation, if there is India left any in these days when the Brahmin Baniyas are nakedly dancing all over the political and social, destroying the social and political fiber of India, and destroying the democracy of India. So he sneered when he heard first about Periyar, and he preferred to call Lohia his ideological father or ideological master or guru rather than Periyar. And this, I have no calls about Lohia, but then whatever Lohia was, Lohia used to say that we need to understand Lohia, telling to his socialist activist in those days, when Lalai, people like Lalai Bodh were translating Periyar's work against the Ramayana, critically analyzing Ramayana. In those days, this Mr. Lohia, who is an ideological guru of Mulayam Singh, who is a Shudra, he used to say that we need to understand the significance and importance of the Ramayana, and therefore we should start the Ramayana melas so as to politically consolidate our vote banks. So see, you can see the contrast here. Here is the greatest vision called greatest vision of the modern India, with a scientific temperament called Periyar, Thanthai Periyar. And then there's another great, so-called great leader who, just for the political gain, to get the political power, is telling to his followers from Uttar Pradesh that we should hold Ramayana melas so as to attract the gullible, illiterate masses of the voter. So this is the state of affairs. Another instance, I remember when Kanshiramji started working and building the organization, BombSafe, and in his earliest phase, he went to one of then CM, I think the Shudra CM Sharad Pawar. He was on the helm of the state of affairs, and then he approached them with a few lack of the signs and signatures campaign, and he gave him this memorandum, kind of a request letter, that the Pune University should be named after one of the greatest aristocrat and the emancipatory and democratic prince, who is currently called the prince among the man and among the prince, even then Britishers, and who has done a lot for all SCSTs and OBCs and Bahujan Samaj. So then when Kanshiramji took this letter to then Maharashtra CM Sharad Pawar, it is said that he was not very much impressed, and in a jokish way he said to me, have said that why you are putting me in trouble, Mr. Kanshiram? Don't you remember and don't you know that what Brahmins did with Shahu, how they were against Shahu Maharaj when he was alive? They tried to poison him, they tried to bomb him, they were all against, tooth and nail against him. So why do you want to put me in trouble by naming Pune University after Shahu Maharaj? So these are the supposedly son of, and the way they treated the legacy and the way they did not identify and betrayed the great legacy ideology of Periyar, Ambedkar, Shahu Maharaj and Phule. When I think about Periyar Ramaswamy, I always remember Phule, because the importance, the way Phule understood the cultural and religious slavery of the masses, that is transmuted into the social slavery and maintaining the social structure, power structure, and eventually maintaining the status quo of the hegemony of the Brahmin Baniya. The same way Periyar understood the importance of the mythical icons, mythical symbols, mythical stories, and mythical iconography created by Brahmins so as to keep in control the great mass of the Bahujan society. and the way Periyar Ramaswamy critically analyzed the myths and challenged the Aryan theory and the Aryan ideology, that is still relevant. Brahmins and Baniya, they want to utilize all those monkeys the way Rama utilized to enthrone them, and they did it. Also, Modi, whatever he is today, he should thank no Bhagwat, no RSS. He should thank Periyar, he should thank Phule, he should thank Baba Sahab, that because of the OBC awareness they have created, Brahmins inevitably, there's no recourse for them. They cannot just avoid it. And that's what they have to create this fake OBC. I don't know whether he's real or fake, but then I'm sure he's definitely fake OBC. They have to play this OBC card to appease these gullible masses, so-called Hindu OBCs, those who are still into the trap of this myth and the so-called this umbrella disguise or cloak of the Hinduism. So this is how the importance of the ideas and ideology, ideas, the great work of Periyar, Phuleji and Baba Sahab, here lies the significance and importance of the great work. Now, still it remains for us that how we are to create how we are going to enrich our Bahujan universe so as to connect these dots, so as to use the great work, documentation which has been done by our great predecessors, so as to create a moment anew, and so as to dethrone this Brahmin Baniya people, the oligarchy of the Brahman Baniya, which is literally selling our country and creating all the grief and brutally and ruthlessly distorting the fiber of our Indian society, Indian economy, and India as a country as such. For that, it remains on those who so-called followers of Baba Sahab, Phule, and Periyar. We will have to work on the strategies which has been used by Periyar, used by Baba Sahab. We cannot afford to just sing the same hymn the Brahmin and Baniya and their media and their traditional intellectuals are singing. We will have to go back to the basics. We'll have to go back. I know times have changed, and a couple of our leaders are trying to grapple with this changed time, and they are becoming very politically astute. But then the recent failure of our entire movement, which I should sum and I could sum in one sentence, that if we take stock of what has happened to the movement of Periyar and Baba Sahab and Phule, I should say in southern India, the Periyar's movement might have been successful only among limited groups or limited communities, politically and from the point of view of the incentives and the remittances of the administrative jobs, but it has failed drastically socially. In Maharashtra, in rest of the India, in northern India and central India, Baba Sahab movement might have been successful socially and creating awareness and in creating the institutions. But then, despite the success in the UP, I would say it has failed politically. And the greatest example is the ongoing rampant against the vandalization of statues of Baba Sahab and of the statues of Periyar. This RSS joker, Ramdev Baba, he passed some comments against Baba Sahab, and when he faced the severe backlash, he said that no, I was talking about the Periyar. And this Shudra monkey, he tried to just divert the discussion or controversy. And then we also seen last 3 years there has been rise in the vandalization of Periyar's statue. The failure of Periyar's great legacy can also be seen in the series of the vandalization of Periyar's statue and putting the saffron color on the Periyar statue. And there's some H. Raja, some MP from Tamil Nadu, and some Surya, they are supporting it. Even if they want to wash their hands in this RSS Ganga and the success RSS is achieved by the EVM scam and all this consolidating whatever the power they have, with their people, Brahmin and Bani in the administrative offices and all over the administration and judiciary. Still, these people from Tamil Nadu, those who are talking against Periyar, and those who have been instigating the Hinduized and Brahmanized Tamils to go against Periyar's ideology, they must be given check. They have killed progressive intellectuals. They have killed progressive journalists. They have killed progressive. They have been misusing, abusing the law to restrain your democratic activities. I'm not saying that you should kill them back, but then why we cannot create followers? Those who can at least beat them up. If they understand this language, we, without breaking the constitutional kind of boundary, we are the law-abiding people, because our great ancestors, they were for the peace, harmony, and law and order, and their ancestors, they are for the demolition, killings, marauding, and all these sinister designs. But still, if they understand this language, they should be given check with their own technique. The institutions, the organizations, and their leaders, and their so-called faces, their so-called heads, their so-called supporters, those who are coming in the social media and talking against the Periyar Baba Sahab and our ideology, they should be given check as well. Unless and until we do this, they are going to be rampant, and they will think that nobody is going to give them any answers. And although they are using international resources, social media tycoons, and all the media they have bought with their money, and the monies of the Bania, still we have the greatest power of the votes. We have the greatest political power, which is called our vote. And then we will have to train our fellow men and our co-activists and people, those who follow the great ideology of the Periyar, Baba Saheb and Phule, to effectively, emphatically utilize this particular power of vote. And then we'll have to look after the lacuna, where we are lacking, what are our drawbacks. Unless and until we do this, and unless and until we visit the strategies applied, the effective strategies applied by Baba Saheb, Phule, and Periyar in those days, we are not going to win this fight. We will need our motivational speakers. They are creating their Adgurus. They call him Sadgurus. No, he is the same person. He is like the same person, those who kind of created a counter-revolution by stealing the ideas of Buddha and then naming it and stamping it after any mythological Tom, Dick, and Harry, gods and goddesses. So we will need to have our own intellectuals, organic intellectuals, compared to their traditional intellectuals, our motivational speakers. I was so happy to see the list of the speakers, and it included one of our motivational speakers. Then our motivational speakers will have to also illustrate, and also we will have to research our histories, and then we'll have to reinterpret it in the present times. People, they are our strength, and our people are in majority, and still we are lacking political power. This is not only a shameful for us, but this is also would have been should be a shame for our great people. And then we should take a vow that we should not do anything. We should not resort to any such an inefficiency that will make our great ancestor look down upon. And that's why I think we will have to revisit the strategies of Periyar, Phule, and Ambedkar. We will have to try to take this opportunity of conferences like this to connect the people from all over the world, our intellectuals. We have to create our Bahujan universe. And unless and until we create our Bahujan universe, our parallel medias, the social media has given us a golden opportunity, and we are fully utilizing it. I met Raj, and people like Raj, all of us, we need to come together. And irrespective of our leaders' political outfits, we will have to connect, and we'll have to consolidate our political power, which has its core in the non-political roots, connecting socially, connecting ideologically, connecting culturally. I think I have conveyed my message and what I wanted to share my feelings with my brothers, and I would conclude my message, my contribution. Thank you very much, Raj, for giving me opportunity to meet our brothers and talk and communicate with you. And I would love to, in future, I would love to be a part of whatever organizing or whatever programs you're going to organize. And I will happy to be part of, happy to shoulder my responsibilities. Thank you very much. Jai Periyar, Jai Bhim, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable speech with lots of historical testimonies and stuff. This morning, there was a gentleman called Gary Mcleland, who is from Humanist based in UK. They have lots of humanist branches around the world. So we were talking about the caste system and stuff. So I even told him this morning we would like to work together regarding banning the caste system, at least in UK. And also after meeting you, we know there's lots of Bahujan and Periyar organizations around UK. So we need to work together towards this goal, towards those people who had no voice for the past 2000 years, even today in the society. So looking forward to work with you, sir. Thanks for your wonderful and valuable speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rajesh Sundaram. Is Mr. Rajesh Sundaram join our conference? Okay, it looks like Mr. Rajesh Sundaram is not there. So I'll move on to our next guest, Mr. Ashok Swain. Sir, are you there? If you can come online so we can start with Mr. Ashok Swain. Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Thanks very much for coming on board for this conference today. Mr. Ashok Swain is a very interesting man to introduce. He is in the Department of Peace and Conflict Research in Uppsala University, Sweden, and also he was appointed as the UNESCO Chair on International Water Corporation. He wrote like a bunch of books. Like he wrote around 7 books, if I'm not wrong. One of the important books is like Islam and Violent Separatism and Globalization and Challenges to Build Peace, the Security and the Development of Nexus, Security Development Nexus, the Environmental Trap. So most of his works are related like regional conflicts and environmental related issues. So we would like to introduce Ashok Swain onto this conference and give his valuable speech on the rise of Hindutva and the fate of social justice and secularism in India.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. The kind of books which I have written and the talk which I will give now are very different. So I hope you will, because my research I have been, and I always think as a member of diaspora, it is good to stay out of the nitty-gritty of the politics back home, because the domestic politics should be left to those people. But when things are quite different, things are special time, when it is the democracy and the freedom of speech are in danger, it's important the people, those who like us, those who are outside, who can really raise their voice, they should raise their voice. So that's why I have come in the last 5 years on commenting on Indian politics. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to this audience. Thank you all the organizers for putting together such an impressive conference on Periyar and Indian politics. It's probably the most apt time to revisit Periyar, when India is daydreaming with one nation, one religion, one language, one leader fantasies. 142 years ago, on September 17th, one of India's radical social reformer and the founder of the Dravidian self-respect movement, E.V. Ramaswamy, as he is fondly known as Periyar, was born. His monumental legacy of rationalism and anti-caste activism still inspires millions of Indians. 72 years after Periyar's birth, on the same day, on 17th of September, India's present Prime Minister Narendra Modi was born. But Modi's ongoing legacy of Hindutva politics is exact opposite of what Periyar stood for. And this has brought a serious threat to India's project of nation building, its aspiration to be a modern, scientific, and civilized country. Let me describe a bit what is happening in Modi's so-called New India and how it goes against what Periyar had fought for in his lifetime. Plurality has been usually the hallmark of India in its post-independence period. It has been always, but particularly in the post-independence period politics. This land of bewildering diversity, India is home to many ethnic groups with distinct religious, language, and cultural identities. Since independence, Indian system with its secular and democratic character had tried to maintain this diversity with all its difficulties. We all know that it has never been smooth the way it is supposed to be, but it had tried to maintain it for nearly 7 decades and had provided a space for each group to compete and cooperate. The democratic pluralism in India had given all socio-religious caste groups a place at the table, and with that, most importantly, maintaining the unity and integrity of the country. Survival of India as a state and a democracy has been due to the nature of the Indian state in the post-independence period for its willingness to bargain and accommodate various ethnic groups. This has been seen as the key in maintaining the democratic system despite the deep religious, ethnic, and caste divisions in the society. However, the spectacular rise of BJP since Narendra Modi became Prime Minister in 2014 has threatened the secular character of the country, and with that has brought serious danger to the democracy itself. The major reason for the concern for democratic India is the Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself, a former pracharak of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, RSS. Jawaharlal Nehru in 1947 had cautioned the state chief minister of India. I quote Nehru, "We have a great deal of evidence to show that the RSS is an organization which is in the nature of a private army and which is definitely proceeding on the strictest Nazi lines," unquote. Modi not only trained in the Nazism like Hindutva philosophy of the RSS, the same RSS which had grown multifolds in its size and influence under his rule is its primary supporter and promoter. Many were expecting Modi to change his Hindutva spots after becoming the Prime Minister of a religiously, ethnically, caste-wise divided country like India. But RSS teaching and its adherence to Manusmriti seems to be more powerful than the country's constitution. Why do we need to be worried? Is secularism so bad for the health of a country as Modi and his party BJP and his ideological parent organization RSS preach? It is a very important question to ponder, as it has even global significance. Recent studies have clearly shown that the world is presently experiencing an unprecedented wave of secularization, while religion is in decline all over the world. There are more secular societies in the world now than the religious ones. Even in Asian countries like Japan, religion is declining. In Japan, while 80% of population consider themselves secular, in China, the number is higher than 50%. The increasing secularization of societies is not weakening the societies or breaking up the nations, as the Hindutva group has been propagating for decades. Rather, many studies have convincingly shown that most social problems correlate more strongly to religious population than the secular population. Moreover, religious societies not only experience more population growth, as studies have found out, religious children are also meaner compared to from secular households, as their religious belief is a negative influence on being kind to others. As a report by the OECD shows, the top 5 countries with the highest quality of life in the world are secular countries: Australia, Norway, Canada, Sweden, and the United States. If you compare with the United States, within the United States, the ultra-religious states like Mississippi, Arkansas, and Alabama are in the bottom of the quality of life index, while secular states like New Hampshire, Minnesota, and Vermont are on the top. So it's absolutely wrong to presume that a secular nation falls apart. On the other hand, it has a better possibility of being safe and healthy in 21st century. While all evidence show that a society is more likely to be strong and a state is more likely to be developed by being a secular rather than being religious, in India, Hindutva forces are not only forcing India to discard its secular character, they also want to convert this multi-religious country to subscribe to one and only religion, Hinduism. But who will argue with them? As Periyar has very rightly pointed out, I quote Periyar, "You cannot expect an irrational thought from a religious man. He is like a rocking log in water," unquote. The religious zeal of RSS and BJP to convert India to a Hindu nation is not only taking India away from the secular path, which developed and successful nations have adopted in recent decades, it's unfortunately pushing the country to be a Hindu theocracy and promoting caste hierarchy. A theocratic and officially hierarchical India not only will make the leader of the country the chosen favorite of Hindu gods, endangering country's struggling democracy. It will also put the freedom of religion and equality before the law of country's minority, lower caste, and Dalit population under serious threat. Modi, as Prime Minister of India, has fared terribly when it comes to upholding country's democratic and secular ethos, where all religious and ethnic groups are constitutionally equal. Violent attacks against Christians, Muslims, and Dalits by Hindutva mobs, particularly on suspicion of their possession and consumption of beef, have become quite regular. Minority communities and Dalits are living in a virtual siege. India's Supreme Court, which is supposed to protect the constitution, instead, it has been regularly prioritizing the so-called majority sentiments while sacrificing the basic principles of rule of law. As I have recently argued in one of my opinion pieces in the Gulf News, India's Supreme Court justices suffer from serious Brahminical patriarchy. In 1992, a Hindu fanatic mob had demolished a nearly 500-year-old mosque, but the criminal act has been overlooked by the Supreme Court for almost 3 decades. At the same time, it went out of its way to expeditiously decide the civil case of the ownership of the mosque land, ignored science, history, and archaeological findings, and handed over that land to build a Hindu temple. Strangely, a judicial decision was based on the belief of a majoritarian community about the birthplace of a mythical figure. The Chief Justice, a Brahmin who presided the bench immediately after his retirement, has been given a seat by Narendra Modi in the upper house of Indian Parliament, Rajya Sabha. So with the help of the judiciary, Modi has managed to give legal legitimacy to the barbarian demolition of a minority place of worship and the start of construction of a massive temple for the majority community at that site. As if that was not enough, he traveled to Ayodhya in the middle of a raging pandemic like COVID to be the master of the groundbreaking ceremony of the temple, in spite of heading the government of a constitutionally secular country. He claimed the temple would help India's nation building, while no one could ignore the fact that the temple was being built after demolishing a mosque. Since Modi came to power in 2014, India's secular inclusive values have come under serious threat from Hindu right-wing organizations and supporters. However, after his re-election in 2019 with greater majority, his government has taken various legal and administrative measures which clearly affront to India's secular nature and character. Making triple talaq a criminal act, while many Hindus have abandoned their wives, and including the Prime Minister, abrupt withdrawal of the semi-autonomous status of Muslim minority state of Jammu and Kashmir, leaving out Muslim refugees from receiving Indian citizenship, and engaging India's Supreme Court legalized on legal grounds the transfer of land of a mosque to build a temple are some of these actions. Uniform Civil Code and the countrywide National Register for Citizens are next on the agenda. Rationalists are being killed by fanatic Hindutva groups. Academic freedom has been seriously curtailed and student activism is brutally suppressed. We have seen what happened in JNU, in Jamia. I have myself also witnessed what happened in Hyderabad University, Hyderabad Central University a few years back. History books are being rewritten and the voodoo science is being promoted. Highly incompetent Hindu right-wing sympathizers have been recruited in to run top educational and cultural institutions of the country. More than 20,000 civil society groups have been denied from receiving international funding support. As Donald A. Smith, who wrote a pioneering book on Indian secularism in 1963, rightly argued, I quote him, democracy and secularism are tightly held together by logic. If India abandons one, the other will go, unquote. Hinduism as an unorganized religion has been conducive to establish and promote secular institutions in India. But the rise of organized Hindutva under Narendra Modi's leadership is threatening to change that altogether and instead promote the opposite of secularism, the religious fundamentalism in the country. A country cannot be democratic without being secular. Democracy as an idea grew out of the concept of secularism in 17th century Europe. The idea that the society is made by human beings, not by religious authority, is key for the democracy to survive and grow. Many countries are now democratic, could not have become so without going through secularization process. But the fundamentalist forces consider secularism as a threat to their survival and always work against it. Sangh Parivar is doing all it can to make India a Hindu country. RS doesn't miss any opportunity to declare India as a Hindu Rashtra. Prime Minister Modi has declared himself as a Hindu nationalist. Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, is openly endorsing the idea of India for Hindus only. Government policies dealing with religious diversity in India and democracy, as well as its established institutions that enforce these policies, have increasingly come under pressure. At this time, we should look at non-Hindus are more than 20% of India's total population. Majority Hindus are also divided among 4 major caste systems and Dalits and Adivasis. If we count castes in India, there are at least 3,000 castes and probably more number of subcastes among Hindus. RSS opposes job reservation and its sympathizers claim that caste system is in retreat in India. This claim is nothing but ridiculous. More than 5,000 women get killed every year in India in the name of so-called family honor for marrying outside the caste. Only 5.8% of Indians marry outside their caste, and the number has not changed for 4 decades. Hindutva group has skillfully built a discourse that Hindus are in danger in a secular India. Thus, there is a need for reassertion of Hindu identity and making India a Hindu country. To build this Hindus in danger discourse, they usually blame high birth rate among Muslim population and increasing conversion to Christianity by missionaries. But these are half-truths. No doubt have created an illusory vulnerability among a large section of Hindus in India, despite the fact that the ever-increasing Hindu population is more than 1 billion and continues to be 80% of the country's total population. Not only that, Hindus have been in total control of economic and political power of the country since its creation in 1947. the RSS, the mothership of Hindutva forces, has achieved remarkable success in building Muslims and Christians as perceived threats to Hindus in India. At the same time, this Maharashtrian Brahmin male-dominated RSS has done everything to protect and preserve the evils of the 3,000 years old caste system. The RSS is so committed to caste hierarchy that it had opposed India's modern constitution, as it had wanted Manusmriti to be the basis of its fundamental principle. The strong belief of the RSS in the laws of Manu doesn't allow it to accept India as an inclusive secular state where every citizen has certain rights irrespective of caste, religion, or gender. While it expands with the help of tokenism its social base across caste division for political reasons, it still does everything to preserve social segregation among Hindus and the domination of upper caste over lower caste, Dalits, and tribal population. It's even opposed to reservation for the historically oppressed groups in government jobs and educational institutions. Though Indian constitution bans discrimination on the basis of caste, it doesn't abolish the caste system. Even there are definitional differences. There is a lot of similarities between caste inequality and oppression with racial caste inequality and oppression with racial inequality and oppression in the West. However, while the rest of the world, particularly the West, feels ashamed about racial inequality in societies, at the same time, in India is probably the only country in the world where caste-based inequality is forcefully justified in the name of religion. No doubt, India's large minority population, lower caste, Dalits, and Adivasis seriously challenge Hindutva narratives of social cohesion and homogeneity. BJP never misses any chance of spreading disinformation among Hindus in order to contribute to this fantasies of national incompleteness, to anger, and to ultimately to desire to purify the country of the minorities, indigenous population, and Dalits. The present India under Narendra Modi's Hindutva regime is exactly what Periyar had said then. I quote Periyar, "In other lands, knowledge alone is respected and trusted and held as the basis of everything. But in this country," means India, "men believe only in rituals and ceremonies, in God, in religion, and such other rubbish," I unquote. It's high time for India and Hinduism to reject Modism and emulate many of Periyar's ideals to conform to the need of the time. Thank you once again for inviting me to speak on this occasion.
So that was wonderful, wonderful speech. You have compared what are the evils of what Hindutva, BJP, and RSS are trying to do minorities in India. And regarding this, the rise of Hindutva and stuff, yeah, you know about Arinyar Anna, who always been against it, even in the parliament, who spoke at numerous times about the state federalism and stuff. So at this point, today, in today's India, the federalism is gone to bin. You know, they have they are bringing lots of educational systems like NEET and new education policy and stuff. So apart from this ideological thing, and what do you think about the new education policy they're trying to bring onto the state? Being an academician, I want your opinion, your say on that.
I think, frankly, I must say that I haven't read fully the whole education policy. What I have read, what the people, those who are aware of the Indian education policy, and they have read it well, and they have made comments over it. What I see is that the policy has been in some way really, it has copied few things from Europe blindly, but also at the same time has given a kind of Hindutva color, or the color of RSS to some extent. So it has kept certain characters in RSS happy, as they say that they have been, trying to bring a certain kind of language issue, which is conforming to that kind of non-federal character of India, trying to create a certain kind of educational institutions as if they are a industrial powerhouse, not thinking of new ideas, not giving the openness to think, not openness to question. And I think and also research that has been missing in many parts in this kind of new policy. So I think what we need to realize that the basic thing in Indian, I mean, it's not new. It has been traditionally the Indian education policy or Indian education system doesn't allow us to question. When I have studied whole of my life in India, I think we have brilliant students. There is absolutely no doubt about it. But the question is, we have been not taught to question. While we don't question, we can't question our parents, we cannot question our elders, we cannot question our teachers, we cannot question our superiors, then how on earth you think that we can really find something new? That was not. So we have become a good servants, but we have never able to find something new or do something good on the basis of innovation, research. Then you need to question the system, question the authority, and that has been missing before, and that is also missing in this new educational policy. And to be honest, sorry, the thing is, how do you expect when your prime minister has 2 fake degrees and your education minister has 2 fake degrees from a fake university? You expect that government to provide you an education policy which is smart, which is modern, which is thinking of the 21st century. It's impossible.
I think, sir, that's one of the biggest drawbacks in our constitution, that normal gundas and goons can become the leader of a nation.
Yeah, absolutely.
If any of our guests or any participants wants to ask a question to Mr.
No, actually, I was expecting a different answer from Professor Ashok's side, but he pointed out, like, nailed the point. Like when the prime minister and the minister itself have a fake degree, how can you expect something good from the educational policy? But yeah, that's a simple point, but answers everything. But apart from that, Professor, I would also, it's not about the education policy, but the past 4 or 5 months, they are changing, like rewriting the constitutions. They are changing everything. Even yesterday, they have removed all the powers to the MCA, like Medical Council of India. They have changed everything. They have formulated a new higher educational commission bill in 2018. So they put everything like in some cage, so that only they could enter and they could do anything. We feel, at least ourselves and a few of our comrades feel that there are more problem to the state powers. So they are driving it to the unitary nature. Do you think is it a good for strengthening India, or in some point, what do you feel about the federal India and the unitary India?
I think this is the basic. When I say this is a fantasy, which they are moving one leader, one religion, or one constitutions. Even when they took away the little bit autonomy which Jammu and Kashmir had. I mean, this is a very typical, very specific Hindutva politics. In the politics of looking at as a one policy for everyone, which fits to because that fits into this non-democratic thinking as such. And I think this they think that this is the high time that they can get things done, because they realize the political opposition weak, divided. They have able to sell to the to certain parts of India, which is politically powerful, their story of how they can really manipulate in the name of religion, name of external threat, to get their support. And I think that they have been changing books even in Vajpayee period. Vajpayee time they had done it. They are doing much more forcefully now. They have changed quite a large part of our education, and the kind of thing is, of course, I mean, we can argue that when in the Congress time, even the so-called left-leaning scholars were writing it, you can probably say that, look, it should have been a little bit more probably nuanced. But I think they were scholars. They were professors on their own right. They might have a little bit of ideological leaning to some side, but they were really scholars. They knew what they're writing. They can have their own interpretation of it, but they were based on facts. They are based on research, strong research, but that is not happening. The people, those who are engaged in writing our history books, writing our political science or whatever, the social science books, they are absolutely no idea. I mean, they don't have bench strength. Right wing had never been good bench strength ever. And in India, it was absolutely terrible. So they bring out so-called jokers from nowhere and to tell them to rewrite our history, which is absolutely dangerous. And I think that's why we see, but they are doing it and with very little opposition. Unfortunately, the media is absolutely a gone case. The Indian media, I say it's the world's timidest media I have ever seen. It has no voice, nothing. It just falls on the ground anytime the leader or ruler says something. And I think opposition, as you know, it has been quite divided. The main opposition party has also almost, in a very difficult situation, close to disintegration. So it's a very rough period for the people, the right-minded people, for countries, those who are really seriously thinking about the country and its future and its people and how a country, it's an old civilization, if we call civilization, but it's a new country. It's a very new country compared to others. So it needs to be developed. It needs to be nurtured for a long period of time. But these guys have really messed it up. So that's what has made me, as I said in the beginning, I was not talking about the Indian politics ever. I was trying to stay out of it. But the situation is now is not exactly as you could think in a normal situation. So we all have to put our voice whatever the way we can. I completely agree and concur with what your kind of apprehension about India's so-called unmindful unitary approach which this Hindutva regime is taking.
That's a worry for us too. That's why we are just trying to coordinate, at least ideologically, at least the common framework which wherever we can make against the Hindutva's hegemony, we can say. So we have to compromise at some point. We have to make a common framework. We have to coordinate the like-minded peoples. So we need to be run as much as possible for the next generation to be live in a peace and harmony. Otherwise, it's a fearful situation that we cannot leave my kids like our kids in such a nasty environment. That's what we are feeling, at least.
Absolutely. Because I think I always, particularly people like us, those who are protective about our own rights in this foreign country, as a minority, we are so sensitive. When we go to the university, in the office or outside, we want to protect our own rights here. Yes. We raise our voice, we can raise this voice in the society. But if we come from a country where this is not allowed, then we are not doing justice to ourselves and not to the country where we have left. So I think it's a very important point we need to keep in mind.
Thank you, Professor.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for your valuable speech and your concern. We would like to work towards great personalities like you to create awareness among the youngsters. As like Mr. Vijay Ashogan rightly pointed out, we can't leave the state of India to our next generation. It's pathetic. If we leave to them, that we will be leaving with a guilty feel. So thanks very much for your wonderful speech.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir. It was a pleasure. Our next speaker is Mr. Ramu Manivannan. Sir, Ramu Manivannan, is audio online?
Yes, I will unmute him now.
Okay.
I guess yes.
Hello, sir.
Yes. Vanakkam.
Vanakkam, sir. Lovely to have you on board. So,
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
Ramu Manivanan is a very interesting person. He is a professor at and he was also the head of Department of Politics and Public Administration at University of Madras. And also, he is also currently the director for the Center for Dravidian Studies and Research at University of Madras. He also taught in Hindu College at Delhi for more than 18 years. And he wrote a book called Sri Lanka Hiding the Elephant, which is quite acclaimed book, with 976 pages. He also trained lots of teachers, like around 500 teachers in Tibet, and he is working towards lots of downtrodden people, like who don't have access to education and stuff, to those children from like quarry workers, like street dwellers and stuff like that. So he's been heavily involved. He's not only in teaching, and also he's heavily involved in social works as well. And I think I remember I saw your video a while ago. You were speaking to one of the news channels saying like the University of Madras suspended you for the students were protesting against Jayalalitha's new liquor policy. And so you defended the students. The university asked you the details of the students, and you refused to give, saying like, no, it's the students, it's a democratic right of the students to protest. So for that, they even suspended you. So you were quite brave in that as well. So we would like to have you on board, sir. And the topic you have been given is, one second. Yeah, Periyar and social revolution in Southern India. So if you can give your valuable thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's my great pleasure and an honor to be joining this panel of distinguished speakers, and more importantly, the context and the time that we are dwelling in India and around the world, actually, the right-wing radicalism, and as well as about what is happening in India itself is so important that we come together and raise our voices. And I particularly, in my view, as a political scientist, in reading political thought and in about teaching political thought about like Western or the Indian political thought to the students. And I've always felt that why in India we don't recognize our own thinkers or our own philosophers, and or even extraordinary individuals like EVR, Periyar, or Tande Periyar, as he is popularly and very famously known as. And I've always seen, I continue to see him as a social philosopher and a social revolutionary. But although the metaphor that was restricted about him is that he's a philosopher and a revolutionary in Southern India. And in many a times I thought that he should have been recognized as one of the eminent philosophers of Indian society and Indian polity as well. They're so significant, his influence and his thought. And but I understand that today, under the circumstances, how we write history and we document history is that Periyar has been reduced to the south, and Periyar has been reduced to the state of Tamil Nadu. And so this is a kind of a sad and a tragic reality of how we celebrate and observe our great leaders and great thinkers. So in context of Periyar's, and I look at Periyar as a enlightened philosopher, humanist, radical, and a revolutionary. And Periyar today remains hugely influential in the sense to the politics of ideas, in India, and then into the pre-independent India, and his conversations with Baba Sahib, Ambedkar, and as well as about like is following the works of eminent social reformers and then thinkers like Jyotirao Phule. And in the later years, how in context of Tamil Nadu also, that like the Periyar's works and thought processes influence and shaping the minds of generations of children, generations of young men, young women. And I mean, when I say this generations is that, like, it is a very realistic observation and a very, very realistic and down to the earth and to the ground reality is that he did and he continues to influence and generations of young men and women in this country, and more particularly in the South and emphatically in the state of Tamil Nadu. So this is the larger picture of Tande Periyar I have about, and I continue to be inspired by his work. And in terms of like, if you look at him is, what are the foundations of Periyar as a social revolutionary and a social philosopher is that, and he fundamentally chooses to define and critique the Indian philosophy. And Periyar's critique of Indian philosophy is that it's very important to understand his later writings and as well as his works and his activism and his political and public life. And his interpretation starts from the Indian philosophy is deeply located in the Aryan interpretation and Indo-Aryan, the concept of the Aryan interpretation of the Vedic Brahminism. The Vedic Brahminism, which is rooted, which is based on the Manusmriti. And once you kind of subscribe to the idea of the Manusmriti, and which kind of like two eminent and the sources is that one, you need to kind of like subscribe and you need to follow the caste system. Then you also have to follow the concept of karma. The karma is that like, it's not in your hands. It is not in your hands. Once you say caste and like, you're born, reborn, and then you connect with the karma, then this is nothing but the subjugation of the entire society to the idea of Brahminism or to the Brahminical interpretation of the state as well as the power itself. So the Periyar's this is a very, very scientific understanding of the Indian society from the philosophical foundations of the Indian philosophy and the flaw and the fault line in the Indian philosophy itself. But then we need to ask this question, like, do we not have, don't we have any other philosophers who are not rooted in this, the so-called the Aryan and the Dravid, and what you call is like, the Aryan interpretation, the Vedic Brahminical interpretation of the Indian philosophy is that this is the role of Hinduism. Then in this context of Hinduism, it's also like, the whole idea of aggrandizing the entire subcontinent with this view of the Aryan domination as well as the Manusmriti rooted, the basis is that it has completely either negated or co-opted the indigenous values and indigenous practices in worship. And when I say worship is that, like, some of the scientific aspects of worship in that, and not necessarily to be seen in like, questioning the concept of God, because the concept of God itself is the creation of the man. The concept itself is the creation of the man, and how you create the God, it's the creation of man. Therefore, historically, many traditional indigenous societies have developed what you called as in terms of the worshipping what they fear. So, like how the Aryan, what you call that, like, the Vedic Brahminism, or like, the Manuvadis, or what you call as Varnashrama Dharma, is that it tried to integrate this, like, absolve this fear into this context of the status, the power status. So, like, in questioning that, Periyar rises like the revolutionary in a society, a social revolutionary. and an extraordinary intellectual of his time. And like, virtually in times of like what you call the Periyar today, like, not only influential, but also in terms of that why that idea of like, is because of his stance on caste, social justice, and a rationalist worldview of religion, critique of religion, and a rationalist paradigm that he builds about religion is that, like, when the Western philosophy and Western revolutionary concepts is that you need to place reason ahead of every other aspect in political philosophy. Then what Periyar does is that Periyar emphatically places reason, and then in terms of rationalizing the institution of religion in terms of that, like, what are the basis, how the Indian philosophy has been built, why he criticizes the Indian society in terms of built on the Manusmriti. And like, today that Periyar, like very interestingly is that, like, the role and contribution of Periyar is that in Indian politics, that how I had said that in the writing the modern contemporary history is that the negation and then the sidelining of the Periyar is that in the mainstream discourse of politics and then in terms of social justice. But in Tamil Nadu particularly is that today in the Indian politics is that Tamil Nadu is the bulwark against the BJP. And there is one thing that stands between the BJP and RSS and capturing and coming into power in Tamil Nadu is not simply the political parties, like most of us want to believe. Most of us want to believe there are political parties that will fight against the BJP, or there are political organizations that will stand up against the RSS. It is a very simple assessment. The realistic assessment, the reality is that it is the Periyar. The Periyar's ideology, Periyar's a social revolutionary like Periyar, and a social radical like Periyar, and an enlightened philosopher like Periyar, and where his ideas have gone deeply enrooted into the society. Today, Tamil Nadu's social history is that the social history of the Dravidian movement is that it is not restricted to the political parties that we see in the mainstream political arena. But the social movement in Tamil Nadu, the social movement in the South is far more deeper than the political parties. That's the reality. Therefore, when people say that, like, Dravidian parties have gone into a decay, and therefore BJP and RSS are an alternative, is that's not an argument. And that the social movement is still deeply relevant. And then in terms of, like, there is a very interesting, Periyar is still the chief patriarch of the Dravidian movement and the Dravidian parties. Although, like, he had taken a very clear position about the party and power, and he was one of the earliest advocates on the question of the non-party politics. And after he kind of relinquished his office in Erode as in the Erode municipality chairmanship, and then he never went back to claim power because he wanted to work through and with the people and transform the power, not capturing power. That's where his ideas and identity stands to be respected. Then in terms of, he continues to be the chief patriarch, as I mentioned to you, and also that, like, C.N. Annadurai had many, I mean, C.N. Annadurai was his disciple, and also, like, he was groomed at the loom of Periyar. And then he had, C.N. Annadurai also had many disagreements with him, mainly on the question of, like, party politics and power and contesting elections. But C.N. Annadurai never compromised on one view, is that my leader is Periyar is my leader. I mean, that's not a simple acknowledgement for a political party that has captured power in the state in 1967. Absolutely, they swept the elections. But he continued to revere him as my leader. This is one of the rarest occasions when the party that, like, when the DK splits, and 1949 and DMK gets formed and subsequently comes to power in 1967. But during this entire period, and besides all the differences, the DMK or any other political party in Tamil Nadu is that they deeply understand, acknowledge the ground realities is that it is not just the political parties. There is something unique about this extraordinary man and social reformer, social philosopher, a social revolutionary. And then in another political society, if you sometimes we compare, when you call him as the the Socrates, we call him as the Socrates when people think that what is something unique about Socrates and why he has to be called as the Socrates in the East. I'm not comfortable with the metaphors the Eastern Socrates or the Western Periyar and thing. But the main reason is that the ability to question. That's the central argument, that the consciousness, the question, and then uncompromising virtue, the ability to question and an uncompromising virtue to stand up against all odds and to pursue the struggle. I think that makes, the last picture, when we see the picture of Socrates taking the poison and then consuming the death, virtually is that, I always like to believe that one aspect is that the ability to question, and also an uncompromising virtue to unreasonable, irrational, and the state of the pressure system. So Periyar remains in the same way. And another aspect is that today in context of Indian politics as well as in Tamil Nadu politics is that the parties like BJP and then RSS, socio-political organization, continue to underestimate the social impact and the political influence of Periyar. Not only as an ideologue, not only as Periyar was not simply an ideologue and who sat at home and then ran a party or an organization. He walked, traveled miles and miles and miles together. Then I learned from reading some of his works that even in the last year of his life, and he traveled for he delivered 192 speeches in the last year of his life in 1974. 177 speeches, and the previous year about 170 man days he traveled. So is a very hardworking and very deeply committed, and what he considered as the very simplistic in his life, frugal and honesty. People always talk about Gandhi's manner of keeping accounts. Periyar was far more strict than Gandhi in managing finance, and as frugal as he could. That he set an example. Why I mention all this, that a social revolutionary like Periyar, and walking the path and transforming the grounds of politics is that, and today Periyarism remains the challenge for entry and growth for BJP in Tamil Nadu. And it is the social ideology of the Dravidian movement and struggle spearheaded by leaders like Periyar is the major hurdle. And I would even say that the Periyar remains the heart of the battle between the forces of Dravidian social ideology and the Hindutva of the BJP more than ever before. This is why Periyar should be, and rightfully should be acknowledged as one of the most eminent philosophers of modern India. And not simply as a philosopher, person who contributed only for social justice. If we are talking today, we are celebrating Ishwar Chand Vidyasagar's 200th birth anniversary, 26th, 200 years ago. And we have 1820, and 26th of September is Ishwar Chand Vidyasagar's birth, and today is the 200 years. And that is Ishwar Chand Vidyasagar's birth is considered as is part of the Renaissance, Indian Bengal Renaissance and Indian Renaissance. I also think that Periyar's life and Periyar's ideas, and not simply a social philosopher and a revolutionary of the Tamil Nadu or of the South, but of Indian subcontinent. And because Periyar travels the vast terrain, not I also when I talk to people that even if you believe in God, like, Periyar needs to be understood and explained, needs to be understood and appreciated, even if you are not an atheist, because that he applies reason. He applies rationality, and not the rationality of a constructive rationalism, where you can construct anyway by placing one upon the other, but scientific reasoning. That's what Periyar is to be seen as. Scientific reasoning in a sense. Look at his metaphor, his understanding of Indian philosophy. He says Indian philosophy is deeply rooted in Manusmriti. And the Manusmriti is that which classifies and simply divides, polarizes the entire society by saying that you are destined to be, your birth and death is to be destined by your karma, and then the caste, then you are trapped, you are a slave. Now he is a liberator. He's a liberator like many other social liberators who have worked, toiled, and struggled and sacrificed their lives and the price they paid for. And in the same sense, like in a way that, you try to bring about, like, when he talked about self-respect movement and self-respect movement or self-dignity movement, and then when he brought, he was also he also had, was fairly influenced by the socialistic ideals. He was against the exploitation of the capital. He was against the exploitation of the labor. And then he was also against, and very, very deeply and very strongly, he upheld the rights of the women. And he upheld the rights of the women, and to that extent about, whether in terms of the widow remarriage or about the decision, the marriage decision, and then on the property issues, and on the child marriage issues, and eminently Periyar is virtually in the women's education. And more than women's education, Periyar also had said that women should decide their employment, and they should take to, even if necessary, to the police and the armed forces. Today, when the government of India made its announcement about the recruitment of women into police as well as in armed forces, Periyar was one of the earliest voices in the 1920s to speak about the women's right to employment, more particularly, if necessary, also they can choose, if they want, into police and armed forces. Why I say this is that a philosopher has to be seen in a much more holistic and a collective way. And he was not just simply talking about religion. He was talking about scientific reasoning with institution of religion. And he was talking about Indian philosophy, the foundations, questioning, the critiquing the foundations of Indian philosophy. And then the scientific knowledge, that any quality that you attribute to a philosopher. And then in terms of, he also talked about what particularly that impresses me is that, and he often said that he shared a very interesting relationship with Rajaji, otherwise known as the C.R. Rajagopalacharya. And C.R. Rajaji is that, and he was one of his best friends, and he consulted him at all crucial, critical times on the personal warmth and respect, mutual respect for each other. But he never hesitated to question Rajaji when Rajaji introduced what they called his education policy, which in Tamil Nadu we call that as Kulakalvi, that based on the family and purely the caste, a Brahminical interpretation of professional heritage system. And then he said that I'm not against Brahmins, but I'm certainly against the Brahminism. I'm against the Varnashram Dharma. I'm against that Sanatan Dharmashram thing. I'm against that the Brahmin and the Baniya coalition in the Indian politics, in Indian social ethos. So he very clearly defines his social philosophy. He clearly defines his revolutionary thoughts and ideas, and also materialistic understanding of history. Periyar also had a materialistic understanding of the social and economic history of India. And we often think the social and the materialistic history of India is that the moment you question, critique the Indian caste system, is that you are talking about the materialist, social and materialistic interpretation of history itself. Periyar, all of us talk about the caste and the critique of the caste, But Periyar was able to see that there is a kind of the materialistic and then economic history of India should also have to be linked to the caste system and the social hierarchy, social stratification. I think this is the mind of a social revolutionary and a social philosopher. And then there is one area I want to kind of I want to narrate a very small, a very interesting conversation that VP Singh, as the Prime Minister of India, he was demitting his office. I remember that that particular morning, it's a midday around 11 o'clock, 11:30 in New Delhi. I was living in New Delhi at that time. I was teaching in Delhi University. And I remember that morning, it's an amazing day, kind of a very warm sunshine, light sunshine. And the media met VP Singh and who was demitting his office. He lost his majority in the parliament and support in the parliament. And so he was going to meet the president of India at that time. So the media met him, the press met him. The press asked him a question that Mr. VP Singh, and you are going to demit your office, and you probably are one of the shortest tenure prime ministers in this country. How does it feel to be a shortest tenure prime minister in this country? So short. A few months you have been a prime minister. And VP Singh said, I'm equally proud the fact that I have had the shortest time to make the greatest impact on the Indian society, that no one dared to touch and implement Mandal Commission, which I did, that people had many, many years in power. That's a telling statement about the social justice movement in India. But behind that statement, I want to kind of narrate about the fact is that Periyar believed in communal representation in education and employment right from 1921. And then he fought for the GO, government order with the British government, that there should be a representation for the backward and the Dalits and the marginalized people in the society in education and employment. But this particular GO was quashed when India became free and struck down by the High Court of Chennai, Madras High Court. And then as based on the claim that this is against the tenets of the Constitution, or what the famously said as the ultra vires of the Constitution. And the Supreme Court of India upheld this verdict of the Madras High Court. And then Periyar continued to make enormous representation, appeal and protest and mobilizing masses. At that time, the chief minister and as well as the Indian Prime Minister, Mr. Jawaharlal Nehru, and took a sympathetic view of this particular protest and gave a deep listening. And amazing thing is that the first amendment to the Constitution of India came from the recommendations and the struggle of Tandai Periyar. That is the Article 15, and then the Section 4, and which clearly that amendment, I shall quote that amendment, which says, nothing in this article or in clause 2 of Article 29 shall prevent the state from making any special provision for the advancement of any socially and educationally backward classes of citizens, or for the scheduled caste and the scheduled tribes. So this is a very important amendment, the first amendment to the Constitution of India. And that came from the life and the works of Tandai Periyar's work. It is this, I quoted this, narrated this incident of VP Singh to a few minutes back. I want to connect this incident of the press conference to VP Singh, and as well as this first amendment. And it's really very moving about how a philosopher in his own lifetime and later kind of his impact of his works can be seen from the fact it is this amendment which enabled the appointment of Mandal Commission, whose recommendations marked as watershed in the social history of India. And this is the most stunning contribution of Tandai Periyar to the movement, social justice, the cause of social justice, and to the movement of social justice movement in this country, and to the virtue of democratization of the Indian polity and society. And I am very happy and proud to quote this First Amendment to the Constitution. And lastly, before kind of like, making submissions of my presentation, and Periyar today is part of the political culture of Tamil Nadu. And but I would rather say he's been restricted to the political culture of Tamil Nadu. And I strongly hope and wish, and sometime now or in the near future, that Tande Periyar, it becomes part of the political culture of the South and the entire country, because of the fact that, like, India is a nation of nationalities. It's a multicultural and plural and multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multiracial nation. In such a nation that, like, if Periyar remains in one part of the country, and if Hindutva remains all over the country, that there cannot be a nation. So, like, that nation, we have to kind of, like, redefine nationalism. We have to redefine and social justice. We have to redefine that, like, what is our philosophy itself? What is our social philosophy? What is the meaning of revolution itself? We need to redefine. Revolution is not like, as Mao always very famously said, like, it is not just one. It's about, like, we need to bloom for 1,000 years. So, like, Periyar in that sense is that the revolution of Periyar is still alive in India. And, like, it's still alive. There is still, like, as I mentioned to you, that, like, if there is anything between the BJP and RSS, as well as with the rest of the state in Tamil Nadu, is that it is Periyar standing like a tower of the Vindhyas. And, like, you have to meet Periyar. You have to challenge Periyar. So that is why, like, often when we say that his statues, his ideas, and about comments on him made by the hooligans and the hoodlums, and often is that they get attention by talking about Periyar, but they can't change the society. But people like Periyar will continue to inspire, will continue to be the drawing board of the social thought and the social justice movement, as well as about the anti-caste movement in this country, and more importantly about the movements of social equality, economic equality, and women's rights. And so all this encompassing is why I consider that, like, I very humbly want to say that, he's a revolutionary of his time, and also a enlightened political philosopher, comparable with the era of Renaissance in the West, and as well as with the, like, in the reading the Renaissance in the Indian context, is that the time always kind of, like, lapses and coincides, is that we need to pick up Indian Renaissance at different points of time in Indian history. I think Indian history also has to pick this era and the life and the time of Ivera Periyar or Tande Periyar as the age of Renaissance and age of enlightenment, age of reason, and also the age of social justice. And at last, Periyar is also part of not only the political culture, but he's also part of the popular culture. And what is this popular culture is that how far and how deep a social movement kind of, like, touches the earth. Like, how far and deep the social movement touches the earth. In that sense alone, I can say that, like, Periyar is not only the kind of, like, the guiding, what they call the dynamo or the guiding light of the Dravidian movement, is the patriarch, or what you call remains the fountainhead of the Dravidian movement and the social ideology of the Dravidian social thought. And I would like to kind of sum here, and I want to thank the organizers and the other distinguished members in the panel and who joined me in this discussion. I want to thank all of you humbly, and I want to appreciate and congratulate the organizers for taking up this event. Thank you, one and all.
Yeah, so thank you, Professor. As Raja? Tolar, may I continue? Raja Tolar?
Okay. All right, sir. Thank you very much for your valuable speech. You almost brought Periyar to life, actually. So when you said like you brought Periyar to our subconscious, and we feel like Periyar is life, you almost brought Periyar to life. So we will take every valuable points what you said on board, and we would like to basically our young generations the need.
Raja, a question. Sorry.
The need for Periyar is there in today's world. Thank you for your wonderful and valuable speech.
Raja, I have a question to Professor. Can I ask?
Okay.
Sir, what's your thought about Tamil Desiyam and Dravidian ideology?
Okay, I think about like, see, Periyar also talked about like, the nation, Tamil nation. But the question of the Tamil nation, and then he did recognize the plurality to the Tamil nation. And so if Tamil Desiyam also respects the plurality, and I suppose that, the Tamil nationalism or Tamil Desiyam has much more broader base. And like, we all subscribe to this idea that India is a nation of nationalities. And so we are not going to deny the fact that like, no one has a right to be a kind of a Tamil nationalism, or like, but then how you build this nationalism is that like, I always tell people that like, we have to fight, if you have to resist against what they call the Aryan ethos, is that you need an identity. And at the same time, you have to fight against a parochialism of one kind of an idea, is that, and another kind of parochialism will not help. We need to kind of like, the scientific and as well as the reasoning we have to apply. So if Tamil Desiyam applies this reason and scientific reasoning and understands the plurality of the social basis, is that, and like, there are no objections to that.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Brilliant, sir. Well done. Very well said. Tamil nation must embrace the plurality, which is great.
No, the plurality and inclusiveness, right? That's make even the Periyarism again in his ideology. Also, I would like to point, as Raja Periyar again was introducing you, he stated Sri Lanka's Hiding the Elephant, Documenting Genocide and War Crime, your book. And I would like to remind the panelists and others, I released the book in Norway in 2014. That's how even we are connected more than 10 years with Professor Ramu Manivannan. And you mentioned another incident, Raja Periyar again, that's about the Madras University incident, where there were students protesting for a professor. And fortunately, I was there with professor for we were daily meeting that time for a week for discussing something which I don't want to reveal now. But we were meeting daily in the university. But I took nearly like whenever I enter Madras University, the police stops, and it was like something like we are entering into the jail instead of university. So we have to tell them false that we are going for some other reason. Then we go in and meet professor. It's a funny story behind it. Okay. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Wonderful,
wonderful to have you on board, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure, and I'm deeply honored to be joining all of you. Thank you. Thank you for your good work.
Our next guest is Dr. Inspiring Ilango. He's truly inspiring. He's motivational speaker. Okay, thanks. There is a screen share. So I'd like to go through the screen share. So basically, Inspiring Ilango is born visually challenged. He would like to call himself a specially able person. So he was named as Ilango by Dr. Karunanidhi. You can see him on the screen. And he had he studied at Lilo College, and also even though he is visually challenged, he went to college like any other normal student. And also he came up with a new word called musiration, which is like inspiring people by means of music. And also he got his doctorate degree from the Universal Tamil University. And also he is like multi-talented. He can scuba dive. He is a solo paraglider as well. And he has inspired many students and college students throughout Tamil Nadu. And he also wrote a book called Jaipadu Nijam, which is a self-confidence, the ultimate book to instilling self-confidence. And he is also owner and founder of Ace Panacea and Inspiring Ilango Foundation. Famous, he always quote to say, even though he popularly says, even though I don't have sight, but I have a vision. And he was also presented Periyar Award in 2017 by Australian K. Viramani. Yeah, welcome on board, Dr. Inspiring Ilango. And he is going to speak on my vision and rationalism and Periyar. So the stage is yours.
They have to unmute.
You have to unmute, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Probably all right. Now, from now, 25 minutes, all right? Okay, before I start anything, let me assure you that I will take about 25 minutes time for my sharing, and then I'll present a lovely song, a peppy number, in fact, to energize all of you, because you've had a very hectic day in terms of organizing this wonderful conference, a much needed one right now. You're going to have that song of mine, which would recollect the memories of the inimitable movie singer S.P. Balasubramaniam, who just passed away yesterday, of course. And also, it would gel with the idea of rationalism and even communism to an extent. All right. Healthy evening, my dearest, lovely, darling friends. It's my pleasure to address all of you. As per my tradition, I wish people not with the adjective good or happy. I tell people to wish each other with the adjective healthy. And it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, right now, considering the COVID-19 scenario? You have to wish each other with the adjective healthy and say healthy evening, my dearest friends. When I say that, can you shout back, scream back to energize me again? Healthy evening, friends?
Healthy evening.
Yes. Yes.
Most of us are on mute now, so.
Healthy evening. Get on mute and say that. Yeah. Healthy evening. All right. Any other voices? I mean, female
Healthy
voices.
evening. Oh.
Any female voices?
Not much today.
Not much. Not even one.
Voice.
There is one Srilata, I suppose. Okay, she can say that at least. We're talking about gender equality. And then we need to have those voices. Anyway, healthy evening, friends. And it's my pleasure to share certain ideas and inputs on what I mean by the word vision and what Periyar and rationalism mean to me personally. It's going to be more of, see, it's the first time I'm addressing this particular conference or your forum for that matter. Let me congratulate you, first of all. It's a wonderful initiative that you've been doing it. The European Union, Periyar Ambedkar Federation, comrades, I think all these words make a lot of sense. European Union, all right, Periyar Ambedkar was all right, and comrades federation, wonderful. I think the idea of your objective to take Periyar to the international standards, not that we need not take him or something, is there already, that's okay. But then, especially among the youth particularly, we need to promote him at their consciousness level. That is, he needs to be taken to their consciousness level, and you're doing a good job and great beginning, and I'm there for you all the time. Right. So I thought probably, since it's going to be my first time, I would rather make it an anecdote-oriented one. I would make it more personal. or make it more autobiographical, so that it would be more authentic, and also it would be a little more unique. You can read a whole lot of stuff from anybody else, or any books for that matter, but what I'm going to share with you is something that you're going to listen to as a story, which you may not have heard anywhere else. All right. So now, when I say vision, as Raja Periyar Aragan beautifully said, I'm known for my particular quote, which is, I have no sight, but I have vision. I have no sight, but I have vision. These two words make a lot of difference these days. I think youngsters need to have, of course, they have sight, all right, but they need to have vision as well. What is vision? Vision is one's capacity to forecast one's future based on one's past and present. And therefore, one should have vision for oneself, one's family, and of course, one's society. What future is going to be installed is something that people should be sure of. Okay, this is what has been my central focus whenever I address everybody, especially the college and school students, to make them understand the idea of vision. Now, in my life, I became so conscious of this word vision. I was thrilled at the idea of vision when I was ragged at Loyola College by a group of students for my not being able to see at all. At that point in time, I could resiliently reply with the expression that if you could, of course, the question was that, why couldn't I contemplate on suicide? And my reply was that if people like them could exist, why couldn't I live? That was a kind of bounce back reply I could come up with at that point in time. From then, I was traveling with a lot more clarity in life, all right. The moment I was introduced to Periyar formally, in fact, I would say for most people, in fact, in the historical perspective, you know that the DK gave birth to the DMK, or the DMK came from the Dravida Karagam. But in my case, the Dravida Munnetra Karagam came first. Because I think I was introduced to Dr. Kalaignar Karunanidhi's speeches, Aringer Annadurai's speeches, C.N. Annadurai's speeches, or Perasiriyar Anbaragan's speeches, or Nanjil Manogaran, or you name any set of DMK leaders, I would have listened to them as a second standard, third standard boy. Because the audio cassettes would be sent from my father, who would be doing it, I suppose, as an avid DMK follower. And he would send me those cassettes. I would listen to them. Probably the speaker in me started getting evolved at that point in time as I was listening to those speeches, as to how these people had control over the public audience, the noisy audience, the uncontrollable audience, and so on. So especially the three layers of speakers that they had at that point in time. I'm not sure whether they have it right now, but the three layers of speakers they had at that point in time. One, of course, the erudite scholars who would read a lot and come and educate the public. The second layer would mingle along with the audience with a kind of colloquialism. And the third layer would get on to the masses really from minute one. They would really use the slangs and abusive languages and so on, even on podiums. All right. So then much later, probably after my college time, I introduced myself to Periyar, in fact, Tandai Periyar. I always feel proud to call him Tandai Periyar, because that's how I request all my followers and youth, particularly the students, to address him. Whenever I speak about Periyar, I have an opportunity to talk about him, I would always have this adjective Tandai, because he was, after listening to him, after listening to all his audio cassettes, the CDs were available in the Periyar Tidal. I went and bought those CDs. I went and bought those CDs, all right. I listened to them. Almost, I've gone through all his speeches, whatever that were available. I'd had access, all right. I know very well that he had a lot of concern for the humanity and for the Tamils in particular. let me underline that again, for the humanity and for the Tamils in particular. He had, whatever that he was talking about, he had a worldwide vision. He had always a vision for the entire humanity, and more particularly focusing for the welfare and empowerment of women. And that became a kind of an inspiration for me. Right. Now, my vision got even more clear, even stronger, as I started listening to Periyar more and more, as I started listening to the ideologies, as I started going deeper and deeper, getting to know more about what he stood for, and what were the challenges that he faced, and the kind of speaker that he was. Of course, my forte. Right now, I'm known as a speaker. I'm known as a person who inspires people through my speeches and songs, all right. So I was able to understand that he had a knack of connecting with the audience because he was genuine. He spoke from the heart. He's not, I mean, he never spoke from the lips. He always addressed the gathering from his heart. He was very sincere. He was very genuine. He never had a word play. He never punned with English language. I'm sorry, with the Tamil language. He never had any interest for people's applause. In fact, at times he would even yell at people for applauding. That was a very rare, that was the rarest gesture from a speaker. People like me know very well that when audience remain calm, mum, and completely passive, we go mad. We say, why the hell? What's happening? Are you guys alive or not? You should say something. Clap. Now, I request all of you to applaud for this wonderful federation. We keep asking. We literally beg for applause. But that man scolded, chided the audience for applauding. Why? Because he said, guys, don't applaud simply for the sake of applauding. Stop applauding. Stop applauding me. Just think and think more after listening to me. If you think it makes sense, go ahead with that. If you think it doesn't, please leave. Leave in the sense, leave the idea. You can ignore. So I think he was very clear on that. I was impressed because none before him had this sort of an assertion and such an impeccable command over his thoughts. And I always stand for this particular coordination among one's thoughts, words, and actions. He had that perfect coordination. He thought, spoke, and did alike. He never had any dichotomy among these three at all. He was very clear. So I think I always, as some of my women friends would say, he's always been my darling. You know, so as a speaker, he's been my darling. As a thinker, he's been my darling. And as an action performer, as a proactivist, as a social reformer, he's always been my father, right? So I think that's what gave me the idea of rationalism. Again, I went deeper and deeper more. See, I want to point out something here. Some people feel reserved talking about rationalism of Periyar, saying that, oh no, he never spoke only about rationalism. He spoke about many other things, in fact. He spoke about women liberation. He spoke about the Tamil language. He spoke about superstitions. He spoke about family welfare. He spoke about the economics of a family. He spoke about the caste system, the evil caste system, if I may put it. He spoke about he spoke about future science, the scientific world that awaits humanity. He spoke about almost every other thing under the sun. So let's not confine him to rationality, people say, all right? A rational thinking, people say. I would just probably calm down and say, all these aspects mentioned just now stem from rational thinking. Because if he wasn't rational, Gandhi had all sorts of confusions, despite the projection that he attempted to be a good man. He attempted to be a person of integrity. But he had this dichotomy because he never wanted to question religion. He never wanted to question the institution of the Manudharma or Varnashram. So he had these confusions all the time. So he was always making statements here and there, and he had these oscillations. We know the conversations between Periyar and M.K. Gandhi. So Periyar had never such been confused. He never had such confusions at all. He was very clear because of rational thinking. So if a person could question the existence of God, the theory of the existence of God, let me rephrase it again. If a person could question the theory of the existence of God, it paves way, it opens up many multi-avenues for questioning. If that doesn't happen, then I'm afraid the questioning would be restricted. The ability to question would be confined. So that's the reason I say it stems from there. Probably Periyar became more articulate of his atheism after some time. I mean, he had been very active proactively much before that, for decades together, no doubt. But then the moment he articulated that atheism or rational affinity, I think things became more, perhaps even within himself, things would have been a lot clearer. He would have been. So that's the reason I feel that the same thing has happened to me as well. When I became clear with the existence of the theory of existence of God, I became very clear on how to live life, how to have relationships with people, how to have healthy relationships with people, how to educate oneself again and again, how to update oneself, that is, how to plan one's future, and how to probably improve one's communication, how to go ahead in life. All these have been happening very smoothly. Let me underline that again, very pleasantly, primarily because of my rational thinking. I have no confusions whatsoever. I know I'll fail, and I'm ready to fail. I have no issues at all. I have no hesitations. I'm ready to fall down, but knowing fully well that I will rise very soon, right? I always tell people that I would fall and rise, but I would never cry at all, right? So that's the reason I keep saying that I'm thankful to my rational thinking all the time. I'm very thankful within, deep within. I'm very thankful to my rational thinking. And I had a very interesting experience in the year 2010 as a speaker, as I was invited by the Pollachi Mahalingam Institute. I think some college they have, I don't remember the name of the college exactly, but it's Pollachi Mahalingam's Institute, college, engineering colleges rather. They invited me, and I still remember the CEO, Mr. Manikam, in the presence of a few other people, decision makers there, very boldly said that they were highly impressed with my inspiration. They were happy with all my ideologies. They were happy with the avid campaign that I've been doing against suicides. All that was all right. But there was one thing that was disturbing them, it seems. And that was my talking about Periyar. And he said very magnanimously, we admit that Periyar is no doubt a social reformer, I quote, but then we can't agree with him on all aspects. In fact, even Periyar doesn't expect anybody to agree with him all the time. That's a different issue. But he said, he has certain gray areas. And the most important gray area, he spoke against caste system. That's okay. He spoke for women empowerment. That's okay. But he spoke against God and religions. And that is something that could not be, that couldn't be really digested. And you are an inspirational person. Why do you talk about Periyar? Why do you talk about atheism in a way? So, I was a little worried because at that point in time, I was supposed to sign up a contract with the institution to train them. And it was a big contract. So, but still, I had the tenacity to answer, saying that was not the forum to discuss my views on Periyar and atheism. that was more about how to help the students through signing up MOUs and through my curriculum of English empowerment and life skill empowerment and so on. But I just laughed it off and kept it aside, all right. But then I realized it after a couple of weeks' time. I started communicating, my team started communicating to them. Nothing materialized at all. So probably that was just working against me. That's okay. But I was not worried. That was a scenario in 2010. But you know, now, as we are in 2020, in 2019, when I addressed the college at Melmarvattur Adi Paraksati College, the name is self-explanatory, who runs it and what the ideology of the college would be. When I went and addressed, there was a question from the students. Generally, I have question and answer. This time, I may not be able to have the luxury of question and answer, I suppose. If you ask questions, I'll be so delighted, because the basic idea of my interacting with you is to, at least in the form of feedback, I would have some questions. Anyway, so a student asked me from Melmarvattur, claiming to be a final year student. He said, who my role model as far as social leaders are concerned in the world? And I had no hesitations to name Tandai Periyar. You know something? There was a thunderous applause from the audience. This happened in 2019. I still remember that. And there was another episode at the Vellore Anna University episode, where the students asked me almost the same question as to who I consider as a role model when it comes to leadership, whom I thought was an effective leader, the most powerful leader, the most influential leader. Then I had no hesitation again to mention the same name, my favorite name, Tandai Periyar. And again, there was a thunderous applause. This happened again the same year, 2019. And wherever people ask me the question as to who my role model is, who my inspiration, I would always say I am my own role model, but I have a lot of inspirations. As far as my social performance, my social activism goes, Tandai Periyar is my absolute role model, because I see him almost flawless, almost flawless. The reason why I say almost is because I don't know great things about him. So whatever that I know him, he is absolutely flawless in his thoughts, in his speeches, and in his actions. So I think the world has improved. In my perception, the world is improving tremendously, and we are winning. Don't despair. We are winning, definitely. The youth really vibrantly listen to, open-mindedly listen to ideologies of Periyar and rationalism and so on. Okay, for the last 3 days, the 23rd, 24th, and the 25th of September, I could inspire. I had been invited by the DG Vaishnav College. Again, its name is self-explanatory. I don't need to tell you who runs. So the DG Vaishnav College wanted me to inspire at the students' induction program to inspire the first-year students in terms of telling them, look, don't despair about Corona, don't despair COVID-19, don't despair online classes, don't despair government actions, you go on and so on. That's the usual thing. Anybody can say that. Believe it or not, on all the 3 days, some of the questions were frequently asked questions, all right, and commonly asked question, especially during the 3-day period. And one such commonly asked question, unanimously asked question during the 3-day period, of course, separate batches were there. On the 23rd, there was a batch, and 24th, there was a different batch. People would be watching on YouTube live. Of course, anybody could come, but the link could be sent only to the respective batches, all right. On all the batches, there was one question which was very common. The question was whether I believe in God. And I would answer on the first day saying, no, I don't. That's all. Very precise answer. No, I don't. Then they wouldn't leave me. They'd say, why? Why don't you believe in God? What's your objection to God? I said, let me rephrase it. What's my objection to the theory of God? So I would talk about it, saying that since there's no evidence whatsoever, I live my life based on evidence and scientific thinking, and that's what the Constitution 51AH speaks about. Promote scientific temper among the youth, particularly. It says that very clearly, the Indian Constitution, and as per that, I believe in scientific living and thinking, and there's been no evidence whatsoever, as the actor Nageshwara Rao in his 80s, while being asked by the press as to, you remain an atheist, you're 80 now, quote and do you still feel the same? And Nageshwara Rao replied, again quote, I'm 80, yes, you're right, and till now I haven't found any evidence. You know, so I don't think we could have any such actors here in Tamil Nadu, Tamil film industry. Maybe Kamal Haasan would be very confusing. He would say, oh, we don't say there's God, we don't say there's no we don't say there's God, or we don't say the fact is that my people love caste, and I can't really dispense with them, and very confusing, you see. Nobody understands, even he doesn't, I suppose. So the point is clarity. Be clear. That's what Periyarism, rationalism speaks. Both are the same. Periyarism and rationalism mean the same thing. To me, they are synonymous with one another. Of course, Periyar is more than rationalism, all right. But then rationalism says to be clear, right? And I also would tell the students, the reason why I don't believe in the theory of God is that, the reason why I don't believe in the theory of God is that there's not been an evidence which should be individual testimonies don't really matter. Individuals' testimonies could be anything, but then science theory says something which is universally accepted. Newton's law is universally accepted. Theory of relativity by Einstein is universally accepted. You name whatever it is. Even their own Thomas Alva Edison, who was a believer, whatever that he invented could be used by everybody universally. So when you propose something in public, it should be universally acceptable. And my dearest friends, Periyarism, Tandai Periyar's ideology, if at all there's something called Periyarism, it is universally acceptable. It is universally followable. And on that note, I think I've crossed my 25-minute mark. I'll go ahead with the song. Can I?
Yes, please.
Here I go. Before I start the song, Raja, Periyar, and my dearest Ambi spoke about musuration. It's a new word I coined in English called inspiration through music. And I speak in between the background music and I lapse back to the song at the right time. And if you feel that it's impressive, you would also applaud, all right? And we'll enjoy the song together. We would participate, all right? And I dedicate this song to all of you, young minds, who have been doing an excellent job. Here I go. I chose this song for a particular reason, that this gentleman who passed away yesterday sang this song. And he sang it so... Hey, dandanana, 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 dandanana. நஞ்சை உண்டு நஞ்சை உண்டு பொங்கி வரும் கங்கை உண்டு பஞ்சம் மட்டும் இன்னும் இங்கு மாறவில்லை எங்க பாரதத்தில் சொத்து சென்ற தீர்க்கவில்லை விதிக்கொரு கட்சி உண்டு சாதிக்கொரு சங்கம் உண்டு நீதி சொல்ல மட்டும் இங்கே நாடும் இல்லை தமிழ் நிம்மதியாழ ஒரு நாடும் இல்லை இது நாடா இல்ல வெறும் காடா இதை கேட்க நாடும் இல்லை தோட இது நாடா இல்ல வெறும் காடா இதை கேட்க யாரும் இல்லை தோட புஞ்சை உண்டு நஞ்சை உண்டு பொங்கி மட்டும் கங்கை உண்டு பஞ்சம் மட்டும் இன்னும் இங்கு மாறவில்லை எங்க பாரதத்தில் சொத்து சென்ற தீரவில்லை. Maybe there is a controversy as to why S.P. Balasubramanian had to be given a government salute, especially at his funeral. Probably he did his best to entertain people, to keep them really happy and so on. That was all right. But a person like Periyar had this controversy when Dr. Karunanidhi was Chief Minister, I'm sorry, and he was asked the question as why he was to be given a state salute, a state respect. That was very weird, wasn't it? Because he is much more. When an entertainer could be given, Periyar should also be given this thing.
யாருங்க கட்டி வைத்து கொடுத்தது ஊருக்கு பாடுபட்டு ஏற்ற கூட்டமோ விடிந்து வாசலின்றி தவிக்குது என்னுடைய காலம் இப்படி போகும் என்பது கேள்வி நாளை வரும் உள்ளவை எல்லாம் யாருக்கும் சொந்தம் என்று மாறும் வேலை வரும் ஆயிரம் கைகள் கூடட்டும் ஆனந்த ராகம் பாடட்டும் நாளைய காலம் நம்மோடு நிச்சயம் உண்டு போராடு பாடுகளும் பையனும் எங்கள் கைகள் என்றாடு புஞ்சை உண்டு நஞ்சை உண்டு தங்கி வரும் கங்கை உண்டு பஞ்சம் மட்டும் இன்னும் இங்கு மாறவில்லை எங்க பாரதத்தில் சொத்து சென்ற தீகவில்லை.
So I was just telling you, Periyar is much more than any personalities put together, larger than life figure, because he was not sick. S.P. Balasubramaniam sang nicely, all that was wonderful, but he was basically an individual. He sang for his welfare, his family's welfare, all right. But this gentleman spoke for the entire humanity's welfare, and more particularly the Tamil welfare, the Tamil's welfare. And I think this is what people need to understand.
பாதை இங்கு யாரு தந்தது தானாக காற்றுக்கு பாட்டு சொல்லி யாரு தந்தது தானாக பாட்டு ஒண்ணு படிக்குது எண்ணிய யாரும் கைகளில் சேரும் நம்பிக்கை வேண்டும் நெஞ்சுக்குள்ளே காலையில் தோன்றும் சூரியன் போலே பொன்னொழி வேண்டும் கண்ணுக்குள்ளே சேரி சென்றல் வீசாதா ஏழை வந்து தீண்டாதா கங்கையும் பெற்றே பாயாதா தேராதா ஆடுபடும் தோழர்களில் தோழமாரை சூடாதா குஞ்சை உண்டு நஞ்சை உண்டு பொங்கி வரும் கங்கை உண்டு பஞ்சம் மட்டும் இன்னும் இங்கு மாறவில்லை எந்த பாரதத்தில் சொத்து சென்ற தீரவில்லை இது நாடா இல்லை வெறும் காடா இதை கேட்க யாரும் இல்லை தோழா இது நாடா இல்லை வெறும் காடா இதை கேட்க யாரும் இல்லை தோழா.
Thank you. So, for those who may not have understood what this song stood for, I would just paraphrase it in a few sentences. It says, despite all the richness in the country, we have different parties fighting for power in the name of elections. I think nothing happens for the poor. I'm just giving the gist of the song, basically. And nothing happens for the welfare of the people who work hard from dawn to dusk. Nothing really improves the situation. Whoever comes to power, a little is shaken, a little is done here and there, no doubt. If a good bureaucrat happens to be the district collector, something good happens. Wonderful. If a good leader comes and occupies power, a good set of things happen, all right. But then ultimately, the objective of the common good, people's basics being fulfilled, people's happiness being met with, happiness needs being met with, cannot happen because of this particular system being flawed. And that's exactly what we need to take it to the youngsters' minds. And Periyar stood for that. All the time, he spoke to reform the system. He spoke to talk about, go at the fundamentals. He attacked the fundamentals all the time. He never had a mass favoritism attitude. He was always, irrespective of whether he would become popular or infamous, he would always say what he wanted to say for the welfare of the people. And in fact, a true father would always be like that, wouldn't he? He would always be concerned. A true mother, for that matter, would also be like that. A true friend would also be like that. A true sister, brother would also be like that. A true anybody would also be like that. Just really being concerned on the welfare of the other person concerned, right? The humane attitude. He was humane to the core. And that is why I feel that rationalism and Periyar are synonymous. And in my life, they are intertwined all the time. And I take them to the youth population. As I said in the beginning, we are winning, don't worry. And we have a long way to go, no doubt, but definitely we are winning. We are winning. And that positivity should be spread across. Thank you very much.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for your inspirational speech. It's great to hear your motivation towards the end. So we were doing like 8 hours of this program, and towards the end, you really motivate us. Now we are charged to go for another 8 hours. Thank you, wonderful, for your speech about Periyar rationalism. Our next guest is
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mahua Moitra from Bengal. I think she is in a very tight schedule. Sorry, ma'am, to hold you up. Thanks. It's wonderful to have you on board. And despite you being busy and you have this parliament session today, you agreed to come to give a speech on Periyar and women empowerment. So in Tamil Nadu, we really look up to you because there is like 39 MPs are there in representing Tamil Nadu in parliament, but we expect at least any one of you, like we could able to represent the Tamil rights in the parliament. This time the MPs are fine. There are like Venkatesan and stuff are quite vocal about the Tamil rights and Tamil language rights. And you are one of those we desperately need, like you, in Tamil Nadu. So we call you like the Tiger of Bengal. So your bold speech in parliament and your audacious proceedings, and you're challenging the central government's policies are quite incredible. So here's your stage, man. Please give us a talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm quite kind of sorry that I missed a lot of the beginning of the talk, obviously, but I was, when you wrote to me, and I must compliment the organizers of this, that you were very tenacious and very perseverant, because it's difficult sometimes when we have a tight schedule to, we want to do it, but sometimes it doesn't work out. But I have to say that the organizer was so persistent, and he kept telling me on the WhatsApp, ma'am, you have to do it, that not only did I want to do it, I was, I couldn't think of saying no. So thank you for that. Whoever you've got on the organizing committee is doing everything right. So thank you for that. I'm sorry I missed a lot of the talk, but the topic that you gave me to talk about was obviously women's empowerment in 2020. And is that still something that that you want me to talk about? I take it. Is that the topic still?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to say a lot of things. Obviously, this is in, with the perspective on Periyar, and I'll go on to Periyar later. But I am not only a parliamentarian, like you have, obviously a very strong parliamentarian from your state in parliament. Another lady colleague of mine is Kanimori. And apart from Kanimori, I'm also there. And we are both members of the opposition. And we are both in a minority in that we are not only a minority in that we belong to the opposition, but we are a minority in that we belong to the female gender, because though this country is over 50% female, there is only 12% women in parliament. So we are a minority there. The third way we are a minority is that we're a linguistic minority. In this country, especially in the past 4 or 5 years, what we have seen is that a complete brutalization of every other linguistic minority in favor of the Hindi language. So again, we're a linguistic minority. She obviously is a Tamil speaker and I'm a Bengali speaker. And we are people that speak either in English or in Tamil or in Bengali, and we don't speak in Hindi. And as a result of which, this happened to Kanimori in the airport as well. So while the Tamils are in a linguistic minority, as a Bengali parliamentarian, I too feel that pain. And I think it is time that we speak for not only the opposition in a minority, but for dissenting minority voices in India. And that is what is required today. That is empowerment. And when I think of Periyar and what he thought about over 150 years ago now, 140 years ago, look at India today. Even today, we have got only 12% women in parliament, even till today. Even till today, you have women who are fighting. It is only now that the law on adultery was changed. I mean, if you look at Periyar, it was in 1929, if I'm not mistaken, during the Chengalpattu Women's Conference, when he said that the British government in India should pass legislation allowing women to divorce. Whereas it is only, I think, 2 years ago or last year that the Supreme Court of India said that a woman and a man, if a man were married and he was in an extramarital relationship, it would not be adultery, but the woman could be charged of adultery. So it is only now, imagine 150 years later, that what he thought of and fought for so many years ago has come true. So we have got so much yet to travel on the way to women's empowerment. And if you think of the things that Periyar stood and lived for as an activist, I would say that the work he did in the sort of field of women's rights, especially in terms of widow remarriage. And Periyar was in that way extremely liberated, in that he did not even think that, it's not that he believed in polygamy, but he certainly, if you read his views on marriage, he said marriage should not be something that is forced on people. Marriage should be something that should give the man and the woman partnership and companionship and pleasure and all the good things. So it's not that a woman after marriage should belong to her husband, as if before marriage she belonged to her father, and after that she will belong to her son. So all these ideas, imagine 150 years ago, were really novel. Even these ideas today in terms of women, when we go to various parts of India, that women are still treated like that. So imagine when Periyar lived, that activism, how radical it must have been. So this is something that we really have to thank activists like Periyar for, because they laid the foundation. And when you think of when we got independence, there are a lot of countries in the world, when they gave the right of the vote, the right of universal suffrage, women got it much later. Even if you see very advanced countries like the US or Britain, women got it after. Whereas if you saw in India, when we got the right of the vote, men and women got the right of the vote at the same time. It's not that women were considered secondary or women were considered subjugated and that men were given the right of the vote. We were given it together. So in many ways, it is because of people like Periyar who set the ground for women's empowerment that we today are being able to do these things and stand up in parliament and speak on an equal footage. Many times when we are asked, what is it like to be a female politician? I actually get really angry, because I said, I am a politician. And I'm a good politician or a bad politician or a strong politician or a weak politician. But my gender does not define me. Do you ask a man, why are you a male politician? Or what is it like to be a male politician? If I were a banker, I was a male banker. I was a banker first. If I was a doctor, I'm a doctor. I'm not a woman doctor. I'm not a lady MP. I'm an MP. I represent 12.5 lakh people, as does Kani, as does Sumati, as all the people, wonderful women from Tamil Nadu who represent you in parliament. So we are parliamentarians. We are politicians. Do not put us in the silo of just women. And that is something that Periyar also fought for. When you see the things he did for women widows, he said that, let us not, when we talk about women, let's not restrict women to silos. Let us get out of the parda system. And that is something which even today that we are having to fight for, because in many, many, many areas, when we go to vote, we find to reach the women of the household, we have to go inside. They will not come to the road. They will not come to a public meeting. And as women politicians and as I would say empowered women, it is up to us to go in to reach the other women who may not be even still be able to be out. So when I talk about empowered women in 2020, I think we still have a very long way to go. There are many laws in India that are still archaic, that we still need to fight for. And more than that, it is a mindset that we still need to change. When we talk about the Women's Representation Bill or in Parliament, we have had people, we have been in power, we have been in opposition, but no government which has been in power. This is a bill which has been languishing in Parliament for almost 20 years. And we have never had any party that has had the will to push this through. And if you think about it, in a country where half of the population, half the voters are women, is it not tragic that we have only 12% women in parliament? What is wrong? My party, the Trinamool, has 34% women in parliament, and we did not need a law to tell us that this is the right thing to do. We give over half of the tickets to women, and women go on to win. In the previous Lok Sabha, we had more than 33%. In this Lok Sabha, I am proud to be more than 33%. So we don't need a law to tell us the right thing to do. This is what Periyar wanted us to believe in, that when we accept these changes in our life, in our mindset, and in our social structure, that is when women will truly become empowered. And I think today, as we remember Periyar, and I'm very glad that there are societies and people organizing talks, because most children today or most people today don't spend any time thinking about it. So it's not a question of just the Tamil speaking people or just the question of linguistic minorities. I think women today have still a long way to go in empowerment. And this is something that is incumbent upon every male in India to do, much more than it is on every woman. If one Periyar could do so much, imagine out of 1.3 billion people, that 700 million men, if they decided to give everyone an equal chance and to give women an equal footing, then what kind of a country we would have. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for inviting me, and hope to take part in many more of these talks. Thank you. Hello.
Raja, you need to unmute, please.
Ma'am, thank you very much for your wonderful speech. Despite our being, you have a busy schedule, you agreed to come and give us a speech.
Could you hear it? Could you hear it all?
I
Is it okay?
can hear you, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are towards the end of the program. So it was a long day and the program went really well, apart from only one speaker we missed, which is Rajesh Sundaram. Most of the guests turned up today, and they gave most of the guests gave us like a valuable speech, and it is truly inspiring. And we will take this like a historic record. What we do is it's being shared on Periyar Ambedkar Study Circle on London Facebook page, but all this has to be documented. Some of the important talks like Ramu Manivananji and also Ashok Swain's speech, and those are like quite significant and important with valuable points and stuff. And also we like to thank for all the comrades who patiently was there since morning. And also we like to thank Dr. Vijaya Sogan for organizing most of the guests. And if anybody wants to give a vote of thanks or anything, please feel free. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Raji. So we have arranged actually a 2-day session. So I'm very happy, at least as a group, we have concluded the first day with prominent success. We have approached the academicians, politicians, everyone accepted our invitation and joined today. It gives us a hope. We need to be collaborated around the world with humanists, around the world with Periyarite and Ambedkarite ideologists. And it opened a way now, not only the Tamils, including all over the pan-India movements and around the world, in particular with European humanist groups and Periyar Ambedkar groups. So hopefully we get a lot of messages today. As Raja said, we need to be documented that, and we need to start to work with those who have committed actually. There are a lot of commitments today from the academicians, from the organization members. So we need to think over that. We need to make a platform. We need to make a common working force or common working framework to continue further in this present world, in the contemporary world, to move forward with inclusive ideologies. With this, I would like to conclude. I would like to thank everyone from the session 3, the panelists, Raja and Professor Ashok Swain, Professor Ramu Manivanan, Dr. Srikanth, Ms. Mohuwa, and fantastic Inspire Ilango Annan. Everyone I would like to thank. With this, I am concluding.
All right, thank you very much.
And a special thanks to our comrade Kolathur Manianan. He was there with us from the morning. Yes.
எல்லாரும் அன்மியூட் பண்ணிட்டு ஒரு கைத்தட்டு தட்டிடுங்க.
I think I will just make a
Okay.
ana video இருக்கீங்களா?
Facebook எடுத்துக்கலாமா? இருக்கு.
முடிச்சிருங்க, வேற ஒண்ணும் இல்ல.
நான் லைவ் நிறுத்திறேன் நம்ம இதுல.